To Canterbury for the second time this week. The Kent Fielders and the Worcestershire batters are making their way out to the middle. It's Adam Hose and Rob Jones for Worcestershire, and then the Kent side led by Daniel Bell-Drummond, having taken 5 wickets yesterday. 2 late ones for Joey Everson, a couple for spinner Matt Parkinson in the afternoon. This second new ball, 15 overs old. They delayed it by an over, didn't they? So 308 for 5, the Worcestershire score. Gareth Roderick, the opener, batted superbly yesterday and was dismissed very late on in the day before Joe Leach, the night watchman, was also out to Joey Everson. But Roderick batted superbly well, and I thought his words after play to yourself, Frank Watson, were really quite succinct and beautifully summed up the day's play and everything that must have been going on in the Worcestershire players' minds after losing their teammate last week.
Yeah, good morning, Ben. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Not only did he play well, but he also spoke with great dignity, I thought, about his innings and about what it meant to him and to his teammates. And, you know, I later tried to sort of get him to acknowledge what it meant in terms of the game, this game of cricket as well, which is that it's given Worcestershire a basis. They will want to go on. They won't want to get bowled out for under 400, I wouldn't have thought, but Kent will also feel if they can pick up early wickets this morning, they could do that.
Where's Agar then getting proceedings underway from the Nackington Road end, bowling down the hill, and had some troubles yesterday. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 77. Very expensive by his standards, and a lot of those came courtesy of no balls. So he couldn't quite find his rhythm yesterday, and he's an overseas player who actually has played here last year, and it's not an unfamiliar ground to him, but for whatever reason yesterday couldn't quite get it right at times. Here he is bowling to Hose, who's letting it go outside the off stump. He's 50 not out. Jones yet to score.
Yeah, well, you used the R word, Ben, rhythm, and nobody can define it, can they? Certainly in a sporting contest, we talk about batsmen struggling for rhythm, we talk about bowlers struggling for rhythm, and they just know when they've got it, and they don't know when they know when they haven't got it, but they don't know why, really. And I think you're right. It just wasn't quite right, was it, yesterday? But it could all be different just in 1 or 2 overs this morning.
Here he comes, bowls to Hose, defended up towards mid-on. He was getting it right early on and obviously produced a couple of beautiful deliveries to Libby and got him out. But after that, seemed to really struggle. But Nathan Gilchrist, by contrast, bowled superbly well and got absolutely no reward. So
I think
funny old game.
Yeah, the feeling in the Worcestershire camp was certainly that Gilchrist and Everson probably had bowled as well as anybody else yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's the best I've seen Joey Everson bowl all season, actually. I mean, got Bohannon out last week and then 2 late wickets last night, as this one is let go by Hose on length as much as anything. Kent's players will give a bit of an ooh and an ah because it was straight, but it was always passing over the top of the stumps. So a sensible leave from Hose. Another glorious sunny day here at Canterbury. It got a little bit misty on my way across from the other side of the county at one point in time, but then brightened up again within about 5 miles or so of Canterbury. So perfect day for the club cricket scene locally to kick off, as this one is defended up towards mid-on by Hose.
Yeah, the Birmingham League kicked off last week. It was put back 2 weeks from its normal start. The club that I am associated with obviously didn't actually play last week because they turned up, or the home team, Berkswell, which is a club near Solihull, and you know, very useful side, good setup. They turned up on the morning of the game to find that somebody had driven a tractor or a huge vehicle over the outfield and churned it up all over the place. The game was called off.
Goodness. Yeah, good morning. Start of the second day. We've just seen the first over completed. Where's Agar, the Australian overseas for Kent, with the ball. Adam Hose, the Worcestershire batter, has just got a single first runs of the day to move to 51. Worcestershire 309 for 5. Resuming from their score last night, Joey Everson taking 2 late wickets for Kent. Otherwise, it was very much the visitors' day. Matt Parkinson with a couple of wickets, but Gareth Roderick making a century for the visiting side. And batted well along with Adam Hose and Kashir Ali as well, who made a half-century. So the visiting side have certainly put themselves in a good position in this game, winning the toss, choosing to bat first. It was a batting day yesterday. You'd think it will be the same again today. So Kent are going to have to work hard for their wickets. Commentary continues of this one online via the BBC Sport app and website, of course. Other matches going on in Division 1. Surrey had a good day yesterday against Warwickshire. The score there at the Oval, 328 for 8, the visiting team. So 4 wickets for Jordan Clark from Surrey's point of view. And then in Division 2 over at Cardiff, Glamorgan are now batting their 25 for 2. Sussex 278, all out in their first innings. You can hear all of those games online via the BBC Sport app and website. More updates to come every half an hour.
Nathan Gilchrist from the pavilion end takes up the attack this morning. Bowls to Adam Hose, who pushes out to mid-wicket. There's no run. So yeah, going back to the Birmingham League. So the game, they all turned up expecting to play the first game, and they had to call it off because of vehicular vandalism. Awful, really. Really a real mess. So good luck to the Ombersley boys today, and when they do eventually get their league programme underway. Quite a few of the young Worcestershire players involved in that. And good luck to everybody else who's playing league cricket up and down the country today. Gilchrist in again, bowls, and Hose is getting 4 runs. This time it's over-pitched on his toes, and he just tickles it away. Quickish hands, and well, a glance maybe, thick inside edge maybe, but it races away down to fine leg. For the first boundary of the morning, Adam Hose moves on to 55, and Worcestershire to 313 for 5. Somebody was asking me this morning as I had a wander around, chatting to some Worcestershire supporters, and they were saying about bonus points and what they thought the target would be. Just break off as Gilchrist comes in again and bowls, and Hose lets that go outside the off stump, and we're in the 98th over, so 12 after this to get further bonus points. I think it would be pretty unrealistic to look for 400, but 350 I think would be very much the target. 350, another bonus point, and then crack on and get that total up to as high a figure as they possibly can. That will be the Worcestershire blueprint this morning. Gilchrist in again, bowls, and Hose drives on the onside uppishly and doesn't get all of it. Calls Jones through for a single. Jones a little bit hesitant in the first place, but they get through comfortably enough in the end, as fielding is done at mid-on by Svanapol. 314 for 5. Again, and talking about yesterday, I thought, as I say, Gilchrist and Everson probably the best, but Svanapol bowled some pretty tidy little spells as well. I thought got a little bit of movement, looked quite threatening. Maybe the pitch was the winner when all things are considered. Gilchrist in, bowls, and Jones facing his first ball of the morning is forward and pushing up to Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent skipper, at mid-off. Glorious day again here at the St Lawrence ground. Absolutely beautiful sunshine. Not a breath really of wind, and the weather set fair, I think, for today and for tomorrow and even Monday. Now the forecast looks a bit better for Monday than it did.
That's good.
Gilchrist again in, bowls, and Jones is forward pushing out on the offside. Rob Jones not yet off the mark, and won't get off the mark in this over either, because that's the end of it. second of the day, Worcestershire have progressed to the tune of 9 runs. They're 314 for 5.
Yeah, I was noticing that Gareth Roderick also said last night that the pitch was a bit slow and therefore it made scoring difficult when Kent's bowlers were bowling good areas and stump to stump. So that is one of the reasons why the run rate, they weren't able to really accelerate as much as they would have perhaps liked. Obviously Adam Hose has done a pretty good job excuse me, in terms of helping that, but yeah, that'll certainly be part of the consideration in terms of those bonus points and where they'd like to be come 110 overs, and they may just have to ignore that for the sake of making sure they get a really nice big first innings score. As Hose is playing this one from Agar up towards a wide mid-off position where Bears Swanepoel does the fielding. Had a chat with him last night, and yeah, he was saying that obviously it wasn't ideal from a Kent point of view where they wanted to be, but it was I think he called it a pretty flat pitch and was complimentary of Matt Parkinson's work and Joey Everson, and saying how he's settled in nicely and was looking forward to having a bat on this wicket as much as as bowling on it has been difficult. As Agar comes in, driven by Hose out towards extra cover.
That said, the other thing that I picked up from talking to one or two of the Worcestershire players last night was that it's flat, but there's not a lot of pace in it either. So it's not one of those where you can stand up and smack it down the ground. It's not that quick, so it can be difficult to score as well. Yeah,
and I think perhaps the biggest example of that yesterday was when Kent tried to bowl short at Kashif Valley, and it was just sitting up for him to pull it away for runs, and he hit a few boundaries by that method. As Agar bowls onto the hip of Hose, and it drops away into the leg side for presumably a leg bye off the thigh pad. Yes. For a moment there I thought umpire Burns was going to suggest it hit it, but just a single, a leg bye, so 315 for 5. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. We're joined by Rita Green today. Rita's giving us a wave, so she'll be here in 20 minutes or so. Always good to have Rita with us, and not just because she always brings sweet treats. She is the gem for that. As where's Agar is in and bowling. We might have to eat that quite early though, because otherwise it's going to melt in this commentary box today, Rita. It's always a bit of a greenhouse when the sun is out here at Canterbury in the first session, our commentary box, because we have these 4 big windows. I always say every year that I need to try growing some tomatoes in here. Yeah,
they would do all right. Although it'd take you a while to get over here to water them on non-match days.
That's a good point. That is a good point. I'd have to be nice to somebody on the Kent media team to come and do it for me on a more regular basis. Here comes Agar. In behind this one defensively, Jones. Playing this back up the pitch.
I've had a message here which suggests that Kent owe me a little bit, I think.
Oh, okay.
I've had a message from Andrew who says, your commentary sold, he's a Worcestershire fan, exiled. Your commentary sold the delights of Canterbury to me yesterday, so I'm on my way there today. I will look out for you. So there you are.
Outstanding.
His dad used to play for Worcestershire.
Here comes Agar. Couple of slips, final time of the over. It's just pushed away out towards point by Jones. End of the over, 315 for 5. Not quite as busy today. It was really busy yesterday, actually, for a Friday, for a championship game.
It was. And I said to Freddie yesterday when he was on, you know, we had our best crowds at Kidderminster on the Fridays of the game, strangely enough. But it'll be good to see Andrew if he gets here, or when he gets here. And if anybody else is in the area and they fancy a day at the cricket and they're thinking about it, get yourself down here, because this is just about as good as it gets, I think, for Championship cricket.
Yeah,
Division 1.
Not too hot as well.
Not too hot, competitive, beautiful ground. You can sit in the sun or the shade. You can more or less sit anywhere in this ground once you're in, which I love. I think it's great when you're not restricted and you can
Yeah.
move around if you want to. Nathan Gilchrist from the pavilion end in to bowl to Adam Hose. Hose is forward, playing this back to the bowler, and there's no run. The score stays on 315 for 5. Worcestershire resuming on 308 this morning. They've added 7. Jones yet to get off the mark. Gilchrist and Agar, in a way, this morning have bowled a mini sort of encapsulation of yesterday. They've bowled pretty straight. They've asked questions, but they haven't found a lot of help from the surface. And that one just puts the lie to that. I shouldn't have said it from a Kent point of view, because it's not straight. It's short and wide, and Hose does not miss out on that. Slapped it away behind square. Really dismissive square cut, and he moves on to 60. Dangerous player, Adam Hose, when he gets going, as we all know from his white ball exploits. Yet to get 100 for Worcestershire since moving from Warwickshire in first-class cricket, but nicely placed today, and that's his second boundary of the morning. 319 for 5. Gilchrist in again to Hose, bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Finch standing back. 2 slips in place, as there have been for most of the innings, certainly most of the sort of first part of the innings yesterday, while the ball was reasonably hard. And since the new ball has been taken, the close catches have been restored, but only 2 of them. Zach Crawley in at first, and Bell Drummond, no, he's at mid-off, he's in at second. I'll just have to work that out. This one is bowled by Gilchrist, pushed out on the onside.
Jack Leaning will
Jack
be
Leaning is
second slip.
yeah. I watched Jack Leaning having a bat this morning in the nets down below us quite closely when I got here. Looked in exceptionally good nick, I thought. Finding the middle and really timing the ball very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, just needs a score really. Actually, Jack Leaning so far this season, he's got starts without actually going on and really making an inning, a big innings of note.
He's a difficult batter to dismiss. Gets stuck in. It's actually gone to sort of 4th, 5th slip now, really, rather than gully, Leaning. And the man's gone in on the drive, Compton, at short mid-wicket, as Gilchrist bowls again, and forward comes Hose and pushes out into the covers. And there's no addition. Just put a little picture out on Twitter this morning. I think you saw it, Ben, and sent it to a good friend of mine, Graham Plimmer, who used to play in the Birmingham League and play a bit for Warwickshire Twos and so on, who actually makes wicket-keeping gloves, Graham, now, from home. Gilchrist bowls, and Hose plays defensively up to mid-off. There's no run. End of the over, 319 for 5. And I'm not going to necessarily use the BBC to plug his business, but Graham Plimmer, Classic Keeper, at Classic Keeper 1 on Twitter, makes and repairs wicket-keeping gloves, but we often converse about keepers between us. And I took a picture this morning of the lovely tribute to Alan Knott below the Knott and Underwood stand here at Canterbury, and sent it to him. And you saw it too, Ben, I think, and he appreciated it. And I'm delighted to say that it's been picked up on Twitter by none other than Jack Russell, MBE, one of the greats himself, and he too has seen it and approved it. Knotty, absolute legend of a wicketkeeper here at the St Lawrence ground. I wonder how many young players like me Alan Knott inspired to take up the gloves. As Agar bowls to Jones, and he pushes out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, I can imagine. In the same way that a lot of people of my generation or slightly younger were inspired by the 2005 Ashes, and I was having a conversation actually at a work leaving do last night, saying that's 20 years ago next year, which is bonkers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can imagine Alan Knott and Derek Underwood and the like were similar in inspiring people to take up the game, as you say, take up wicket-keeping in particular. So Wes Agar then drilled away through the covers by Jones. That's a perfect way to get off the mark.
Just got to the rope, didn't it?
I can't believe that actually struggled quite so much to get for 4, because it sounded really nice off the bat. He was stretching for it a little bit outside the off stump, and it is the longer boundary away up the slope towards the hospital side of the ground. But as you say, the ball didn't go over the rope, it just nudged it. Little peck on the cheek almost as it arrived before the fielder. So Jones is up and running. Agar bowling to him. And this one he's just playing away into the offside. Former Lancashire man, and I think there's a fair few Lancashire supporters who are in the now absence of Villas and Croft, who are slightly bemoaning his absence and the fact that he was let go to Worcestershire, because their middle order has struggled this season. Albeit overseas Tom Bruce got a score yesterday, 73, but just if I look at the scores elsewhere, as Agar is in and bowling, Lancashire 329 for 9. Tom Bailey 31 not out, but Bell only made 18, Hurst, Duck, Hartley 6. That middle order is where they have struggled a bit this year, with some of the younger lads who did well in the second innings against Kent, but of course first innings they were knocked over for 92 in that Kent win at Old Trafford. So Lancashire playing at Trent Bridge against Notts. Did see our BBC colleagues Dave Bracegirdle put a photo up of him and Scott Reed, and they were wearing coats and scarves.
Oh, really?
And I think the photo looked about 10 years old.
Ah, yes.
But
yeah.
People are replying as if it's today, going, "Is it that cold in Nottingham?" As Agar is played away out towards backward point by Jones.
Yeah, I think Dylan Pennington had a good day for them yesterday. Former Worcestershire seamer against Lancs with the ball, I think.
Did
got
indeed.
some late wickets.
3 wickets for him.
You're talking about Rob Jones leaving Lancashire. I think it was lack of opportunity, really. I think that made him seek pastures new.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those, almost what happened with Warwickshire when Bell and Trott both finished. They found themselves having to recruit players because they had all of a sudden lost, as Jones defends Agar into the offside, all of a sudden lost all this experience and quality, and they weren't quite prepared for it almost. And I think Lancashire are possibly in a similar situation. They've got some very experienced guys, but also some very young guys, and someone like Jones would have been perfect for now, but like you say, hasn't been afforded the opportunities previously. Just to round up scores elsewhere then, Hampshire 344 for 5 against Durham at home. Ali Orr making 126, Tom Presti's 71 not out there, and then Warwickshire 343 for 9 now against Surrey at the Oval. A little bit of tail wagging actually, and Ed Barnard has, yes, 108.
Yeah.
He's got a fantastic effort from him, because otherwise that scoreboard would be significantly fewer.
Gilchrist bowls to Hose, who's forward, playing back up the pitch, no run.
Glamorgan are 41 for 4 against Sussex at Cardiff, still trailing by 237, and then Gloucestershire 359 for 8. Hammond got a ton yesterday against at Northampton.
Yeah, and Siddharth Kaul, I think, made his debut for Northampton. Got 4 wickets. His brother Uday, who played as overseas for us at Ombersley several years, until about 5 years ago. This one driven by Hose, straight back into the feet of Gilchrist, and it deflects away to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, I absolutely ruined the pronunciation of his name yesterday, so I'm glad you've corrected me there.
Yeah, well, Uday Kaul, left-handed batter, played for Punjab as well, and hasn't ever played county cricket, but came over and played for several years for us at Ombersley when I was coaching there. Got a lot of runs in the Birmingham League, and was a tremendous asset. Totally focused as a batsman. Practiced and practiced and practiced. Gilchrist in, bowl short, and on the back foot Hose plays defensively down on the onside. Compton fields at short mid-wicket. And Siddharth, his brother, who had played a fair bit in the IPL, came a few times to the ground, so he became quite familiar to us, and He's just having his first spell in county cricket, and I watched his wickets yesterday. He bowled pretty well by the look of it for Northants, and picked up 4, I believe, yesterday. But the ex-Worcestershire man, Ed Barnard, doing the business down at the Oval. Really good effort from him. Very, very good player. Very good batsman. Gilchrist bowls a little bit short of length. Hose on the back foot. Punches this one into the covers. Fielded by Joey Everson. Extra, no run. 3-2-3 for 5. Worcestershire have added, what have they added? 15 runs this morning. 4 of them to Jones. Hose has 60 now. Bright sunshine. I mused about the crowd and why Friday is the best day, and I've had a really interesting communication from none other than John Curtis, our old friend, listening as ever, as Gilchrist bowls and Hose slashes this one away. Or doesn't. I thought he had.
I thought he had as well. I was looking for where the ball had gone. I think it's in Bell Drummond's hands.
Oh, he's banged it in, cut it into the ground, and Bell Drummond. It looked. We're all looking down to the boundary. He's really whacked it, and Bell Drummond's done one of those stops in the gully where he just makes it look as though the ball's not moving at all. It's not Bell Drummond, it's leaning.
Yes, you're correct. I've got they've both got a slightly reddish cap because it's faded so much in the sun.
So he got away with that one, Gilchrist, and he's back on the money this time with a good length delivery, which Hose defends up to mid-on. And there's no run. End of the over. Maiden, 20 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 46 for Gilchrist. Tidy again, as he was yesterday. And here's what John Curtis said about Fridays. In my opinion, the reason why more people attend on Friday is because the general age group who watch county championship cricket are in the mature category. Nicely put. Can watch any time, and at weekends, being grandparents, other demands come into play. Could well be right.
Interesting thought.
Could well be right. And maybe the cricket watching grandparent is the babysitter who allows the parent or parents to go off and play on a Saturday, and that's why the crowd is. It could well be. Very astute observation, I think. And I suppose without going around the ground and asking, you don't really know. But
see, I'm not particularly a fan of these Friday to Monday county championship games, as Wes Agar is in and bowling. As it's very wide. Harry Finch has stretched in front of first slip, got a hand on it, but it's gone away for 4 wides. Agar had one of those yesterday that he chucked down the leg side, and it really does again exemplify how he's not quite finding his rhythm. He's launched that miles wide of the off stump. 328 for 5. But yeah, just going back to that point, because I think, as John points out, your average watcher of county cricket can come Monday to Thursday because they are, a lot of them, retired. And then a lot of people that listen to us on the radio do it while working from home and watching the streams. So here comes Agar, defended away into the offside. Yes, you will get some families and kids on a Sunday or whatever, or a Saturday perhaps. Can't see loads in today, and we had a few that might have decided to have a slightly longer weekend or whatever on Friday, but generally I wouldn't assume the sort of the bump in the crowds is any better than playing across midweek, really. But there we go. It's only for the start of the season. I think as the season goes on, we don't see it as much, do we? As Agar is driven here by Jones, slightly wide of mid-off, who moves around to do the fielding. So they take a single. Jones is on 564. Hose, 329 for 5 Worcestershire.
Good run, I thought. Quite aggressive. Had to run hard. Hose responded.
Yeah, and Gareth Roderick said last night, didn't he, that, you know, again, first hour on day 2 would be important because the ball's still pretty new. They'll come hard at us. And actually, first almost half an hour, Worcestershire have negotiated it pretty well. As Agar is in and bowling. That one drops just short of Jack leaning. It looked like a possible inside edge onto thigh pad that ballooned up. And leaning couldn't make up the ground and dive forward to get there. So that was easily the most threatening ball that Agar has probably bowled so far today.
First sign of an error from Hose, I thought.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a
bit of extra
nip off the pitch down the slope. Just 2 slips for Hose. There's the big strapping Agart. Balls to him, and that's better. Coming forward. Playing softly into the onside with a nice straight bat. I think on this pitch, when you're talking about it being a bit slow, that clarity in terms of your foot movement is so key, getting right forward and not just sitting in your crease, although Roderick did brilliantly, playing a lot of stuff under his eyes and looked like he had loads of time out there, so each to their own, I guess, but maybe just the previous delivery Hose hadn't quite got forward enough or gone forward or back conclusively. This one nudged away into the onside. Another dot ball as it's picked up by Matt Parkinson at mid-wicket. So 1 ball remaining in the over, and then I'll make way and Rita Green will come in. Seeing Joey Everson maybe doing a little bit of loosening up. Wonder if it will be Human Bears Sonapol before too long. There you go, past the umpire then. Hose again getting well forward. Little tip onto the stumps. Agard did that a couple of times yesterday. Umpire will go and pop that bail back on. And then here on BBC Sport Online, I'll make way.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, another tidy over. It was 7 overs today. You're talking about possible bowling changes. I think probably in this sort of weather and in these sort of conditions, 4 over spells, maybe a little bit more, be the order of the day. And we are going to see the first change. Nathan Gilchrist is going to be replaced at the pavilion end by Joey Everson. Joey Everson wearing the number 33, which is so poignant for this particular game because that was Josh Baker's number, and that's the number that all the Worcestershire players have got on their chests on these new shirts that they're going to wear for the rest of the season. Got their own numbers on the back, but the little Worcestershire badge and Josh Baker's number 33 on the left hand side of their shirts, just to remind them, not that they need reminding really, that Josh is still very much part of their thoughts. So Joey Everson will be bowling to Rob Jones. Jones, who's been pretty circumspect this morning, hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair. He's on 5, he's faced just 16 deliveries, and he'd faced 1 or 2 last night. Everson into him, bowls, and that's short, and Jones cuts. He's quite adept at that, quite a typical Jones shot, gives himself a bit of room, cuts nicely, but doesn't get anything for it because he's picked out Joe Denley at backward point. 3-2-9 for 5. Good morning to Rita Green. Good morning, Rita. Lovely to see you here, and on such a beautiful day.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. What a day.
Everson in again, then bowls to Jones, who's forward, and he gets runs this time, steering this one down to third man. It won't go all the way. Joe Denley is in pursuit. He picks up a couple. Just soft hands, just running it down. Thickish outside edge, kept it down. 2 more to Jones. He goes on to 7. 3:31 for 5. And fairly untroubled progress for Worcestershire so far this morning. They've added 23 to their overnight score. And we've already seen Bell Drummond trying to be quite imaginative with his field, as Everson is in again and bowls, and Jones drives 2 short extra cover. Jack Leaning is the fielder. And I say he's being imaginative. We've got 1 slip in now, but the other 2 close catches that are employed are both in front of the wicket. Leaning at short extra and Compton at short mid-wicket. Other than that, we've got a fairly conventional field. Backward point, man sweeping the offside boundary, mid-off, mid-on. And mid-wicket going in, well, we've got a second catching mid-wicket now. Compton is in a kind of conventional mid-wicket. He's going straighter. Oh, no, he's not. He's changing around. He's in a conventional mid-wicket position, but not far to his right, but a little bit deeper. We have another man who is now catching. Everson in, bowls, and Jones is forward, steering this out square on the offside. Joe Denley is quickly in to do the fielding, and there's no addition. 3:31 for 5.
Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond he's quite creative, isn't he, with his field placings. He's not a man that likes to just stick with the conventional or just stick around. I quite like his creativity.
Yeah, he started quite early yesterday, and I think you'll see the same as well when Worcestershire are in the field. Everson in, bowls, and Jones drives nicely through the offside, out to the man sweeping, picks up a single. And it's a sign, isn't it, that there isn't a lot of lateral movement, and they've got to find slightly different ways of trying to challenge the batsman, and on a slowish pitch, little sideways movement there. They're hoping that somebody will just go a little bit too early at a drive and clip it up in the air. I watched several batsmen this morning in the nets down below us, quite closely from behind, batsmen from both sides, as Everson comes in again and bowls, and this is full and driven nicely by Hose, but straight to leaning at short extra, and there's no run. End of the over. Jones has 8, Hose has 60. It's 3:32 for 5, and I watched, as I say, several batsmen from both sides, and I'm guessing these net pitches down here are fairly similar to what they're playing on in the middle, and if there was one thing that all the batsmen just occasionally did, it was slightly lift a ball that they were punching on the leg side, so that somebody who is in that kind of those two positions that Bell-Drummond is using might have been interested, and you could almost see both players from both sides telling themselves to just be wary of that. Swanepoel into the attack. You won't have seen him before, Rita, I guess.
Not in the flesh, no. But nice to see him in person. Here comes Swanepoel from the Nackington Road end. This one's left alone through to the keeper Finch, and there's no run. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the South African do the business. He was very excited to be here. Yeah. I was listening to his interview.
Excited to bat, I think, as well, from what Ben was saying. So that'd be quite interesting as well, really. He looks a busy cricketer, doesn't he? Yeah,
he's sort of guy that'll be in the field as well, chatting away, wanting to be part of play. Second delivery of the over, in, bowls. This one's left alone, good line of length. To the right hand did Jones, and there's no run. Yeah, he used the word, 2 words actually, buzzing, which is a term that I think a man of his generation probably uses when he's looking forward to something, and also stoked. So stoked and buzzing, you can't get much more excited than that. Well, it's good to see. You know, he talked about it being a bit of a dream signing for him here to be here at Kent. And welcome to him. Here he comes, right arm over. This one's defended off the back foot, punched down the ground, but defended, and there's no run. I think Worcestershire, in terms of looking from afar, Frank, you know, they were very circumspect yesterday. They did the right work in the right way, but also they kept bowlers. They plugged away on a very benign pitch.
That's absolutely the way that we saw it, I think, yesterday. Don't think Kent bowled badly at all yesterday.
No. Next delivery in, back of a length, and into the pitch, and James is trying to work it through to that sort of backward point area, but went to defend in the end, and there's no run. But there's a few runs out there with this lovely slope, as we know here at Kent.
Yeah, I think absolutely what Gareth Roderick said, really, that if you get in, you can score runs, but you've got to be watchful. You've got to wait for the bad ball. You've got to let the ball come to you, as Ben was saying earlier.
Swanepoel in again. Debutant, and this one's off. Oh, this one came in a little bit, maybe surprised Jones a wee bit, but defended, and there's no run. And that Nackington Road end, you got this slope, haven't you, Frank, that people bang on about the slope at Lords, etc. But this slope here is something to behold, and as a batter, but also as a bowler, you've got to use it to your advantage.
Yeah, I think those that have played here a few times kind of know which end they'd rather bowl at. Somebody like Swanepoel won't have bowled here before yesterday, Still finding out.
Next delivery bowled and defended, and there's no run. Well, that over whizzed by, and it was a maiden over as well. So Swanepoel with a good start to his spell. You're right, you know, brand new ground, brand new team, brand new everything, and he's certainly brought the weather.
Yeah. Well, you'll see later in the day, I imagine, Nathan Smith, the Kiwi playing for Worcestershire, who's made a tremendous impression on us since he's arrived, and very, very similar. You know, uses expressions such as that about how much he's enjoying it, how much he wants to get stuck in. Obviously, he's been affected too by the tragedy of Josh Baker's passing, and that would have been quite difficult to cope with when you've only just joined a team. But he is a similar, absolutely busy cricketer, attacking bowler. Here's Everson into bowl to Hose, who plays up to mid-on, no run. Who's really, you know, aggressive and at the batsman and busy in the field. He's already been responsible for a couple of run-outs. Got runs in crucial times, in different situations. Just a tremendously committed cricketer who is just loving the opportunity to play county cricket, and he won't have played on this ground either, so it'll be interesting to see which end he prefers. Whereas one or two of the other seamers who've been around a bit, like Joe Leach, will know exactly where they want to bowl. Everson bowls short, and Hose cuts only a single. Man out there, Gilchrist on the cover boundary. Triple Nelson is up, 333 for 5 Worcestershire. Added 25 then this morning.
You a superstitious type of cricketer?
No, not really. Tried not to be. I've known one or two who were very, very superstitious. Everson bowls, and Jones is covering up. Plays defensively into the gully where Denley fields. And I've known one or two who deliberately do exactly the opposite of what you're supposed to do, just to prove that it's all a load of absolute rubbish. But in a way, that's being kind of just as superstitious as the superstitious people, isn't it? Because it's reverse superstition, isn't it?
That's almost sort of...
if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Leaning into the superstitions.
Yeah,
almost.
it is. It's weird, isn't it? But no, it never bothered me too much. Everson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Jones. I mean, what happens is a wicket goes down on Nelson. Everybody goes, "Oh look, Nelson struck," but of course they don't mention it the other 25 times that Nelson doesn't strike, because it just goes by. So no, not really.
And no hopping around, none of that.
No,
I mean,
no.
I used to go as far as put my left pad on first before my right, but that's hardly.
That's just a
over
habit.
Exactly, it feels wrong the other way around.
Yeah. Everson bowls, Jones drives nicely, but good bit of fielding at mid-off. Moving to his left by Swanepoel, behind the bowler, saves any run.
So maximum batting points, do you think that's the name of the game?
I think one more. I don't think they'll try and
how many overs have we got left?
We've only got 4 left, so yeah, just
So getting carried away, Frank.
ticking over towards that one more point, I think, which was the plan, I think. Everson bowls nicely, slower slightly, but Jones waits for it, drives through the covers, and keeps the strike. 334 for 5, so they need 16, don't they, off another 4 overs to get that extra batting point, and I think that will be in their minds, not wanting to be doing anything particularly drastic, but just make sure they pick up any 1s and 2s that are available, and if they do get a bad one, try and capitalise.
Being a little bit provocative, why not? You know, as the neutral in the box here, you know, winning the toss, batting first. I'll finish my provocative point in a moment. Next over starts. This one's defended very nicely by Jones, right behind that one, and there's no run. Swanepoel, by the way, coming in from the Lackington Road end. But yeah, being a little bit provocative in terms of looking at the conditions. There's barely any movement out there, quite frankly, for the bowlers. Beautiful pitch. I mean, I even wanted to don my whites today, coming in today. I mean, it is literally the day to put your pads on, put your whites on, and have a bat. Should they have been aiming for maximum points? I'll leave it out there for the moment. Oh, and this one's a bit short and wide, but kept a bit low. Bit of an odd delivery, but through to the keeper, very safe, and there's no. Or maybe Jones felt like he missed out there a little bit. But am I being too?
I think
over ambitious.
No, I think in an ideal world, yes, you would say we want to get 400 and 110. We've won the toss. It's a decent pitch. Maybe lacking a little bit of pace.
Next one in. This one's far more fuller and nicely driven, but straight to mid off, and there's no run.
But, and I don't want to labour the point, but nobody within the Worcestershire camp quite knew how yesterday was going to go, because emotionally they were a little bit all over the place. And they just wanted to do well yesterday. That was all. I don't think there was any more of a plan than that, really.
Next one's defended, goes to point, and there's no run. Quite right. And it's
they just wanted to go out and be a unit and not get rolled over or get smashed around the park. Or just go out, get back to business and do what they do and do it well. And the fact that they applied themselves so well, and there were odd changes to the batting order and whatever, it wasn't entirely straightforward. To be honest with you, I think they'd be more than happy with the way things have gone. In an ideal world, I think you're right, yeah.
Next delivery in, very full and driven straight to cover. Either side of that cover fielder, and either side of Joey Everson, and I think that would have been at least a couple up the hill, but straight to the fielder, no run. I think Rob Jones is, he's just still finding his way this morning, isn't he? He's, couple of nice strokes straight to the fielders, but no need to panic. Yeah, maybe I'm being provocative.
No,
is the right.
Right.
I think though, under the circumstances, fabulous day yesterday, but Kent did the business as well to a certain degree. Next one in, and this was very full and driven, a lovely on drive, and the chase is on. They take one, they take two, but save your legs, chaps, over the boundary rope and 4 runs. And that slightly spoiled a very good over there from Swanepoel, who had 5 dot balls and the 4 off the last ball of the over. But credit where it's due, a lovely on-driver. Frank, I know this is the first time we've spent some time in the commentary box. I love an on-drive, don't you?
Well, I love that. I love that from Rob Jones. And what I particularly like about that is that they need 4 and over, thinking for this point, and they're thinking that. And he's hit one good drive, but it hit straight to the fielder, and he's waited until that last ball, thinking, if I get that half volley, and he's got it, and he's not gone at it really hard, he's just let it come, played that beautiful straight drive, and then, as you say, still finding his feet. He should have batted 4 yesterday, really. So there were changes to the order that weren't necessarily planned, and that certainly will make him feel a bit. That was a great shot, wasn't it? It was as good as anything that we've seen in the whole innings, I think. Everson to Hose, short, and he loves a short one, Adam Hose, and he goes for it, looks to whack it over mid-wicket, and I reckon, if anything, he threw the shot a bit too early there.
I think his eyes lit up, didn't it?
And
I'll have that. Oh, whoops.
Played a bit too early. No great pace. And Everson, we both, Ben and I, thought bowled as well as anybody yesterday. Is probably the slowest of the Kent seamers, but bowled with control. But Hose was through it too soon. This one's full and driven, and they would have been struggling there with that single if Swanepoel had picked that ball up cleanly. They both went straight away. He went across to his left from mid-on behind the bowler, slid. If he'd have picked it up and got the throw away, Hose might have struggled, but he didn't gather it cleanly. A bit of urgency then in the running. 11 runs needed now for this next batting point. 2 overs after this in which to get them. Everson in to bowl to Jones, who drives nicely up to Drummond at mid-off. But it's already we're seeing kind of what we saw yesterday, Rita, which is the field is imaginative, if you like. The bowling is straight and patient, and the batsmen have had to work to get their runs. There hasn't been a lot to hit, and that's the kind of cricket we saw throughout the day yesterday. As Everson bowls, Jones taking on the pad, falling over this one a little bit. Looks at his bat as though he thinks he might have hit it. I think it was probably going down anyway. It was a kind of hopeful appeal rather than a really confident one. Umpire Ben Debenham not impressed. Score stays on 339 for 5. And Worcestershire have, what, 16 deliveries in which to get the 11 runs that they need for another point. Everson in again, bowls. Good delivery. Jones on the back foot, can't do much with it, just pushes it into the covers. Good over so far from Joey Everson, just the 1 run from it. And he has been pretty tidy, as his figures suggest. Picked up those 2 wickets last night. 2 for 45 so far as he nears the end of his 20th over. That's pretty good work, I think, from your 4th seamer. Moves away now from us. Striding in and bowls, and good accurate delivery again. Jones again is covering up. End of a tidy over from Joey Everson, just 1 run from it. And Worcestershire are 339 for 5. 2 overs left to get 11 runs to get another batting point.
That's certainly within their grasp, and it would be great for them to, Worcestershire, I think, deserve to tick over to another batting point. So where are we now? 339 for 5, Worcestershire, on this beautiful sunny day. We may repeat that, actually, that comment. 20 degrees, maybe 21 degrees down here in Canterbury. You mentioned a fan on his or her way to the St Lawrence Ground. Just a public service warning about the M25 closure. So if you're going around that bit of the M25, do look out for that. But there we go. Well, back to the cricket. You've missed nothing. Having a little chat before this, start of this next over.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where he's coming from. London, I think. So yeah.
Might be able to miss then.
Surprised he's not playing today. Actually, he's quite a keen cricketer. But anyway, we shall see. I'll find out when he gets here.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. This is I'm playing tomorrow personally. I can't wait. But there we go. What's going on here? A bit of a field change, and Zach Crawley from First Slip is also asking for. I think he might want to come off the next over. Had a bit of a chat with Zach Crawley actually as I came in. I have this reputation, Frank, actually not official, for just being a bit of a wanderer, and I almost sort of wandered into the sort of dressing room area.
Dressing room.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought I'd turn around, but I had a chat with Zach about the weather. You know, typical British type of conversation. Right, we're starting the next over, and the South African Swanepoel continues. Right arm over. In he comes past the umpire. Oh, this is up in the airish, but a beautiful drive off almost sort of 1 foot drive, and through the cover region and 3 for 4 runs. That was a shot of serious intent there from Adam Hose.
I think the thing about Adam Hose is that, well, you know, we've all seen him in white ball cricket play quite destructive innings all over the world, but if you say, well, you need 10 off 2 overs to get a point, he's not going to let it go. He's going to have a go for it, I think. And
it was slightly width. Exact, absolutely, yeah, on the same page. It's slight. I think he's just trying to pick off anything with a bit of width. He's all over it. Next ball in. This one's far more full and down leg side and turned off his hips, and that's yet another 4. Swanepoel has not got his line right here for this over. He had a 4 off the last ball of his previous over, and 2 falls off the first balls of this over. Not quite the line that he wanted. 2 for 7 for 5, and that next batting point is within sight.
Yeah, pressure suddenly relieved, isn't it? You're thinking 11 off 12 or whatever might be tough, and suddenly 2 boundaries. What Hose will want to do, I guess, is that once if that point is achieved, is then get back to proper batting mode.
Next ball in, full delivery, and this one's driven to mid off, but they go through for a single, so the pace of it was nicely done, so they went through for a single, 2 away from that batting point. Because
he's looking, you know, it would be great for him if he could turn this into a proper big one. As I say, he's not got a red ball 100 since moving to Worcestershire, and that's why he moved, because he wanted to play red ball cricket. And he won't have many better opportunities than this, but he won't want to throw it away in pursuing a point, as it were.
Swanepoel in again, driven. Oh, I'd say a miss there. I think the batter's doing the usual thing that we all good batters do of after the stroke go, nah, well, I left that one alone. But I think it was a bit of a moral victory to the bowler there.
Might have just done. Might have just nipped a little bit. Don't know. He was quite committed to the shot, wasn't he?
Bit of movement. He just feels like he's not. It's game. Two very different batters out there. Adam Hose, who's very much in the form of Somerset and Warwickshire batter, is on 71 from 129 balls. Next ball in. Full delivery to point, where I used to love fielding. Oh, I used to love it there, Frank. Where was your... you were a wicketkeeper, of course you were. So you didn't have to worry about where you wanted to be in the field. But you're always in the thick of things as a keeper.
Yeah, and if I wasn't keeping, I'd usually probably be in the cordon somewhere. But
nice to be in the thick of things, isn't it?
Yeah.
By the way, Frank Watson and myself, Rita Green, in the commentary box. Ben Watts will be here very shortly. He's just chilling out, literally, in this beautiful sunshine. And here comes Swanepoel again in. Full delivery, very full deliveries this over. Straight to cover. And Jones slightly misses out there. It's a full delivery, but straight to cover, and there is no run. So what was that? 8-9 off that over. They're 2 away, Worcestershire, from another batting point, and they've still got
1 over.
1 over to go. So 6 balls to get 2 runs. I think it's within reach. Nothing silly needed here, Frank.
No, I think we're going to see a bowling change. I think Matt Parkinson.
Oh,
keep calling him Callum.
Well, they are
Freudian
twins, aren't they?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Matt Parkinson's going to bowl. So the helmet has been brought out for Harry Finch. He's going to stand up to the stumps. Parkinson bowled well yesterday. He bowled imaginatively. He bowled round the wicket. 22 overs, no means 2 for 79. I mentioned that I was talking to 1 or 2 of the Worcestershire batsmen last night, and they were just saying how he just bowled so slowly. They just really struggled. That he just bowled incredibly slowly. Bowled it right up above the eye line. Quite brave. And he picked up a couple of important wickets. Got Kashif Ali caught behind, and then he got Brett D'Oliveira caught at slip. And they're going to tease Worcestershire. They need 2 for this batting point. He's going to be bowling to Adam Hose. 1 over in which to get those 2 runs. And he's got 1 slip, and he's got 1 man on the drive at short extra. And now a man coming across from backward point to go on the drive at short mid-wicket. So he's inviting Hose to give himself a little bit of room and look to steer it behind square on the offside. There's no man there. There's a man out on the boundary. So he needs to get it quite full, Parkinson. Comes in round the wicket, and Hose, well, responds in the modern fashion and brings up that batting bonus point because he plays a reverse sweep paddle to a ball that actually was pitched well outside leg stump. But he played it expertly, kept it down, and the 2 runs that were required have been achieved. Worcestershire have that batting bonus point. It's 350 for 5, and Hose now has 73. And he can go back to playing more conventionally, and he just gets in behind this one and tucks it away on the leg side for a single. 351 for 5. Ben Watts just doing a bit of housekeeping.
Ben Watts, you're a star.
Good to see a local radio correspondent who is so house proud. Ben's just cleaning a bit of guano off the window of our commentary box here.
And it's positioned in completely the wrong place.
Parkinson over the wicket, bowls, and down the pitch comes Jones and smashes that straight down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. And lovely little habit that Jones has that you'll see throughout the day if he stays in, is that when he hits a boundary, he always then completes the run, always jogs down to the other end and taps his bat in. The Craig's talking of superstitions, but that was a lovely shot. He used his feet really nicely. First ball that Parkinson's bowled to him, and he's just whacked it over the top for 4. 355 for 5. And these 2 within a couple of runs of a 50 partnership for the 6th wicket. Parkinson bowls again. Jones gives himself room and cuts. He's very light on his feet, Rob Jones. It might just suit him a little bit more, this. and he gets in behind that, cuts it away on the offside for another single, which takes him on to 18. 356 for 5. Parkinson round the wicket again to Hose. Just moves in now. Just 3 or 4 paces and bowls. Throws that one up, and Hose goes for the drive. And I wonder if he's got a nick to that, because Harry Finch has not taken it cleanly, and Matt Parkinson has really buried his head in his hands. It might just be the shot, it might just be disappointment, but threw it up a long, long way. It's quite unusual to see this kind of bowling these days, I think. He's in again, bowls, and again it's really nicely bowled, slowly thrown up above the eye line, and Hose just waits for it, pushes it out on the offside. It's good over that from Matt Parkinson. Worcestershire got the runs they needed to get the bonus point, but he asked a couple of questions, and it's interesting to say the least when he bowls. A bit more interesting than what we've seen with the seamers hitting their lines and lengths and the batsmen finding it difficult to get the ball away. So good stuff from Matt Parkinson. Worcestershire have got the batting bonus point. Rob Jones has 18, Adam Hose has 74, and after a few more words, it will be from Rita, it will be Ben back in here, and I'll go and sit by the fan for a bit.
Thank you, Frank. And later on when we're chatting together, otherwise known as cricket commentary, I want to talk about New Road and what a special place that is to watch and of course play as well. Was there a little slither of a chance of a caught behind there in that last over? We'll never know. I'm doing it now. Matt Parkinson was looked a little bit disappointed, but end of the over, 3-5-6 for 5, so an extra batting point for Worcestershire, and looks like Rob Jones has got his eye in here a little bit. The 28-year-old, born in Warrington, former Lancashire player, of course, and he's looking at mid-wicket quite a lot here. Let's see what he wants to do here. This one's full delivery from Swanepoel, and there's no run as it's defended to cover. And welcome back, Ben Watts. Hi, Ben.
Hello, hello.
Thank you so much for cleaning off the window.
Oh, no worries.
That bit of muck, which was right in the eye line, isn't it?
It
Thank
really
you so
was.
much. If people were wondering what I was on about, we were on about that, yeah, in terms of the housekeeping. But
yeah, think about what happens to the windows of your car. And I was trying to clean our commentary box window of something that can get in the way of your view.
So Bears Swanepoel, let's tell you about him in a moment. Here he comes in the next delivery. This one's slightly wider and left alone by Jones, who wanted none of that. So 26-year-old.
Yeah, South African. I think many Kent fans are learning about him as this week progresses, really, with the fact that he's not really played, well, he hasn't played any international cricket. He's been involved in A squads, but those that watch a bit of the SAT20 stuff will know about him. Did actually get a tweet from Tim yesterday, which I'll go to.
Multi-format cricketer, isn't he? In all forms. Very excited to be here. The next one, defend, and there's no run. It's really nice to see an interview like that, Ben. I mean, we see a lot of interviews, don't we? You do a lot of interviews, and I do a fair few as well in other worlds. Anyway, but you know, they're not always that excited. But it was actually quite nice to see a cricketer go, you know, I love it.
Just want to come over here and play loads of cricket, and all rounder, fast medium bowler as we've seen, but fancies a bat on this pitch at some point.
Past the umpire, and this one's off the back foot and punched into the gap between point and cover, and they go through for a single because there's a man in the deep. Joey Everson, one more to the total, and 50-run partnership is up. 25 to Hose and 19 to Jones, so reasonably balanced in that respect. But yeah, how do you think he'll fit into the squad, and not just in the multi-day game, but also the shorter format as well? Yeah, so
just referring to the tweet I had from Tim yesterday, Tim Dale Lace on Twitter, saying Swanepoel's home pitch in South Africa also lacks pace like this one we're perhaps seeing. So
next one in, and slightly squared up Hose, but defended nicely, and there's no run.
Yeah, so
he's used to this.
Saying he is used to it to an extent, but maybe not quite something as flat. I think perhaps there would be a little bit more bounce back in South Africa. This says the lack of any kind of bounce is something that our bowlers struggle with. So that's obviously where I had that thought from. Reading Tim's tweet already, so in terms of the bounce.
Nice insight though. Next one comes in, this one's defended. Oh, but squirted out to mid-wicket, and there is one more to the total.
So here he says, I expect him to do well batting on similar pitches, and then especially in the blast. So he's effectively playing this game instead of Grant Stewart in that number 8 role, all-rounder role for Kent. I guess they've selected him hoping that he'll have a bit more wicket-taking prowess. And as you say, if you look at his numbers across all formats, it's very good. Averages less than 20 with a ball in red ball cricket. So yeah, maybe not going to get something loads out of this pitch in terms of life, but he's certainly going to run in and work hard for the team. Yes, indeed, and Worcestershire have moved their overnight score onto 358 for 5, and they've picked up an extra batting bonus point in the process, so no wickets so far on day 2 for Kent. Adam Hose there on 75 not out, and Rob Jones has joined him on 19. In the previous over, there was a possible caught behind chance that we couldn't quite tell whether or not Hose had nicked it, but certainly Matt Parkinson's reaction suggested he may well have. So Parkinson, the leg spinner, now are trying to bring about a wicket for Kent. Just to look at the scores elsewhere, also in Division 1, Surrey taking on Warwickshire. They've bowled them out for 343 at the Oval and a 13 without loss, the home side in reply. And then in Division 2, Glamorgan 75 for 4, Sussex making 278 all out, but they've started well with the ball. Commentary of all of those matches is available via the BBC Sport app and website. So Parkinson continuing. I feel like the line just has flickered both times I've done an update so far today, but it's been fine other than that. So there we go. Here's his one defended away into the onside. While I'm talking about scores elsewhere, Northamptonshire will now bat against Gloucestershire after the visitors were all out for 409. So that's the other game in Division 2. Parkinson bowling and peeling here, but only half-heartedly as the ball drops away behind the stumps. Who's looking to get innovative? Just a slip in play as Parkinson bowls to him again. So when the ball has dropped out to a deeper long on position and off the back foot, the ball is crunched in his direction by Hose, and that's a slight misfield from the South African, which will allow the Worcestershire batter back for 2 to take the score into 360 for 5. Notts are 23 for 1, having bowled out Lancashire for 331. Nice to see Saqib Mahmood back in the team and in the wickets. As that one turns sharply and keeps low, and Hose backed away deep into his crease. Almost T20 style, getting that front leg well out of the way. So he was almost chest on to Parkinson as it gripped down the slope and kept pretty low. So in the end, he didn't manage to
spun a mile,
get particularly near hitting the ball.
Yeah.
So 385 for 5, the Hampshire score against Durham. And they're now beyond the point of any further batting bonus points. Tom Press with 85 there, but I guess slow progress for them at Southampton, similar to Worcestershire here possibly, in terms of the run rates and the slightly slow pitches. Just to say, of course, later on, the first international match of the summer with England taking on Pakistan at Edgbaston. And I don't believe certainly no Kent involvement in that one. Tammy Beaumont's in the squad for the one day, as not the T20s.
Brilliant batter. The way that she brilliant wristy batter.
Yeah,
for all those young batters out there. Right, driven very nicely, but just to the right. No, let's make it the left of Wes Agar at mid-off, and there's no run.
His left, you're right.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Sometimes it can be a bit too challenging to understand left and rights. But no, going back to the T20 later on at Edgbaston, no Nat Siver Brunt, which with the T20 World Cup coming up in October, want to keep an eye on that. It's wonderful. And beaten is Jones. Nice delivery there from Swanepoel, who's been knocked around a couple of last overs actually, so he'll be looking to make sure he gets good line and length there.
Just
yeah.
to stay as well, there's a Kent women's game going on in the London Championship today.
Indeed, at Beckenham, right?
Yes, Kent at 87 for 1 against Surrey. Then that's been a pretty good batting track all week. Sophia Dunkley got 130 for the Stars on it and was on the losing team. To sum up how good a batting wicket that's been this week.
It's wonderful in, and this one's just tucked into the onside towards square leg, and they go through for a very easy single. 3-6-1 for 5. That, I mean, that's harsh. You hit a proper ton.
Yeah, that's a big ton, and you still end up on the losing team. But I think it was 3 runs possibly. But yeah, 87 for 1 Kent at the moment. Megan Sturge, the opener, is on 43, not out.
Oh, we had so many good ding-dongs against Kent. So I used to play for Berkshire many, many years ago, but I'm a Kent girl, actually. I did grow up round here, but Kent against Surrey, that's a bit of a tasty one. Here comes Swanepoel again, very full delivery, driven, but not off the meat of the bat, and there's no run. Yeah, Kent, Surrey, I don't know if they feel this way necessarily, because they probably have some big games every week nowadays, but there's certain ones that you look out for. The brilliant Charlotte Edwards, Lottie, she used to play for Kent. And actually she lives around Berkshire nowadays, so that's
slightly ironic.
Yeah, exactly. I reminded her actually for those ding-dong battles we had, but happy times. Anyway, next delivery is defended, there's no run. I feel like I'm getting into the granny stage of reminiscing about these players, but you know, when you've got Charlotte Edwards has a cup named after her, she's a brilliant coach nowadays, you've got to be reminded that these players, they were absolutely fabulous. When she drove the ball, it firmly went to the boundary rope. She used to bowl a bit as well for Kent.
Yeah, that's true.
Less of a sort of repertoire, but decent bowler. This one's defended, and there's no run. This is a nice tight over, just a single so far. In fact, the end of the over, 3-6-1 for 5. And yeah, back to Beckenham. You know, we're 50 over again today. You know that's probably going to be a big score, and if it's not, you're probably going to be picked off. So, yeah, in the sunshine here, as a batter, you're in for a decent day, hopefully. Are you off, Ben?
I'm just going to get my sunglasses.
Okay, all right. You're very snazzy sunglasses as well. So where are we in the game? So Jones, 20 from 53. A very sort of watchful innings so far. Adam Hose on 77. I think Frank was on the page that he's probably looking for a big one today. Adam Hose, that's 6'4" batter. Very tall batter. Big reach as well. The start of the next over.
So Parkinson from the pavilion end, round the wicket, swept away. A good tumbling stop by Wes Agar, moving away to his right. Yeah, actually got these sunglasses off a website that rhymes with Bayer's Swanepoel's first name. Slightly.
Yeah.
For 10 quid, so it was a good little bargain actually. As Parkinson bowls. It was just turned away into the onside. It'll be single out towards deep mid wicket. Although I was actually chatting to a couple of Kent fans when I got out of my car earlier on, and I knocked them off my head, and one of the sort of arms of the sunglasses fell off, so I had to try and knock it back in place. So yeah, it turns out if you buy cheap sunglasses, they fall apart. So here comes Parkinson, pushed away into the offside.
No, like 'em, Ben. Bit of colour, like it. Yeah, it's annoying though when you buy a new pair. But then again, if you had ruined them, even so close to buying them, then not too much lost.
Yeah.
Many a sunglasses I've sat on.
That's why I tend to only buy cheap ones, because if you break them, they at least you didn't spend too much. That's a half a pull strike by Hose, and he's picked the gap brilliantly, because there's fielders out there at long leg and deep square leg, and that one, he was perhaps shaping up for the ball to turn more than it did and had to adjust on the shot, but still manages to find fantastic timing and to pick the gap between the two fielders.
Parkinson's trying to find those bowlers' marks nicely, but got that one wrong.
Yeah, he's trying to use those footprints, isn't he?
Yeah, and there's plenty of them to aim for, and hence he's come around this angle. Yesterday we were talking about the angles of Parkinson, but yeah, got that one slightly wrong.
Yeah.
That's life.
Yeah, I guess yesterday, as he's in again, he was really angling it across the right-hander as this one's defended away by Hose, because he knew there wasn't a lot of turn. He was trying to find alternative ways to get the wickets. But today he's trying to pitch it and land it in that rough, as Rita describes, of the bowlers from the far end, and get it to turn sharply down the slope. But actually that also is giving him kind of less leeway for mistakes in a way. It's inviting the opportunity perhaps for the Worcestershire batters to either sweep, because they could go for a big sweep shot and miss it and it won't be out LBW. Or they can go deep in their crease like Hose has done there and kind of play for the turn.
Sorry, but yeah, I thought Parkinson bowled with absolute patience yesterday, didn't he? You know, he's been brought to Kent from Lancashire to almost sort of hold up one end, isn't he? And he's playing that part. Former England player, of course, with that one test against, I think it was New Zealand, wasn't it? 2022. Feels like a while back now, but.
Yeah, a bit more cricket and white ball, I guess, for England. But
yes,
like you say,
true.
he's certainly an experienced cricketer, and actually coming into this Kent dressing room, you know, he is viewed as, you know, the ex-international quality bowler at county level who can do a job from one end. Whereas in the Lancashire dressing room, and we had a chat previously about how he almost felt like his voice wasn't heard because there were so many experienced guys in there.
Everson in from the Nackington Road end. This versatile cricketer. First ball is a dot ball, no run.
Yeah, it feels like he has more of a say and more
leadership role as well.
Yeah, I think so. And more advice is sought of him in this Kent dressing room. And actually, I guess that's the benefit of someone like Matt Parkinson, who has been a Lancashire player for forever, to move to a different county and experience that different environment in the dressing room and take up a slightly more prominent role.
And Everson switch ends here. Nackington Road and down the slope in. And this one's short and wide and sort of cut, not convincingly at all, and goes to Zach Crawley, who's at a very deep first slip. But it looks deep because Finch is up to the stumps, and I think this is a really good move. You want to make sure you keep the batter under pressure here, Jones, he's been rolling along. He's not been convincing in his actions this morning with the bat, but pressure on the batter here with the wicket up to the stumps. In and bowls is Everson, but this one's just down leg, the line not quite there, but nicely played by Jones. They take a single, man in the deep, one more to the total, 3, 6, 7 for 5. Right then, Lancashire last weekend.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, that was
good fun.
Yeah, it was a good few days. Yeah, absolutely. I think Kent went into that probably expecting to draw. They hadn't won at Old Trafford since 1997, when the now head coach was opening the batting. I don't ever remember seeing Matt Walker open the batting. He was always a mid-order player.
Batting? Wow.
Yeah.
Everson in, right-handed bowler. And this was nicely driven as a chase on. And Wes Agar is round there, but also the man in the deep, sort of deep cover area. And they go through for a couple. Nicely played, but up the hill, that was never quite going to make it to the boundary rope with that pace. Couple more to the total, 3, 6, 9 for 5.
Yeah, and obviously sometimes they hadn't been in the same division. A couple of times they played at Liverpool, I think, and one elsewhere. So it wasn't 20 odd occasions. I think it was nearer sort of 13, 14 since they'd actually won there. But it's a ground where generally there's a lot of draws.
Everson in. Medium pace and down leg side again. They go through for a single. Yeah, it was nice. So last Sunday, no, it was Monday, wasn't it? Get my days all muddled up. I was watching the rain tumble down at Lord's. In fact, quite a few of us were, which was the most miserable day. It almost could have been called off as I was coming into the ground in the morning. It was just one of those days, and I was watching the feed with you guys.
Yeah, it was glorious in Manchester
and
on
it was
Monday.
Beautiful, absolute, and there was absolute envy. So there was quite a few of us huddled around the screen watching that one. Everson in and bowls, very full delivery from the light-haired bowler with 33 on his back. And you know what, Joey Everson, I always think about him as being older than he is. He's only 22 years old, born in Peterborough, previously under 19 international as well for England, and he really plays a good role, doesn't he, for Kent, with the bat and the ball and in the field as well. I like the cut of his jib and all of that. End of the over, by the way, 370 for 5. I'm Rita Green, if you're wondering who I am. or maybe not, alongside the voice of Kent cricket. Do you call yourself that?
Well,
Self-branded? Ben Watts. There's two of you, is Matt Cole as well?
Matt Cole and I share it, yeah.
Okay,
so
shared. But certainly today.
One half of the... And then you've got Steve Watts on the tannoy here, whose voice is pretty well known as well. So
okay, I won't brand you with that.
Yeah,
then
maybe between the three of us, between two Watts and Matt Cole.
Two Watts. That's true. Related?
No, we're not. No, although
sure?
He has a son by the same name as me. So yeah, that's 370 for 5. Worcestershire has Parkinson around the wicket. Ooh, attempted little paddle shot, but then Hose almost pulled out of it as it goes through to Harry Finch behind the stumps.
Such slow action, flight rather of the ball. He's really getting the batter to think every ball here, isn't he?
Here he comes once again from around the wicket. Forward comes Hose. Yeah, we were having a joke before the start of play that you didn't get mistook for Isha Gua today, like you did on your...
That's right. So this is coming, oh, by the way, to the Arctic conditions of, was it 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, when everyone was wearing a snood?
It was a lot colder when you were last here. Here comes Parkinson and bowls. That's very loopy, tossed up and then slapped through the covers for 4 by Adam Hose. Really waited for that perfectly. And there you go. You might be able to hear that Frank has just told us that it's Hose's highest score in first-class cricket for Worcestershire. So he will now very much be thinking about 12 more runs. But I thought he did extremely well to keep that all along the ground and to get it out to the boundary.
He really waited for it as well, with these loopy, slow deliveries from Parkinson as a batter. You've got to wait for the ball, and nicely played.
Parkinson just trying to draw the batter out on a flat surface and get them to make a mistake, but Hose again hits this all along the ground for a single to move on to 89. The score for Worcestershire, 375 for 5. This first passage of play was always going to be important for them, coming back on day 2, having lost 2 late wickets last night, but actually they've negotiated it really well. And Kent haven't been able to make any inroads as Parkinson. Jones comes down the pitch and it goes over the top of mid-off. And away for 4 more runs, so mid-off, which I think is Hamid Kadri, the sub-fielder. Yeah, it is indeed. Jones happy to go up against his former Lancashire colleague and use his feet. These two will have no doubt faced one another a fair bit in the nets over the years. So good little battle possibly. 26 Jones moves to, cuts him away out towards backward point. That will be the end of the over. 379 for 5. So yes, nobody mistook you for Isha Gua today. And yeah, just in terms of Joey Everson.
Annoyingly. She's at least, I think, 12, 13 years younger than me. I did play with Isha, by the way, many times for Berkshire.
But you were happy with
Reading.
The comparison last time.
Oh, I loved it. Loved a bit of that. And I'm sorry I'm not as quite frankly, a pretty intelligent. And I mean, she's a superstar. I think yesterday, was it the day before, she was interviewing the absolutely, we talk about legends, the legend that is Sachin Tendulkar. So look, yeah, looky-likey maybe but you need to go to a certain optician to get your eyes checked out. But thank you for that comparison. I loved it. Everson in the new over. First ball down leg side a little bit, but nicely tucked into the leg side by Adam Hose, who's into the 90s. Let's not call it the nervous 90s, because these are pros. They know what they're doing here, but he'll be looking for 10 more to get it to 3 figures. Yeah,
he looks confident at the moment, doesn't he? And yeah, just in terms of Joey Everson, I had to double check myself yesterday and look up how old he was, because I was thinking, he's still only 22.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a really fantastically promising young cricketer.
Does he go under the radar maybe sometimes? Here, another ball from Everson, and this one's driven, nicely placed by Jones through to the man in the deep and sort of deep cover area. They go through for a single. Is he under the radar, or is that being a bit unfair? I don't know. But every time I have the privilege to watch Kent against anyone, I always think that he's normally in the squad, normally in the starting 11. And I think he just plays that role really nicely.
And I think maybe you're right. I think possibly he is a little bit under the radar. I think.
Next ball coming in. shorter and not quite picked out there by Hose. Oh, he'll feel like he missed out there. Got into position to try and pull that into, and there's plenty of room down the leg side for at least an easy single. Missed out there a little bit. He's rehearsing the stroke.
I think maybe if he'd have even got it perfect, might have picked the gap between the two fielders. It's a fairly shortish boundary, so yeah, he picked the length up pretty quickly, and then, like you say, got into position. Maybe just took his eye off it last minute.
Next ball. This one's left alone straight to the keeper Finch, who's up to the wickets, and no run.
But yeah, I think Joey Everson, certainly Notts, there's a few Notts fans who tweet me quite often saying they're pretty gutted that he got let go and they really rate him highly. So yeah, I think there are county cricket fans out there who are aware of him and know how good he could be, but possibly because he hasn't played loads of T20 cricket, isn't necessarily a name that's out there just yet.
Next ball comes in. Oh, and a shout for LB. A big shout. The decision is not out.
Oh, that was almost Stuart Broad-esque.
Yes.
Appealing from Joey Everson. He looked convinced that that was out. He was almost appealing on the run and ready to celebrate. So
I'd like to see that one again,
he'll have to be a little bit careful there in terms of the umpire. Just looked like he might have turned around and had a word with Bell Drummond, the captain, about the manner of that appeal possibly, and any possible disagreement from the bowler that should have been given. So Hose on 90,
yeah,
gets a life.
Looks really disappointed. Everson, here he comes in again. What's he going to bowl this time? This one's a full delivery and a shout again, and this one's given this time! A very full delivery to Adam Hose, who is on 90. LBW is the decision. The ball before was a tight call and was not out, but that one is given. And Everson, for all his hard work this morning, has bowled really well. And Adam Hose, I'm sure he'll be disappointed not to make it three figures, but a fantastic 90, great knock from the Worcestershire batter. And out for 90, 3-8-1 for 6.
Yeah, really fine knock for his team. And I think that final batting bonus point for Worcestershire is pretty much Adam Hose's, because he managed to help them up the tempo in this game last night and then has negotiated an hour and 25 minutes this morning and really held this middle order together. Obviously, Gareth Roderick made a really good partnership with him as the day went on yesterday. And then a fine stand with Rob Jones to kick off day 2 here. So, yeah, Worcestershire 381 for 6. But Adam Hose has played a really pivotal role. Best ever score now for Worcestershire. Real shame that he hasn't got a 100, because I think he certainly would have deserved it. Just looking back on the couple of replays, they almost look identical to me. I can see why Joey Everson was slightly annoyed about the first one. I wasn't sure if that second one, I heard two noises, but maybe it was pad first. There was little hesitation from the umpire. So credit again to Joey Everson, because you know, quite a few of the more senior Kent bowlers have struggled to look like a wicket threat on this pitch. But from that Nackington Road end, he's got a couple of batters out LBW now by just bowling with a slight angle, getting a little bit of nip down the slope possibly. But full and straight, and you know, he removed Roderick, removed one of the stumps of Gareth Roderick last night, and you know, just the value of bowling it on the stumps. Joey Everson has really proven that today. So yeah, credit to him. 3rd wicket for him. He now has 3 for 51. Worcestershire 381 for 6 as the new batter comes out, and it is the West Indian all-rounder Jason Holder, who I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing play in this game, because he is without doubt an entertainer and a class talent. As Jones faces up to Parkinson, then the two former Lancashire colleagues resume their head-to-head. It's pushed away towards Joey Everson at extra cover.
I was watching him warm up this morning, Holder. 6'7". Wow.
He's a big lad. Around the wicket goes Parkinson. Oh, there's the reverse. In fact, it's a complete switch hit from Rob Jones to his old mate, and he's only getting one for that because there's a fielder out at deep point. Feels like quite a risky, I don't know, is it a risky shot these days? They play it a lot, certain batters, don't they? But there was a lot of movement going on to then only hit the ball for one.
Yeah, seemed like a controlled shot in the end, but when they go wrong, you do think, oh, was that the right decision? You had to pull it back, to take it rather, from quite far outside leg. But here's Jason Holder, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see Matt Parkinson lob up a couple of really big moon balls early on to Holder here to see if he has a bite. He drives pleasantly, though, here to this one, up towards Jack Leaning, who's been posted out at long off. There was a bit of flight. It wasn't quite as loopy as perhaps I would have liked there from Matt Parkinson, just to really try and entice Holder into an early stroke. But that was pleasantly played, sensibly played.
Big breaking news coming up, by the way, and I'll be leaving for Frank in a few moments' time.
Oh, this is the rumours that were emerging last night, isn't it? There's the reverse again from Rob Jones, and it was a low full toss in the end, and he's slightly top-edged it over the top of Bell Drummond at slip. And away for two. They've run that pretty well in the end, so Jones now moves to 30. 385 for 6 Worcestershire.
Yeah, the England bowler, James Anderson, has confirmed that he will retire from international cricket this summer. Yeah, the 41-year-old, 41-year young, we'll call him that, England leading wicket taker, is going to retire from international cricket this summer. Is it breaking news? Is it surprising news? Probably not, but what a bowler. And
yeah, I think certainly in the last 24 hours it's been a surprise to see that emerge, possibly, as Parkinson bowls. Sweep shot again from Jones out towards long leg for a single.
Yeah, plenty to discuss on Jimmy Anderson. I think he'd be playing for Burnley Cricket Club for the rest of his life. Oh. So wouldn't you love to play against or for Burnley?
Or with,
amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, got this guy. Apparently he's done a bit in the past.
Yeah.
And
do you think he'd open the batting and the bowling?
Yes, he's got better with a bat with age, isn't he? I think. Yeah.
What number would he bat in club cricket? That would be interesting. Here's Parkinson to Holder. That goes past the outside edge as the tall West Indian jumped on the front foot, and it just turned slowly past the outside edge. Thank you to Rita Green, who will be back with us after lunch. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester will rejoin myself, Ben Watts, from BBC Radio Kent. And yeah, Jimmy Anderson, get your thoughts into us on Twitter at Rita Green UK, at Frank Watson 58, at BBC Kent Sport, or at Ben Watts Sport. You can send in an email as well, kentcricket@gmail.com. It's one of those, it's a similar situation in a way to Darren Stevens at Kent a few years ago, where it was announced that he was going to leave. Kent had pretty much decided that, right, we need to move on from Darren Stevens. He's going to not play in the T20 team. We're going to get rid of him, bring in some younger guys, give them an opportunity. And then he went and he got 10 wickets at Trent Bridge, hit a double ton against Yorkshire, and they thought, actually, maybe we've been a bit hasty. And then they loaned him out to Derbyshire in the T20 1 year. And then within 2 years, he was back in the Kent T20 team and winning the entire blast for them. And then obviously had that one-day cup win after that as well. So defended away off the back foot by Jones as Everson continues from the Nackington Road end. So sometimes when you tell these cricketers that they're done, they have another opinion. So there was reports last night about Brendan McCullum saying to Jimmy Anderson, look, we need to look to the future. So now that's been confirmed that Jimmy Anderson has perhaps accepted that opinion and said he will call it a day this summer, Frank, which is end of an era, really.
Absolutely.
This is a full delivery from Joey Everson, played up towards mid-on. I mean, was it early 2000s that James Anderson made his England debut?
Yeah, I would say 2001, something like that, I think. Off the top of my head.
Yeah, just double checking it. It was 2002 ODI debut in December of 2002 against Australia as Everson bowls. Oh, there's a chop from Jones past Finch, going for the cut shot which is bypassed the stumps and down towards long leg. And he gets a couple of runs for it, so a little bit fortunate there, Jones, but Everson continuing with that tight line. And yeah, what does he need? Something like 9 wickets this summer to go past Shane Warne, I think, for Test match dismissals. James Anderson, it's been quite the career for the Lancashire seamer. Internationally, that's going to come to an end this summer. We're hearing as it's defended away by Jones. Back up the pitch to Everson, or certainly being reported on the BBC Sport website, where you can find the County Cricket Live blog, of course. Coverage of all the matches going on, commentary of all the matches.
There is an assumption that this is happening against his will, I think, and I'm not entirely sure that will be the case. You know, he might have wanted these negotiations himself to manage this kind of retirement, for all we know.
Here comes Joey Everson in and bowling. Jones drives up towards mid-on. Actually, there is some quotes from Anderson after England have, or either he or England have released a statement. He says,
yeah.
I'm going to miss walking out for England so much, but I know the time is right to step aside and let others realise their dreams, just like I got to, because there is no greater feeling.
Yeah.
And I was saying this to somebody last night, that in terms of perhaps the opposition England are playing this summer, they want to look ahead to the next Ashes. Maybe now is the time where you need to blood a few younger seamers. As it's played off the back foot by Jones, up towards mid-on, where Daniel Bell-Drummond is situated. And 388 for 6. We saw, obviously, Josh Tongue breaking into that England Test team. There are some other former Worcestershire guys who have moved to Notts that might be trying to be the next cab off the rank, be the next Jimmy Anderson. Obviously, there's likes of Matty Potts and Sam Cook.
Yeah.
The Essex seamer is yet to go at international level, who have the ability to as well. So
80 runs added then here today by Worcestershire this morning.
They've
For
batted
the
well.
loss of 1 wicket, Adam Howe's out for 90. His highest score for Worcestershire, beating the 85 he made at Hove last year. Parkinson starts a new over bowling to Jason Holder. Tall man, reaches forward, plays that back up the pitch, no run.
Yeah, Kent would have come into this one thinking, after last night, if we can take a few early wickets, then they'll might be able to fight their way back into this game, but Worcestershire have managed it really nicely so far on day 2.
Parkinson again bowls and Holder drives. Bowler does his own fielding and there's no run. Howe's out then, as I say, for 90. He hasn't got 100 for Worcestershire, and he would have been gutted, I'm sure. Got away with one the ball before, big shout for LBW, and then Joey Everson disappointed with that one. Got his man next ball. Parkinson bowls again to Holder, who again is leaning forward and almost waiting for this off the pitch. Parkinson bowling quite old-fashioned leg spin here, quite slow, above the eye line. And Holder is forward and pushing out on the offside.
It's a good description, actually, because so often we see spinners these days ball quite quick and really try and put revs on the ball, and he is a bit of a throwback in that sense.
He is. He's the sort of bowler that he used to play against in club cricket when I was a lad. This one again is outside the off stump, pushed away by Holder. The difference being that when you faced leg spinners like this in amateur cricket, they didn't have this level of control that Parkinson has. Bowls slowly, throws the ball up, but he doesn't drag it down once and over, which is what you used to look for in those days, really. Bowled pretty tidily in this innings so far, coming up to the end of his 28th over. 2 for 108 so far. Bowls, and Holder is forward, just pushing that one out on the onside. It's a very tidy over, a maiden from Parkinson, his first. 28 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 108. The only concern I would think for Worcestershire now, if concern is the right word, is that having lost Hose, who was the dominant partner in that partnership of 74 for the 6th wicket with Jones, who's 33 not out, without having perhaps been at his fluent best, that they lose impetus now in this period before lunch. Interesting bowling change.
Joe Denley is going to have a go from the Nackington Road end. Haven't seen him at all in this game with the ball yet.
but he's not the worst leg spinner.
No, he's a decent part-time leg spinner, Joe Denley. Not many people who've got a hat-trick and 100 in the same T20 game. But Joe Denley is that man. And he's going to come and bowl his leg spin here to Jones. Drives out towards Everson at cover. Still got Waite, Smith and Gibbon to come, Worcestershire. So even with Leach going up the order as the night watcher last night, still got batting to come. This one driven firmly by Jones, scurries through for a single up towards Agar at a deepish mid-off. They're not all the way back on the rope, almost inviting the hit over the top if Worcestershire want to take it on. So Denley to Holder. Just a big flourish of those long arms to drive up towards that deep mid-off fielder once again. That bat just looks tiny in his hands, doesn't it? Almost looks like he's leaning on a small twig that he's picked up on an afternoon stroll, Jason Holder. So it's defended by Jones back to the bowler. He's got 34 from 75 deliveries, 390 for 6. The visitors as Denley bowls. Oh, and that's an opportunity because Jones charged Denley, looking to swing it away over the top of mid-on or into the leg side, and he missed everything.
Got a nick on it, I think.
Oh, he got a little nick on it. So that's possibly what helped him avoid the stumping.
Inside edge, I think, yeah. That was a real heave, wasn't it?
It was a bit of a hack. So yeah, my initial thought was that's a missed stumping, but actually it was would have been a caught behind opportunity. So hard luck for Joe Denley. Jones going to 37, a slip in play. Holder pleasantly driving into the covers. End of the over. So the Denley change almost bringing about a wicket for Kent, but Jones, courtesy of that inside edge, managed to avoid, well, caught behind, but also avoid a stumping, having charged down the wicket. 393 for 6.
Beautiful day here at Canterbury. Ground bathed in sunshine. Hardly any, even the wispiest of clouds, almost not apparent. Did you pick up anything about the Northern Lights last night, Ben?
I've seen quite a few photos actually.
Apparently,
yeah.
In Worcester, it was phenomenally visible.
Yeah, I've seen a few
I've
friends.
Seen all sorts of photos from people in their back gardens in Worcester saying that it was an incredible light show. The most visible Northern Lights in Worcester for many years.
Yeah, and I think here in Kent as well, across the UK.
Parkinson bowls and Jones is out. Fretting as he has been, came down the pitch and went for a big drive and missed it, and well, I think was caught behind, but I'm not entirely sure.
Caught at first slip. Yeah.
I saw the celebrations, didn't see exactly where the ball had gone. Forgive me, we're quite a long way away. I saw him walking and a lot of players around. I knew he was out, couldn't quite see how, but he's edged Parkinson to first slip, so he's gone the same way as D'Oliveira did, although in different style, trying to use his feet, coming down the pitch, giving himself a bit of room, going for the drive and edging through to first slip. So well bowled, Matt Parkinson, his 3rd wicket, and Worcestershire lose Rob Jones, who played well but never really looked entirely comfortable.
Yeah, and Rita kind of alluded to that, didn't she? And I've just seen the replay of the previous over actually, and it was outside off stump from Denley, and it was a big inside edge and a big drag from Jones past the wicketkeeper actually. So yeah, certainly not a stumping opportunity or a caught behind opportunity, but yeah, that one going for the big flash, looking to knock it over the top of cover towards the shorter deep extra cover boundary, and Bell Drummond barely moved at slip, actually. It just was one of those that just went straight in the breadbasket, nice and slowly to him off the outside edge. And Parkinson gets his old Lancashire colleague out and has his 3rd wicket in the innings.
Yeah, and he's done well. And comes in now to bowl to the new batsman, who is Matthew Waite, former Yorkshire all-rounder, and he's forward and pushes this back up the pitch. Yeah, forgive me for not knowing exactly what happened. We're directly over long on, and when that wicket fell, falling to Drummond, Beldrum, and Finch had moved across in front of him, obscuring my view completely. Parkinson bowls again, and on the back foot Waite defends, and then there was a gathering of players to celebrate, and I could see that he was out, couldn't quite see how it had happened. Which brings me on to something I was going to say. I was talking to somebody this morning who was watching the stream yesterday, and he made a good point to me. Just break off as Parkinson is in again, and Waite lets that go outside the stump, and he said that with just the one camera at either end, it is very helpful when you describe where the ball's gone and whether it's going to reach the rope, etc, 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 because you lose sight of it on the stream. So the detail given, as Waite is off the mark, pushing this one through the covers for a single, the detail given is very helpful. So we do try and bear that in mind, but it's a timely reminder as well. So Waite pushed that one out, and it went down the slope on the offside out towards the fielder on the boundary, who is Nathan Gilchrist, who came in and picked it up about 15
I sometimes
yards
forget
inside.
people can see what we can see, to be honest.
Parkinson bowls, and forward is Holder, taken on the pad. Big man, lobs out on the offside. He then practices a little sweep shot that he might have played. End of the over, well bowled, Matt Parkinson, sticking at it really well. 29 overs. 1 maiden, 3 for 109, his figures, and he's done a good job for his side. Worcestershire have lost both the batsmen that were in overnight in fairly quick succession. Adam Howe's LBW to Joey Everson for 90, and Rob Jones caught by Beldrum at slip off Parkinson for 37. Worcestershire 394 for 7. They've got to do a little bit of rebuilding now, these two. 15 minutes to go till lunch. Both very capable batsmen. Holder, Jason Holder, not bad for a number 8, having a test double 100.
Yeah, he can play a bit.
Hasn't yet made a big score for Worcestershire.
Joey Everson bowling to Waite then. Defended back up the pitch towards Everson. So Kent at the moment have in tandem their 2 bowlers who have taken the most wickets in this innings so far. 3 for 53 from Joey Everson, 5 maidens in his 23 overs. This is his 24th, and then Parkinson 29 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 109. But Parkinson, as we've seen, is quite happy to take a few risks and toss the ball up and be hit for the odd boundary if it means he gets a wicket, as that one's defended away by Waite. Well, if you were a betting man, Matt Parkinson will certainly fancy his chances of possibly getting a 5-wicket haul if he can continue to get a little bit of spin. But perhaps fancy that he could be the man to bowl Worcestershire out if that is indeed to happen. Joey Everson appealing for this, but I think that was an inside edge from Waite. It was only really Joey Everson appealing.
The Joe Denley experiment was entirely aimed at Rob Jones, one imagines.
Well, he's been yeah, that's a good point. I'd almost forgotten about that. 1 over for Joe Denley.
They obviously thought that Jones was going to take on the spinners, as he likes to do, and he wasn't going to be dictated to, and he nearly got him with that inside edge, and then he got out to Parkinson, and Everson immediately reintroduced.
I like that, to be honest, because sometimes you see bowlers brought on to break a partnership, as Everson bowls. It's defended away back up the pitch, and this happened a little bit with Jack Leaning last week. He got brought into the attack, he took a wicket and then got kept on, and actually sometimes I think if you bring on your part-timer, it gets you a wicket, you go, yeah, well done mate, that's job done. Now I'll get one of my other strike bowlers back on to put the new batter under pressure. And Everson has bowled full and straight and threatened that front pad in the game so far. That's nicely tucked around the corner by Waite for a single to move Worcestershire on to 395 for 7. We'll be on the point of any batting bonus points, so 400 won't give Worcestershire anything. And of course Kent have just collected the 1 bowling bonus point, missed out by not taking a further one this morning on an extra point in that regard. As Everson is in and turned away by Holder into the onside for a single. And that is indeed the end of the over. So a couple of singles to end the over. And Worcestershire are a single boundary away from 400 now. Just having a look at Jason Holder's stats. 32 years of age now. Bridgetown, Barbados boy. As Rita Green was saying, stands at 6'7" tall. He made his international debut back in 2013.
Matt Parkinson bowls to him, and he's forward and just pushes this out on the offside. And there's no run as fielded by Gilchrist. No, it's Zach Crawley actually who's gone out there, isn't it now? Just the one slip. Parkinson bowls again, and Holder accepts the opportunity to drive. This one thrown up outside the off stump, and too much to resist for Jason Holder. And he hits it through extra cover for a boundary, which brings up the 400 for Worcestershire. But they won't be happy with that. With some discussion last night amongst the coaching staff and the players about what they'd be looking for today. Certainly 450 was a minimum. Some people thinking more in terms of 500, although that might be a bit greedy. But who knows? Still got Nathan Smith to come as Parkinson bowls and Holder drives. Doesn't time it, just sort of squeezes it into the ground.
Yeah, I was thinking
Fielded by Denley this time.
Kent's point of view, if they could bowl Worcestershire out for around 400, that they'd be pleased, so they'd have to take quick wickets to achieve that.
Parkinson again bowls, throws this one up outside the off stump, and Holder leaves it alone and allows it through to Finch. He's been pretty bold. Well, not maybe bold's the wrong word. Maybe phlegmatic might be a better way of describing it. Parkinson. He's gone for a few runs, but he's just kept throwing it up there as his captain wants him to. And he does so again now, and Holder goes big down the ground, straight down the ground. That's 6. Over long off. He's a big man. It was in his loop, in his arc, and he just threw his arms through it. Very, very straight indeed. Almost dead straight. And first 6 of the game, I think. From Jason Holder, who moves on to 13, 406 for 7.
I'm rubbing my hands at the prospect of this Parkinson v Holder battle. This is the period of a game that 4-day matches can sometimes come to life. That was a big blow from Holder.
The ball has been inspected for damage, returned to Parkinson, and he bowls again now, and he beats Holder outside. He kind of almost gave up on that shot. He went. It was so slow. Outside the off stump, he leaned forward and he almost kind of let it go in the end, and Finch took the bails off, but he didn't. He wasn't really expecting anything. Holder hadn't moved his back foot. End of the over.
Yeah, Parkinson almost bowled that even slower, didn't he?
Yeah.
As if to say, right, you've hit me for 1-6. Try and do it again. I'll give you another chance if you want to try the shot.
It really is like the old leg spinner on a Sunday afternoon against the kids, isn't it? And club game, just keep throwing it up there and throwing it up there and get hit and throw another one up there.
And we'll
very good to see, very bold. Yeah, very well. Bold, as I say, maybe the wrong word. Teasing. Denley's back.
Denley is back, so Kent have gone from Denley to Everson to Denley. And Waite just playing it back up the pitch. Maybe they think again for Holder. Denley might be able to entice a stroke or two as the leg spinner. He's just pushed away into the covers here by Waite. For a single, he'll move to 3. Holder on to 13. Yeah, going back to what we were saying earlier on, I think the Kent club cricket scene, normally there's a few pre-season games and it generally does start at this early stage of May, but elsewhere, it does seem to be other parts of the country. As this one's left alone by Holder outside the off stump to the delivery from Denley, seem to play. I don't know why in Kent we seem to start a few weeks later than everyone else.
Yeah, well, certainly, as I say, Birmingham League put back 2 weeks. I think Derbyshire League was put back a couple of weeks as well.
Here comes Denley, tosses this one up, driven, low full toss up towards a deepish mid-on. He's not all the way on the rope.
And in the Birmingham League, they've decided to use the 2 bank holidays on Mondays as catch-up days. So all the clubs agreed to that, I think, before the plan was announced.
Denley bowls, just a little bit of a drag down, and Waite cuts this one away, out towards deep extra cover. So yeah, I guess if people are playing club cricket this afternoon, they'll already be underway, or in the case of the league that my lot play in, it'll be 7 minutes time they'll be getting underway at 1 o'clock as Holder tickles this around the corner, so we aren't far away from lunch here at Canterbury. Worcestershire moving on to 410.
Yep.
4-7. I wasn't sure if I'd beaten the scoreboards there, but
it's so quick, isn't it? But you haven't. It hasn't gone on yet for some reason.
Normally they are quite quick, so I was thinking it
has gone.
It'd be to me, but
no, it did beat you. It's 409. But Holder's just changed over from yellow to white, which is odd because he's got a single.
Yeah, they've missed.
But it is really quick, isn't it? It is really quick.
I think I think they might have missed it on the electronic scoreboard, because on the manual one,
yeah, you're right.
They've got 4:10 for 7 on the board.
Yeah, and weight is still yellow on the electronic board. Anyway, it is really quick generally. 410. So they've added 102 this morning, which is pretty good. Pretty good going in these circumstances. We've got another bowling change now. Daniel Bell-Drummond is ringing the changes. Jack Leaning is coming into the attack with his occasional off-spin to replace Matt Parkinson at the pavilion end.
I wonder if they want to swap Matt Parkinson's end, possibly. Maybe that was why
Everson is going to bowl round the wicket to Holder. Yeah, they might do. Slightly longer hit, and the offside is bigger if he bowls from
it's gone Denley,
that end.
Denley, Parkinson, Everson, Parkinson, Denley, Leaning.
Leaning round the wicket, bowls to Holder, drags down, and Holder just tucks it away on the onside for a single. 411 for 7. He goes to 16. And weight is 4. Leaning just rearranges his leg side field slightly, bringing Denley into mid-wicket from deep mid-wicket for weight, but it's fairly well spread as he bowls. Weight turns him on the leg side. They'll know each other, these two. They'll have been at Yorkshire together, I imagine. How long since Leaning left Yorkshire? I think they will have been on the staff together.
I think you're right. Weight would have been young at the time.
He's in again, Leaning. Bowls very slowly, and Weight just turns it very fine on the leg side. They go through for a quick single, and they get home. Had to hurry, but got home comfortably enough as Wazagar came round and did the fielding.
Actually, Matthew Waite's older than I think he is, so yeah, they'd have definitely been on the staff together.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm pretty certain they were. This one is again a little bit short from Leaning, and just pushed up to long on by Holder for a single.
That was a terrible throw by whoever that was. Underarm. I think it was Bayer Swanepoel.
Picked up by Swanepoel, who tries to underarm it to Leaning, and it sticks in his hand and goes almost vertically and lands nearer him than it did to Leaning. But Leaning has it now, and he comes in and he bowls, and Weight is forward. And this one goes on with the arm a little bit and runs off an outside edge behind square on the offside. Everson does the fielding, and there's no run. 413 for 7. 3 singles off the over. One more over after this before lunch, I would imagine. There's a Leaning bowls, and Weight just covers up. And there's no run. End of the over. Might get 2 in. They just want to get through to lunch now. I don't think they need any heroics, these two. Just get through to lunch and then take it from there. I think Worcestershire have a sit down, reassess, look where we are, set some little targets for the next hour and see what happens. Joe Denley's going to carry on. They're having a little chat. 3 minutes on the board So it probably be the last over, unless he whizzed through a maiden. And I don't think they'll be wanting him to do that.
Denley tossing it up then, Holder driving out towards deep cover for a single. It almost felt in the previous over that Kent weren't interested in bowling to Holder. They stuck the men out on the rope. He was able to just nurdle it for a single, and then leading was having a bowl at his old colleague. So Denley now to wait, slip in play. Nicely driven for a single. The scoreboards are disagreeing again. 415, the electronic one says. And your one hasn't quite caught up and got the same number. Oh, there it is. 415 ticks over. Waite has 6. Holder has 18 and now 19. Don't think they're going to come back for 2 here as it's played out towards long off. We'll just take the single run. So singles in the over so far, 3 of them. 416 on the board, 7 wickets down. Defended away by Waite. Parkinson getting Jones, caught it, slipped by Bell Drummond, and Everson having Hose. LBW for 90. 9-0, 10 away from a first ever Worcestershire ton. Shame because Hose would have deserved it. Denley is driven here by Waite out into the covers. A tumbling stop by Joey Everson. Away to his left. Final ball of the over coming up. So possibly
just takes on to 12:59, isn't it?
Might just get another over here like we did yesterday. Denley bowls, keeps a little bit low. It's nudged out towards mid wicket.
Yeah,
Kent are going to scramble through to get up the other end quickly. Jack Leaning's taking his hat off.
Should have just done a shoelace or something, I reckon.
Yeah.
Ticking right. 12, still on 12:59, and he has arrived at the bowler's end, the umpire.
So
sometimes get them arrive there and they look and say, no, I'm sorry, it's lunch. But no, it's still on 12:59. We'll have one more. And it'll be Jack Leaning round the wicket, bowling to Holder.
Here he comes then, Jack Leaning.
And Holder is driving into the offside for a single. A gimme. He goes to 20. 417 for 7. 5 balls left till the break. Good morning for Worcestershire. Lost 2 wickets, but they've progressed by over 100.
It took an hour and 20 wickets. It took an hour and 20 to get those wickets.
Leaning to Waite, turns this on the leg side. And they pick up another single.
It was that early period that Gareth Roderick had highlighted when the second new ball was still pretty fresh. That they had to get through, and Jones and Hose did that with no real chances, to be honest.
Leaning bowls, a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and Holder, I beg your pardon, just eases the ball away to mid-wicket. Not the first West Indian called Holder to play for Worcestershire, of course. The great Van Burn Holder, absolute legend at New Road in the 60s and 70s. Still lives in the town, in the city. Round the wicket, Leaning bowls, and Waite again gets that one that runs on with the arm, but I think he picked it this time. He just got in behind it and steered it down to short third man for a single. Goes to 8, 420 for 7.
Jack Leaning's changing the field almost every ball.
Yeah.
Bayer's come up. Denley stay up. I'll stay in, as he just said. He was about to
that's where Holder's been pushing it for that single quite comfortably to mid-wicket. Denley's just gone in there. 2 balls left. And he actually pulls out as he approaches the crease. Leaning. He's in now. Gentle approach. Bowls. And Holder is forward. Classical forward defensive from the big Barbadian. Just pushing it out on the offside. And here we go. Last ball before lunch. 2 men have fallen this morning. The 2 overnight not out batsmen. Adam Hose first to go for 90. Rob Jones for 37. This one is short and wide, and Holder smashes it away on the offside, and it goes for 4 despite a pretty good effort actually sliding on the cover boundary by Gilchrist. But it was a horrible
It was a horrible
dragged down and Holder smashed it away and wasn't going to waste that. So he finishes on 25 not out, and at lunch Worcestershire are 424 for 7. So it's been a good morning for the visitors. Matthew Waite is on 8, Holder is on 25, and Worcestershire will be very happy with their morning's work, although there will be sympathy for Adam Hose, who fell 10 short of what would have been a first 100 for the pairs.
Yeah, good session for Worcestershire. Thank you very much, Frank. We'll be back for commentary online via the BBC Sport app and website. Myself, Ben Watts for BBC Radio Kent, and Rita Green, who's with us from BBC Sport Online. Around about 40 minutes' time, I'll have a brief update, and then we'll leave you with the sounds of the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence over the lunch interval. Just elsewhere, seeing that Hampshire 420-4-6 against Durham. Tom Press made 100 there in that one. Nottinghamshire 64-2 against Lancashire, who were 331 all out. I'll read out the score from the Oval and from Cardiff in a moment. Northamptonshire 56-1 after Gloucestershire made 409 all out at Northampton.
Canterbury, where play is about to resume on day 2 of this Division 1 County Championship game between Kent and Worcestershire. A situation at the break, Worcestershire in their first innings, having won the toss and chosen to bat yesterday, are 424 for 7. They're not out batsman Jason Holder, the West Indian, on 25, and Matthew Waite, who is on 8. These two came together when Rob Jones was out for 37. The other man out in the morning session, Adam Hose, for Worcestershire first class career best of 90. But disappointed, no doubt, not to register his first score in 3 figures for the pairs. Joey Everson is going to take up the bowling attack after lunch from the Nackington Road end here at Canterbury. Everson, who's probably bowled as well as anybody in this innings so far. 3 for 55. His reward for persistence and accuracy. And he picked up the wicket of Hose this morning. LBW comes in now, first ball of the afternoon session. Bowls to Waite, and it's taken by Finch, standing up to the stumps outside the off stump, left alone by the right-handed Waite, and there's no run. And the game continues to be played in perfect conditions. Rita Green is alongside me from BBC Radio Berkshire, and former county cricketer herself. Rita, I bet you'd love to be playing out there today, wouldn't you?
Oh, I love it. I'm sure you would too.
Well,
proper cricket weather.
I would have done a few years ago. Everson in bowls, and this one is worked away by Matthew Waite off his hip out to deep backward square, or deep square, and he picks up the first run of the afternoon. Goes to 9, 425 for 7. But yeah, it's a picture, Canterbury today. Lush green outfield, straw-coloured pitch, which is, if anything, a little bit too placid for really exciting cricket, not offering a great deal to the bowlers. But that's not to take away from Worcestershire's workmanlike effort so far, as Holder blocks this one from Everson, or indeed from Kent's workmanlike effort, because I think, given the surface, the Kent bowlers, to a man almost, have applied themselves really well in this innings. Hence, Worcestershire not getting maximum batting points, only getting 3 in the 110 overs in which they were available. But they have made good progress today from the overnight position, which was 308 for 5, as Everson is in to Holder, and Holder is playing this one off the back foot defensively back to the bowler.
Yeah, Everson's bowled very well before lunch, thought Frank, and very economical as well. I think 2.28 economy at the moment, the best so far, and 3 wickets to his name. I think I was. Yeah,
we've used the expression old-fashioned for various aspects of the game so far. I'll just break off as Everson bowls this one to Holder, who goes for a big hit on the leg side, and he missed it, and I think it was parried away by Finch behind the stumps, and it went away on the leg side and they went through for a bye, but he went for a real big hit there. Didn't bounce as much as he thought, sort of skidded on a little bit. So 1 more onto the total. Yeah, and speaking of old-fashioned batting from Roderick yesterday, old-fashioned leg spin from Parkinson, and in a way, a little bit of old-fashioned good, solid, medium pace, nagging accuracy from Joey Everson in this innings. Bit of a throwback, really. The 4th seamer who just comes on and bowls a tidy line and length, and he has. He's been very steady. No great pace, but on the money most of the time, and he finishes the over with a good straight delivery, which Matthew Waite blocks back up the pitch to him. And that is the end of the over. 426 for 7. Jason Holder 25, Matthew Waite on 9.
Good opening over for Kent just after lunch. I'll tell you what, Jason Holder was pretty lucky that didn't hear his bails go flying off in that one delivery, where he just thought, you know what, I'm going to go for it. And Oh, goodness me. He was lucky to still be there. But I think Jason Holder, you know, what is there to say about him? If you don't know about Jason Holder, where have you been? But what, 32 years old, born in Bridgetown in Barbados. What a lovely part of the world. Quite a formidable character, actually, to bowl at, I think. 6'7". You know, if I was bowling to anywhere near that that height and that type of leverage in your arms, you know that there's going to be some serious power through that. I am quite a lot shorter than everyone else, so I think intimidation might be there, but not that you want to show it. But Parkinson, he's going to, I can say, almost continue from the pavilion end. Here he comes. How slow are these deliveries going to be? Comes in, bowls, and down leg side, and well done, Finch. He sort of took that outside leg, it was way down leg, and Jason Holder sort of missed out there a little bit. I think Finch did a good job there of preventing a wide. Just a bit of a loosener there for Matt Parkinson with 28 on his back. And Jason Holder just takes his time to get ready. Next delivery comes in past umpire Debenham. This one's got plenty of revolutions on it, left alone, and the pace is just, of the deliveries from Parkinson is just, well, it's so slow. As a batter, you've got to wait, haven't you? And you've got to make sure that you generate the power as you come through. Next delivery, short and driven, easy single for Jason Holder, down to long, off, and there is one run.
Yeah, and if you miss it, you turn around and have another go.
Yes, it's that slow, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed. Wait now on strike. 9 from 25. 47 for 7 Worcestershire. Parkinson in. Short and wide, and was there to be hit, and just missed it completely. And so did Finch. This is an odd type of over, just a bit of a loosener after lunch. Parkinson, 27 years old, came to Kent this season from Lancashire. In and bowls short and slightly down leg, and nicely played into the onside by Waite. And they go through for an easy single. Nicely played, nicely timed. They can be those little tickles round the corner. You need to be careful as a batter, but safely played. One more to the total, 4-2-8 for 7.
Yeah, he's a very capable batsman, Matthew Waite, and he can score very quickly and really be a destructive player, but I think he likes the ball coming on a little bit more than it is.
Holder on strike, and this one's driven, but straight to short cover. And there's no run. I think he's playing that role, maybe, Matthew Waite, in this innings. 10 rather from 27. Plenty of time in the game. Glorious day, flat pitch.
Yeah.
A batter's paradise to a certain degree. And 2 very capable batters there for Worcestershire, so they'll be looking, I'm sure, to get 500.
Yeah, I think 500.
And the rest.
I think 500 is. I mean, it was 450, I think, originally, but I think, you know, the nearer you get to that, the more you start to get greedy, don't you? And there's no reason why, with these 2 at the crease, Nathan Smith still to come, that they shouldn't be thinking of 500, I don't think. But only takes a couple of deliveries to change all of that. Joey Everson down the hill from the Nackington Road end bowls, and Waite is taken on the pad, looking to turn it on the leg side. There's a strangled appeal. They go through for a leg bye. Keeper standing up. Everson accurate, and batsman on a surface which is not quick. Well, far from quick. Not offering a great deal of movement. Just have to concentrate, focus, put the odd bad ball that does come along away, and that 500 should be attainable. 4-2-9 for 7. Everson in again, bowls now, and Holder drives nicely up to Bell Drummond, who's 2/3 of the way back at long on, and the single is a given really for Jason Holder. Moves on to 27. As you say, packed an awful lot of cricket into his career, Jason Holder, and seems to have been around for quite a long time. I think it's 11 years ago his international debut, as Everson bowls to Waite. He pushes up to Bell Drummond, who's come into a conventional mid-on position now. So they want to bowl at Waite rather than Holder, but in fact there's not, I mean, I'd say Holder's got a test double 100, and I was going to say there's not much to pick between them as batsmen. Obviously, in those terms, that's not a sensible observation. But Waite is a perfectly capable lower middle order batsman. Everson in, bowls to him now, and he drives on the onside, slightly falling over this one, got his head outside the line a little bit, and just didn't, as a result, time it very well. Just runs up to Drummond at mid-on. He played a couple of innings at Cheltenham last year against Gloucestershire during the festival. Played similarly in both innings, and it moved me to jokingly call him beefy when I next saw him, because it was that kind of striking. It really was impressive. There were some bowls, and he drives on the offside, but no runners. Joe Denley makes an athletic stop at extra cover.
That's one of the ultimate compliments, isn't it?
It really was. Just, you know, in either innings, from nowhere really, particularly in the first innings, in a spell just after lunch, he just received a series of deliveries that he fancied, and they all were dispatched, and we all were quite wide-eyed really. We'd not seen it before. We knew that he could play, but we hadn't seen that before. Really breathtaking striking. Everson bowls, and he just digs out a fuller one up to Drummond, who's gone back again in that deepish mid-on position. Waite gets a single, keeps the strike, goes to 11. Jason Holder 27, and it's 431 for 7.
Talking of beefy, last weekend I was watching Middlesex against Leicestershire at the home of cricket Lords, and we were talking about Ben Green. I'm not sure how much of Ben Green you've seen.
No.
Yeah, on loan from Somerset to Leicester, but he's put it this way: his height, his tash, his hair, you know, the resemblance was there, and actually his bowling action as well. So quite a compliment to him. Parkinson starts from the pavilion end with this over, and this one's cut straight to point, and there's no run. I always like Matt Parkinson's action. Every single delivery, there's energy, there's drive, and he's full of elbows and arms as he comes in. Really tries to get those revolutions in. Fly to delivery, goes straight to point again, and no run. There's we've got a slip fielder, got the skipper there, we've got point, mid-on, mid-off. We've got the short mid-wicket fielder as well. So creative, cover fielder. Very creative fielding. This one's left alone, and there's no run. We've got a conventional mid-wicket. I was so used to having 2 mid-wickets. We had 3 the other week. I can't remember which game it was.
Yeah, on one of the Kookaburra games, no doubt.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Yes, indeed, Frank. Gosh, your cricketing experience, you weren't even there, and you knew, the fielding lineup. Parkinson in again, and this one's short, but off the back foot defended.
No, I think
by Waite.
It was up and down the country. Captains were trying things like that, I think.
Oh, the Kookaburra
just had
ball,
to, didn't
they? Indeed. Here at lovely sun-bathed Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Next delivery comes in for Parkinson. Short and wide and left alone by Waite. Oh, I would love to hit that one, but thought wisely of that. There's plenty of time. Matthew Waite, I'm sure, is thinking that for sure. Leeds-born player, former Yorkshire player as well, of course. Parkinson in. Fly to delivery, and it's driven to that short, one of the short cover fielders. And that's the end of a electric quick over, maiden over for Parkinson, who's doing a role here in terms of pulling together one end and just keeping these two firmly fixed in. End of the over, and a maiden over, of course. I get the impression, is by the way 4-3-1 for 7 the scoreline. I get the impression that Jason Holder is a bit like a coiled spring.
He's not made a big one for Worcestershire, and I think this is his last game of his little sojourn, so he's probably quite keen that he doesn't give this one away. Joe Denley coming into the attack. Just going back to Matthew Waite, I had a little quick look at that game at Cheltenham in case people think I'm off my head. First innings, 64 off 54 balls. With 12 fours, I think. That was in this championship cricket. Second innings, 62 off 32, with 3 sixes and 6 fours. It was proper beefy batting. Denley bowls to Holder, lovely drive on the offside. Doesn't get a run though. Good save by leaning at cover, diving to his right. not leaning.
What an
Yeah,
innings
it was really very, very impressive, and it changed a game that, particularly in the first innings, would sort of meandered along to lunch, and then he just came out and played in extraordinary fashion, and the whole mood changed, as it can, you know, in about an hour. The whole momentum changed, and it played a big part in Worcestershire winning that game. Changing the field here. Compton going into a sort of shortish extra, having seen Holder drive at that one. Denley hoping he might just get under the drive a little bit. In outfield on the offside for the leg spinner. Slip, backward point, sweeper, extra cover and a short extra. Holder takes it on and goes over the short extra and the conventional extra, and that's smashed away. Couple of bounces to the biggest boundary on the ground. Effortless from Jason Holder. 31 there to him. He described him as a coiled spring Rita's, looking a bit dangerous from a Kent point of view now.
Hardly any foot movement in that one. It was just pure power and levers coming
Nice shape,
through.
nice shape, but yeah, you're right. Hands through it, hands through the ball. Denley again drags it down, and Holder on the back foot just to more conventionally pushes this one out through the gap in the covers and picks up a single. But yeah, they might be a little bit fearful, mightn't they, Kent, at the moment, looking at this with Holder threatening and Waite at the moment playing within himself. Denley in, bowls, throws this one up. Waite drives very nicely, but straight to the fielder, Everson at short extra.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Maybe minimal foot movement, but he knew exactly what he was doing.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to disagree. Waite punches this one up to.
No, I was more on the page.
Long on.
If he was listening to me there, he's like, hang on, Rita. I know what I'm doing. I know you do. I know you, Jason. That's all right.
Yeah. Denley again bowls. Waite a little tentatively this time, pushes off the back foot. I watched him this morning. End of the over, by the way, 4:36 for 7. I watched Jason Holder having throwdowns this morning, and I was struck by actually how pretty orthodox he is as a batsman in most ways. Really keeps, really, even though he's very tall, he's got good reach, and obviously in white ball cricket I think he can manufacture things and so on, but generally speaking he's got quite a good conventional technique, and the bat comes down very straight, and well, I mean, I guess there have been one or two test double hundreds that have been made by brutal, sort of less conventional modern batsmen, but not in the case of Jason Holder.
Next over starts Parkinson to Holder, who just pushes this to the left of cover, and they go through for a single. Yeah, well, those 64 tests under his belt and 138 ODIs.
Yeah, it's
incredible experience. Right.
Yeah.
And of course, skipper on the side as well for West Indies. Next one comes in from Parkinson. This one's defended by Waite, and there's no run.
And as nice a man as you could possibly meet.
It's a good point in terms of the warm up this morning. I was watching him as well. I think there's quite a few eyes on him this morning, and the power that came through with minimal effort. This one's defended, nudged to cover, and there's no run.
Got to nip off and do an update, Rita. Excuse me.
Okie dokie. You're listening to Rita Green, and Frank Watson will be back with you shortly. I'll give you the correspondent addresses in a moment. Here comes Parkinson. Oh, he's not actually. Oh. Hang on a second. Is he warning Holder to go back in your crease? No, I think there was just a little bit of messing around going on there. Next one comes in. He's going to start again. That was, yeah. And Matt Parkinson is actually signalling to the scorers that there was no delivery there. Next one comes in. Flighted delivery to Waite, and there's no run. There's a little bit of a game of chess going on here. Parkinson, the leggy, with arms and legs coming in from the pavilion end to Matthew Waite, who's on strike. Just one from the over so far. This one's a quicker delivery, and it's driven through really nicely to the left of cover. To the man in the deep, though, down the hill, and they go through for an easy single. 4-3-8 for 7. Hello, Ben.
Hello, hello. I've just been for a lap, and it takes longer than you think. I was having to slightly rush to get back for my update.
Oh, I see. You're here, don't worry. Parkinson in, flatter delivery, and this one's off the back foot. Holder played that really nicely. Push that too long on, and they go through for a single. And in fact, they've got time to come back for two. Well run. And the ball comes flying in from the fielder. That will be Joe Denley.
But then also, my other observation was for the spectators that are outside the cafe and in the white seats in front of the retirement apartments, or even, say, sat underneath the electronic scoreboard or by the lime tree, you feel so close to the game.
Yes.
Particularly when, say, Parkinson's bowling from this end. If you're in those seats in between the retirement apartments and the cafe, you feel like you're at extra cover and Jason Holder's going to boom it in your direction at any moment. Whereas on the top of the mound, where there are still quite a few spectators in deck chairs by the ice cream van, to the left of the Les Ames stand or the hospital side of the ground, you feel like you're miles away. Could be taking place in another postcode, the cricket, as it's turned away into the onside by Waite. Denley continuing. So yeah, because of the fact that
where would you be if you're in the ground? Where would you pitch your picnic?
Good question. Denley bowls turned around the corner, down towards long leg. They're coming back for two as well. Good running. I quite like the white seats to the one side of the Les Ames stand, so you're fairly straightish on. So for Denley at the moment, you'd be at a wide-ish long off. But yeah, certainly, because we're playing down the square, this one's pulled away out towards the lime tree, where Nathan Gilchrist was having a quite substantial conversation with former Kent director of cricket Paul Downton when I walked past.
Oh, okay.
He's here watching. 50-run partnership between Holder and Waite. 33 of them to Holder, and 15 to Waite.
Yeah, it's nice actually when you can be closer to the wicket rather than
really
miles away. I personally would be as close as possible. Maybe that's, stating the obvious, but some people like to stick with tradition and their seat in the ground.
Denley bowls. Oh, pulled away into the onside, and it's just dropping short, in fact, of Nathan Gilchrist, who is out a deep mid-wicket. It was more of a front foot slog sweep, to be honest, from Jason Holder. That was heaved into the leg side.
Yeah, a little bit of indecision there from Nathan Gilchrist, and I don't blame him, because it was one of those, do I go for it, or do I try and stop the four? And in the end, I think he did about both.
Did indeed. 4-4, 4 for 7. So no breakthrough as yet for Kent in this session. Worcestershire 444 for 7 here, and the visiting side certainly enjoying the fact that they won the toss yesterday and got the opportunity to bat first in glorious sunny conditions here at Canterbury, and a slow pitch, but a pitch that you can certainly score runs on if you're patient enough, and we saw that yesterday from Gareth Roderick making 117. Adam Hose was out today for 90 LBW to Joey Everson, who has taken 3 wickets. 3 also for Matt Parkinson, the Kent leg spinner. He got Rob Jones out, his former Lancashire teammate, caught at slip prior to lunch. But since then, Jason Holder, former West Indies captain, the all-rounder, is on 36 and going along very nicely indeed for Worcestershire, who, as I say, 444 for 7 here at Canterbury. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey 77 without loss against Warwickshire, 343 all out in that game. And then Sussex in Division 2, 278 all out, with Glamorgan in reply 159 for 4. That's the picture across the southeast with the current cricket scores and the commentary of the matches. All of those is available via the BBC Sport website and app. Absolutely, indeed. This one's pulled away into the onside, out towards long leg. Yeah, my producer and the presenter have both made the mistake there of suggesting that we are sat here watching the cricket in the sunshine. We are not in the sunshine, as much as we would like to be. It is slightly ironic that commentators sit outside and watch football in the winter, and yet when it comes to cricket, we have an actual box and we're indoors. As it's turned away to the onside by Waite. Little tickle, and they're going to come back for 2. Good running, despite Denley's best attempt to sling it in from the boundary. So Waite moves to 20. 449 for 7. I missed the to the ball before as well, off the bowling of Matt Parkinson.
I think I don't know which one over you want me to. I'll do the next one, shall I? But let me tell you. Let's talk about football commentary in a moment.
Here comes Parkinson in and bowling. It's it's a push drive up towards a deepish mid-off position, and that's the 450 up for Worcestershire. And as Frank Watson was telling us, that was around about the sort of score that the Worcestershire guys last night were pondering and were thinking, yeah, we'd like a bit of that. 450 would be good, and well, 500 certainly a possibility while these two remain at the crease, and Smith still to come, and with the batting they've got left, no reason why not, to be honest. And as Parkinson tosses this one up, and Holder pats the ball gently into the offside. One more ball to come in the over.
Yeah, they've got a bit of batting to come, but I think a lot rests on the shoulders of these two, whether they get to 500.
Yeah, Holder, the man in control at the moment, as he tickles this one away into the onside for a comfortable single. So 451 for 7 at the end of the over, 21 for Waite, 37 for Jason Holder.
Indeed, 4-5-1 for 7, and I think they're going to take a little bit of a drink. Quite frankly, it's the right thing to do. It's one of those days where we both do a bit of football reporting, commentary, etc. And I've invested in these heated socks things, which I use actually when I'm skiing. So I love my skiing, so I invest in that. So anyway, I know this is a niche conversation for many of the listeners, but if you want to get them, you get them. But you're right. It's ironic that we sit out in the cold and the wind and the rain, and we do our bit, don't we, for reporting on rugby, football, hockey. Actually, I've got some hockey coming up. That'll be fun.
Excellent.
Pre-Olympic stuff. Anyway,
yes.
Right, back to the cricket, which is what we love. Yeah, I know. I can't wait for the Olympics.
Do you know what? Just while you talk about hockey, I think hockey players possibly give the most succinct interviews. I think as interviewees, I think hockey players are up there amongst the best. Cricketers are pretty decent, but I think hockey players might be the best.
Joe Denley continues from the Nakata Road. Oh, this was a faster one, and zip through to the keeper, and Holder thought that was wider than it was. I think I got more excited than anyone else there actually with that delivery, but beaten was Holder, and Joe Denley's not mucking about. Next one.
Maybe just kept low slightly.
Yeah, maybe. This one's defended by Jason Holder, and there's no run. Yeah, that's praise indeed. I mean
it's a pretty niche thing to be ranking sports people.
But we know when it helps, doesn't it, when you've got a decent interviewee. Joe Denley in with a bit of leg spin. This one's turned nicely into the onside. They go through for a single. No, we're going to make it 2 actually. Time that run really nicely in terms of, it was almost like a ramp shot to the onside, a conventional ramp, none of this sort of reverse ramp business. And they go through for 2. I mean, Kent, I might be slightly biased because I used to play hockey for Kent actually long ago. They are marvellous people, and there's so many brilliant clubs in Kent as well. Next one comes in from Joe Denley. This one's a faster one. Zipped in and trying to be angled towards gully area where looks like that's Matt Parkinson. Picks it up and there's no run.
I wasn't sure if he ran that off the outside edge and it took a touch off the top of the keeper's glove there.
Ooh.
I'd have to have another look to see if there was a bit of a double deflection.
Denley in, flighted deliver, nicely played. Clipped too long on, and there is no, well, in fact, no, there's one run. I'm so distracted, but you're right. I think there might have been a little bit of a deflection off. I think they're really difficult, aren't they, for wicket keepers to take? But I wouldn't call that a missed chance, but yes, there might have been a deflection there. Denley in, flighted delivery. And this one's really nicely driven to the cover region. Nice looking stroke. Could almost be described as the shot of the day. Do love a cover drive and an on drive. Maybe I'm biased, but there we go. Lovely way to end the over. And Matthew Waite adds 4 to his total. End of the over, 4-5-8 for 7, and 500 looks a distinct possibility. Waite on 25 from 55, and Holder, which I still think he looks like a coil spring, 40 from 50.
Yeah, I think it looked so good, that boundary, because one fielder has dived to their left to stop it and missed it. The next fielder's dived to his right to stop it and missed it, and so it's gone in between the two and away for 4. I think or shot of the day for me is still Holder pinging that one over the top.
Oh, yes, true. Yeah.
That was fun.
You're quite right. Well, it depends what type of strokes you love to watch.
It does.
If you're, I'm still a square cut kind of girl, and I don't know what that means apart from I love a square cut. There
You loved watching me back then. That's my only scoring
oh,
shot.
Great.
Here comes Parkinson. Played back to him by Holder. If I had one of those like spider diagrams or whatever they are, wagon wheels, everything's between point and third man or the slip cordon. Like if they have 2 slips, I'll just get it wide of them, and then when they move them out, I just nudge it just wide of the keeper out of his reach. Just everything goes through there. It Parkinson bowls down the leg side.
The whole fielding side sort of
they
congregate in that area.
They probably should just have about 3 slips and 2 gullies, to be honest, and wouldn't score anything in front of square.
Do you like pulling it as well, though? Cutters and pullers tend to go together.
I'm not actually not a massive leg side player, to be honest. This one is half stopped by extra cover. Often you're right, it does. My cousin who is playing today for my team, it isn't working. He's that sort of shorter in stature, cut and pull type. Don't bowl short to him. But yeah, I think mine's just all open the face and just run everything through a gap. As this one is done by weight, as he's just pushed it out to
on cue.
Backward point, indeed, to exemplify my point.
But there's
Nerdled
something
for a run.
Quite satisfying about placing the ball and scuttling off for a run, isn't there? And these two are working in tandem quite nicely.
Yeah, you're right. Parkinson bowling. Holder is obviously such a powerful player, and he's playing this one past short mid-wicket for a single up towards long on. Actually, this is quite a nice contrast between the two. You've got Holder, who is such a forceful batter, and then Waite has been happy to deflect and allow the ball to come to him and then manipulate it into gaps. 461 for 7. Again, he just plays that ball a little bit too firmly this time, out towards backward point, where Joey Everson does the fielding. So end of the over. 42 for Holder, 26 for Waite. Parkinson has got through that over really quickly, actually. He's bowled 35 overs now in this innings, which has gone on for 138 overs. The Kent fielders have been out there for a long time. And I think as much as anything for Worcestershire, keeping your opponents out there in the warm sunshine for a long time, making them wait to get their opportunity to have a bat on what is a good surface for batting, but a slow surface. Sometimes a bit of scoreboard pressure, or even just the fact that they've been out in the field for a long time, sapping the concentration can help the team that has won the toss and batted first.
Joe Denley continues, and this one's driven really nicely timed, but straight to the cover fielder. Jason Holder is timing the ball pretty nicely, actually. He should be pleased with his innings so far. 42 from 55. Joe Denley with more leg spin for the Nackington Road end here. This one's a faster one, and in the air, and it's going to go all the way to sort of Cow Corner region, into those retirement homes. The Freeman House will be going wild over there with that 6, but all the way. maybe not, I don't know. But nice stroke, nicely picked out there, and Jason Holder just used those really long levers, 6'7", to the point now, I think that's Jack Leaning in the distance, I think, who's trying to go and retreat. Can I have my ball back, please?
It's Hamid Kadri, the subfielder, who's out there and has spotted it. I think, yeah, you were probably right to amend your previous statement about Freeman House going wild.
Well, you never know, okay?
The retirement apartments. But yeah, it was a bit of a drag down from Denley, and Holder has deliberately hit the ball up on the pull and has bopped it over mid-wicket just with ease, really. It just looks pretty effortless to just... I mentioned that it is a shorter boundary, that side, and you do feel pretty close to the action. So Holder will have known that, to be honest, he probably could have mistimed it for 6, but he got it pretty clean.
What will he do the next one? Here's next one, and down the leg side again, but this time completely missed by Holder, who's kicking himself there for not picking that one up. And through to Finch, the keeper. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, that, as you say, it was a fielder in the deep, and he backed himself, Holder, and there was a 6. Next one, very flighted. Oh, beautiful drive, cover drive. But there's a man in the deep. I'm sort of waxing lyrical here about all the strokes that Jason Holder's hitting here. He looks like he's in almost good nick here, actually, and a bit ominous for Kent. He's just trying to continue this scoreboard and playing that role. And I think also, though, Matthew Waite's playing a really good role here at the other end. Here he is on strike and driven this time straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. And in addition to the short boundary to the left-hand side as we see it, with the retirement homes over there, we have this sort of 12-foot slope which goes from the scoreboard, next one from Denley, flighted and pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, from the manual scoreboard all the way down towards the Lime Tree Cafe. That 12 foot, that is quite a distance. Is 8 foot at Lord's. I say this every time I'm here, but it's good to repeat this in terms of considering that slope. And but saying that, Jason Holder didn't need the slope at all. He's hit it for 6, and the shot of the over. What's the scoreline now at the end of the over? 468 for 7 Worcestershire. They're going on nicely here. They'll be eyeing up 500. For Kent, though, Ben, I think there's a case here of just making sure they don't just run away with it, and there's a decent total. I'm sure Ben Compton and Zach Crawley are dreaming of putting the pads on.
Yeah, they'll just want to do it sooner rather than later, and Kent are ringing the changes to try and bring about that wicket. Jack Leaning's going to have a go. But yeah, by the time Kent do get round to batting, as I say, it will have been a long old slog in the field in batter-friendly conditions. As you say, I think Ben Compton could be the ideal sort of player for this wicket. As Leaning comes around the wicket to Holder, defends away on the front foot. When Frank was chatting to Gareth Roderick last night, he mentioned about it's a hard wicket to almost be aggressive on you because it's quite slow. So actually, you know, a batter who is patient and will take their time, and this one defended away off the back foot by Holder. Compton being, you know, that kind of player that if he just digs in, he's hard to get out, and possibly the way that, you know, wickets are going to be had on this pitch is, as we've seen a little bit in this game, is batters making mistakes. If they don't make mistakes, they're going to be hard to be got out almost, as this one's tickled away around the corner by Jason Holder for a couple of runs, and it gets him to 50. And that half century is really well acknowledged around Canterbury. 3 4s and 2 6s, 61 balls for the West Indian overseas for Worcestershire. And gets a nice congratulations from his mate up the other end. 470 for 7. The Worcestershire score moves on to. As Leaning around the wicket. Oh, Holder went for a massive swipe into the leg side, but didn't make contact with the ball. I think it might have deflected away off Harry Finch, possibly. So maybe now he's got to 50. We'll see him try and up it. Leaning. Oh, dragged down. That's pulled away. Compton's out there in the deep. Slides or dives to his right, but can't get there. That was a poor delivery from Jack Leaning. And Holder learnt his lesson from the previous delivery where he tried to cart it with all his power and might. That time he just waited on it and pulled it around the corner, evaded the fielder. And again, sometimes when we've seen Holder just try and stroke the ball, he's probably timed it better than when he's tried to knock it out the ground. That was really nicely timed, and Compton, who you felt like he had a chance to get there, never did, as Holder plays back and just nudges this one out towards backward point. End of the over. 474 for 7. 4-7, 4-7. The Worcestershire score. And
It's got a good ring to it.
It does.
If you're Worcestershire.
Well, absolutely. 55 for Holder. 26 for Waite. Parkinson to swap ends then and replace Joe Denley at the Nackington Road end. And bowl what will be over number when they put it up on the screen. Is it going to be over number? For some reason,
what,
in my
total?
Head,
or
yeah, his total. I think it's going to be over number 36 for him. I was thinking he wasn't far away from 40, but 35 overs in this innings now for Matt Parkinson.
That's quite a quite a number of overs of 140 total. And yeah, Jason Holder, he's either playing conventional strokes, which are getting runs, or missing it and getting lucky to not be out. Right, Parkinson in. This one's flighted and very slow and defended by Waite. I think he's bowling beautifully. I think he bowled really nice yesterday as well. And really playing the part. Look, if you want to hit me, out the park, you're going to have to generate some pace here. And I like the way he used the footmarks as well to the best of his. And just getting the batter to keep thinking. You've got to do that when you're out there. Parkinson in, flighted again, nice. Oh, and this nicely played by Waite between cover and down to long on, off, and there is one more to the total. This is clever cricket, and Parkinson is that type of player. We talked about him coming to Kent this season, so he'll be wanting to make a good impression in this new county. And right, here's Holder on strike, the West Indian cricketer. Waiting for the ball, next one in, flighted. Oh, and a big, massive hit. And it was so massive, it's gone for 6, and not just 6, it's got dangerously close to where I've parked. 6 to the total. Don't worry about my car, I'm sure it's fine. 481 for 7, but what a hit.
That's not your silver car, is it? Because I think it might have clocked it.
No, it's not. Are you really?
I think it did hit the car, yeah, on the bounce, but I think it did make contact. It cleared long off by miles. Two gentlemen who were stood watching to the left of the camera gantry moved out the way to take evasive action.
Holder on strike, another massive hit. Oh, just to the right though of cover, and it goes down to the boundary. Right, there's a man in the deep. They go through for a single. Yeah, I feel sorry for the owner of that silver car. Please go and inspect it, ladies and gentlemen. But
yeah, I think we're about to see some Holder fireworks, possibly.
Waite on strike, just tickled into the onside, and they go through for a single. Think about a second, definitely not there, and Holder's back on strike. Will we see a bit of fireworks here? And maybe Holder's just thinking, look, we've got time here in the game. Let's get some runs on the board while the wicket is looking pretty good, and I quite fancy hitting Parkinson out the park. This one is cut really nicely. It's got off the back foot to the man in the deep. Sort of backward cover position, backward point. They go through for a single. That was a nice over from a Worcestershire perspective. 484 for 7. And look, you know, Kent won last weekend. You know, brilliant news for them. I was watching from afar, as I was saying, Ben. It was quite exciting on that final day. Sort of a nail biter, quite literally. But I thought what was...
I think, yeah, yeah. I don't think I was as nervous as perhaps, you know, Kent fans might have been.
Oh, really?
Because Bell Drummond batted so well.
Absolutely. And that was my point, actually, that calmness and coolness from the skipper.
I think if they'd lost some early wickets on that third evening, then day 4 could have been a real nail biter, and Kent could have been, you know, 7-8 down and trying to sneak over the line. But in the end, maybe Lancashire just didn't have enough of a target on the board for the spinners. Oh, that's an edge past the wicket-keeper. And Kent have had a slip for much of the time to the spinners, but I guess when Holder's throwing the bat like he is, fairly expected move to remove that slip fielder, but that would have gone into his hands, and he's just slashed it past Harry Finch, the keeper, and away for 4 runs. So sometimes throwing the kitchen sink does get you a bit of fortune. And he moves to 67 from 68 with another boundary. Leaning here. Needs to have his wits about him because it's a short offside field. And Holder is in a mood. Low full toss, which Crawley does the fielding. But actually, you're almost better bowling a low full toss on leg stump than bowling any kind of width outside off. As Holder, this time goes for a sweep and gets a bit of an under edge. It's a good stop by the fielder on the 45, Matt Parkinson.
It looks like he's in a bit of pain here, Matt Parkinson. He just let's hope it was just an uncomfortable...
Just catching him on the finger or something, possibly.
Yeah. But he is holding his, looks like his left hand there a little bit, and he's sort of hunched over.
Yeah, Harry Finch has just gone to check he's okay.
And they can hit the turf. I've broken my knuckle actually fielding a ball that was going at 3 million miles an hour, and it can happen, and your fingers get stuck into the ground, whatever level of cricket. It looks like he's okay. Interesting. I thought he might go off just as a precaution, just to check he's all right. He's still holding it a little bit, but
Like you said,
there we
it's
go.
his left hand, and he still wants to stay on and bowl with the right hand. He might have to suck it up, for want of a better phrase, because that's not really the phrase I'm looking for, but this one's played away into the onside. He might have to brave the pain. That's a better, it's a better
No,
phrase.
but we knew what you meant. Yeah, yeah. It's one of those where you got to, yeah, brave it.
Here comes leaning, punched off the back foot by Waite, back to his former Yorkshire colleague, 28 for Waite. 4-8-9 for 7, Worcestershire, with Holder on 68. Leaning around the wicket, tosses this one up. Defended away out towards extra cover. So end of the over, we've got 50 overs remaining, minimum, on day 2 here at Canterbury. If Kent keep bowling spin, we might get more than that, possibly. Jason Holder's going to get some fresh gloves. Wondered if that might be an opportunity for someone to just check on Matt Parkinson, but he seems to be braving it, as we were discussing.
Yeah, good on him. I think this is, it looks okay, doesn't he? I think he might just jarred his finger into the ground as he went to field that one. But I just wonder about Kent's fielding and, well, general strategy here. You know, a lot of the fielders out in the deep. Quite rightly, you got Jason Holder on 68 from 70, and Matthew Waite actually playing pretty well as well. So both these work in combination, but yeah, everyone's sort of just spread out, and
yeah, they're almost waiting for an error, to be honest, from Worcestershire.
How many men have we got on the boundary rope? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the boundary rope. If ever there was a fielding arrangement of, come on then, hit us then, Jason, it's this.
I mean, he could just dab it and run twos, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure he can be bothered.
Holder on strike. And would you believe it? He just pushes it into the onside, and they go through for a single, quite rightly.
He's basically walked for a single.
Yeah. I mean, he could have almost, walked.
Walking cricket
Yeah.
from Jason
Oh,
Holder.
talking of walking cricket, there's a lot of that going available out there, by the way, if you're
Is
over
that a thing?
50s. Yeah, you're over 50. I saw a tweet, or whatever we call it nowadays, a post on that the other day. So if you're interested, genuinely, then all good. Parkinson in again from the Nackington Road end, and this is cut, but straight to cover, and there is no run. Yeah, it is definitely a
walking
thing.
Football's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever played that? I don't know.
No,
I
I
find it
haven't
so
actually.
difficult not to run.
I think, yeah, a lot of people do actually.
But I guess the point of it is, anyway, the next one comes in, turned into the onside to to square leg, and there's one run. Yeah, I guess the point is, you know, in terms of you don't have to be able to run around, etc., etc.
Yeah.
1,000 visitors yesterday. I think is about the same today, or
I would say
maybe more, less.
slightly less, although it has definitely filled up, I think.
Yeah,
feels
lovely
like,
to see.
feels like more people have filtered in.
There's a couple of guys that had a couple of sherbets yesterday as well, I
Yes.
noticed. Next one comes in flighted, if that's the right terminology
I
nowadays.
think that works just fine. We
But
knew exactly what you meant.
They looked happy and sounded very happy.
They definitely did.
Yeah, indeed. Parkinson continues it. Just 2 off the over. What's Holder going to do? This one is, straight over the bowler's head and down to the boundary rope, but they just threw for a single. It was basically a jab, and he placed it so well. I mean, there's no fielders anywhere close on the onside. There's a sort of short third man and a cover as well, but pretty much everyone's just spread out. As I said, about 7 on the boundary rope. Parkinson in, this time to Waite, who comes and drives elegantly into the offside.
Yeah, I mean, they probably should put a couple of players in for Waite, really, but I think they were looking to give him the single there. 100 partnership comes up. 30 from Waite, 68 of them from Holder. And we'll have a change in the commentary box once Frank's done his half-past update. I'll have one for BBC Radio Kent in a moment, where I don't need to read out the Sussex and Surrey score anymore.
Oh,
We have a shared programme on a Saturday lunchtime-ish, 10 till 2. So because it's replacing the Sports Hub, our Saturday afternoon sports show, it stays Kent only in the afternoon. It's very confusing.
cracking show.
All the shared shows these days. So, yeah, it's a Kent only show. But if you want to listen back to the huddle last night, I did tease it yesterday on the commentary as Leaning is bowling and turned away into the onside. there's a couple of random cricket updates from me. There's some chat with the new Gillingham manager and managing director, and we did chat hockey as well. Holcomb's new men's coach. Rugby, county rugby coming up over the summer. This one's pushed away by Waite into the offside for a single. .494 for 7. Holder's actually, thank you, Rita. She's going to be back with us in a bit. Holder's actually on 70. The manual scoreboard currently says he's on 60. They need to give the pulley an extra little tug, as it's just nudged with a little ramp paddle sweep type shot from Holder around the corner for a single, very gently played. As leaning, beats the outside edge of Waite's bat. Through it goes to Finch, the wicket keeper. 495 for 7. Worcestershire has leaning. Fires this one in a bit quicker. Fielded it mid-wicket by Jazz Singh, who must be on as the sub-fielder. Oh, is it Eurovision tonight? They're talking about Eurovision on BBC Radio Kent. I did look at the odds the other day, just because I thought I'd have a look. As this one's defended away into the offside. Dot ball to end the over. And I was surprised, actually. I think the UK are like 10 to 1 just to get in the top 3. I don't think we're particularly up there in terms of favourites. I know we came second the other year, but it feels like that might end up being an anomaly, even if our act is a bit more well known, possibly. But yeah, I quite like just watching the vote. I don't tend to watch the actual show. I just watch the votes. Just like to see who voted for who. Here comes that update. They finished talking about Eurovision, and Holder has just thumped this down the ground. Parkinson smashed away for 6, and the 500 comes up for Worcestershire. I mean, I'm not literally sat in the sunshine. I'm actually sat in a shady commentary box. There are a number of spectators who are very much sat in the sunshine and are enjoying Worcestershire, and probably a picnic as well. But Worcestershire batting, and Jason Holder is putting on a bit of a show, actually, the West Indian all-rounder. He's a proper world-class cricketer, and he's showing it at the moment. 76 he's moved the score on to. He's just smashed a 6 straight down the ground off Matt Parkinson to bring up the Worcestershire 500. 501 for 7 now for the visitors. It's a good batting track, but they very much made the most of it. 3 wickets for Matt Parkinson and for Joey Everson. But other than that, Kent's bowlers have struggled to get any joy so far today. I think they were hoping that possibly Holder, when he's started to go slightly aggressive, might make a mistake, but he hasn't. 5 4s and 4 6s now for his run a ball knock. He's been well supported by Matthew Waite, who's there on 31 not out. So Kent need 3 wickets to have a bat and to try and get a big score on the board of their own. But at the moment, Worcestershire are continuing on and going to set a very big first innings lead. I think we might have even lost the ball. Jason Holder's hit it so far. So the umpires will go and search for a new ball for us. We'll continue with commentary on the BBC Sport app and website. And yes, Worcestershire 501 for 7 here against Kent on day 2 at Canterbury. Just the one new ball will be required, and the umpire is looking in his box.
Guess how many balls we needed last, when was it, Saturday at Lord's, Middlesex against Leicestershire.
How many balls you got through?
Yes, that's a better way of asking the question. How many balls did we get through? What a random question.
Well, I'm assuming by asking the question that it's more than
more than one,
more than standard.
Yeah.
So I'm going to guess 4 or 5.
5.
5.
Yeah.
What was wrong with the ones they were using?
Well, there's one where the seam came off. Apparently, and then all the when you look at to pick the ball up in your hand up to the sky, go suck through your teeth a bit.
Something's happened to this ball. Here comes Parkinson, bowls to Holder, drives it along the ground and smashes the middle stump out. I don't think Parkinson got a hand on it, and Waite did well to get back in his ground. The umpire's now putting that middle stump back in play. I was saying this to Frank yesterday, that I think every time that the fielding team lobs the ball to the umpire and says, there's something wrong with this ball, umpire, you know, they never do it when they're taking wickets, do they?
Never. It's and then you've got to plant the seed of thought in the umpire, and then it'll get changed.
There might be something wrong with it, and then it gets changed. Indeed. Here's Parkinson. Holder almost looked like he played that full toss off the back foot and just hit it still with immense power out towards deep cover. That's some good fielding by Bayers Swanepoel in the deep cover fence for Kent to stop the boundary, and they come back for 2. Holder on 78 now off 77. Can Parkinson draw out a mistake from him? 3 for 156 in the Surrey game. He got 5 for 170. If he's going to get 5, it might be a similar kind of set of figures for Parkinson.
He's a hard worker, isn't he, though? Gosh.
He certainly is.
Works hard for those wickets.
He's not getting much help from the pitch, seemingly. As Holder faces up to him again and just drives all along the floor, this time up towards long off, and he will again pretty much walk through for his single.
I've got my abacus out, Ben.
Okay.
In the last 4 innings that Jason Holder batted, I'll tell you in a moment.
Parkinson to Waite to end the over. It's a low full toss. It's been played away along the ground wide of long on for a single. So Waite will keep the strike for the next over as he moves to 32. Worcestershire are 505 for 7.
Yeah, Jason Holder, in the last 4 times he picked up the bat and got out there, 34 runs total. And so this 79 is quite an anomaly. And I'm sure that's what he wants to do. You know, wants to close off his time at Worcestershire with an absolute bang. And he's certainly hitting it. I'm slightly worried about where my car's parked, but I forgot, actually, I did try and park where that car, that ball did go originally, actually, Ben. But now I remember where I parked it the second time. Long story short, it's all safe. Anyway, I'm going to leave you, Ben, while I go and move my car for the third time.
I'm going to now scan the cars and wonder which one might be yours, and fear for its life as Jason Holder continues to up the ante. Kent are delaying here for some reason. I don't quite know. There's a bit of a discussion going on between Jack Leaning and who's going to bowl, and then Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain. Wes Agar's talking to the umpire. I think they're probably complaining about the ball. No doubt it's taken some punishment. Ben Compton's now coming in off the boundary from square leg. So, yeah, they're changing the field, but I think it's important here that Kent do tweak the field from Waite to Holder, because otherwise Waite can might be able to pick up a number of very free singles because all the fielders are pushed back for Holder unless they swap it around.
Leaning bowls and Waite drives into the covers. No run.
But this is fun, Frank. Watching Holder.
It is fun for particularly fun for those of us of a Worcestershire persuasion, I suppose. Leaning round the wicket bowls, Waite drives nicely, hard, through extra cover 4, lovely shot. Quite capable of scoring quickly himself, Matthew Waite, and that was a full delivery from Leaning across the right-hander from round the wicket, and he just threw his hands through it and drove it beautifully through extra cover.
That's delightful.
36 now to Matthew Waite, 509 for 7. And Leaning again bowls, and that one that runs on with the arm, bowled it quite effectively to Waite a couple of times this morning, but I sense that Waite's expecting it now, and he kind of knew it was coming and just ran that one down off the face for 2 more runs down to third man. 511 for 7. Worcestershire, as I said this morning, I think the perfect scenario was to get 500 and then pick up a few wickets tonight, even looking to build on that even more now as Leaning bowls, and that one's a bit shorter and a bit quicker, and Waite punches it off the back foot out on the offside. 512 for 7. So we've got 46 overs left in the day after this. And they would lose a couple for a changeover. Just thinking about when you might get a declaration now. perfectly entitled to keep batting and batting and batting to try and get themselves into a position that makes it almost impossible to lose the game, I would have thought. But they've also got to bear in mind that it's going to be a heck of a task to get 20 wickets on this surface. Leaning comes in round the wicket now and bowls to Holder, who drives all along the ground up to long on for a single, which takes him on to 80. 513 for 7. And I'm just wondering whether, you know, just being greedy and looking at it from a Worcestershire perspective entirely, as Leaning goes round the wicket, bringing a couple of fielders in off the boundary to bowl to Waite, who is forward, pushing up to long off for a single. Whether you look at Holder, let him get 100, he's on 80. Waite, let him get a 50, he's on 40. Get up to around about 540, 550, and then declare, and then have, I don't know, 35 overs tonight to try and pick up 2, 3, maybe 4. If you're really, really greedy, that would be the absolute perfect scenario for Worcestershire. Get the Kent early order batters out there, having fielded for the best part of 5 sessions. That might be in the thinking, or they might just be thinking, well, let's just see how it goes for another half an hour, 40 minutes and see where we are. But 500 runs on the board, you would say something extraordinary would have to happen if you're going to lose the game.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely. I think certainly on this pitch.
And to be perfectly blunt about it, I think that really is, as far as Worcestershire are concerned, the number one priority when they came here was to perform creditably, given what's gone on. Just been told by John Curtis, thank you very much. First time that Worcestershire have scored 500 against Kent on this ground. So one for the history books. And it's been a really good effort.
Yeah.
They talked last night, I think Gareth Roderick talked in his little interview about having one more partnership, at least one more partnership, having had 2 good ones yesterday. Well, in fact, it's turned out to be 2 more partnerships, because this one has now added 121 for this 8th wicket. And that in itself is a little bit of a psychological body blow to Kent, because you pick up a couple of wickets and you think we've got Hose out, we've got Jones out, and then the next pair come in and add 100, which emphasises the fact that the pitch is a feather bed, and once you get in, it's difficult to get out. But that's not to detract from this effort from these two. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, if you were wondering why we're just rambling on, or I'm just rambling on. It's a drinks break. And both sides have gathered around their 12th men and the drinks carriers and taken on board some much needed liquid. Parkinson going to carry on. What did he get? 5 for 177 against Surrey, and he's looking at 3 for 158 at the moment. So he's taken 1 for the team earlier in the year, and he's taken another one today, Ben.
Yeah, he's had to be patient for his wickets. He'll certainly hope that there might be a couple more in there for him. Whether or not Kent will actually bowl Worcestershire out, they may well declare before that. Now they've got 500 on the board, possibly. I suspect that the bowlers are probably in the changing room looking at this pitch thinking, you stay out there for a little bit longer, guys. Or maybe even thinking, well, can I have a bat first? Quite fancy a little go as this one is run up towards long on.
Could be nearing a record for the 8th wicket against Kent as well. Thanks again to JC for his information.
41 for Waite, 80 for Holder, who's on strike. Just turning this one away into the onside. There's plenty of singles available out there for the Worcestershire batters at the moment. Parkinson's figures into his 39th over, 3 for 160. So he's gone at just over 4 and over. That's gone up in terms of his economy rate since Holder has been enjoying himself. Driven away out towards extra cover where Denley does the fielding. Men out at long on and long off, deep cover, deep point, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square for Parkinson, the leg spinner. Finch up to the stumps. Cover and mid-wicket either side, and a backward point or half-third man as Waite just gently plays this up towards long on, who walks in and throws in underarm. Another single on the board. Matthew Waite will be thinking about 50. Holder might be thinking about 100. It's only 19 away, only a few blows away if he wants to continue his aggressive onslaught. No, instead he's quite happy to take the singles that are on offer, turning this one away into the onside. 518. 4-7 Worcestershire, having started the day 5 down. 1 wicket for Everson, 1 wicket for Parkinson in that opening session, but since lunch it's been all Worcestershire. This partnership has dominated. Parkinson bowling to Waite and trying to turn it away into the onside, but a little bit of bat pad and just dropping away out to the leg side where Finch picks the ball up. Gets swiftly through the over, Matt Parkinson. Kent's over rate probably looking okay. The amount of spin they've bowled today, 518 for 7 Worcestershire here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Sport Online. All the matches that are taking place, you can listen to those on the website. The scores elsewhere, if I just briefly have a look, I saw England were 11 for 2. They're 11 for 3 in the T20 Women's International against Pakistan at Edgbaston. Nightmare start for England in that one. Bouchier, Wyatt and Capsey, the top 3, have all been dismissed cheaply. Jack Leaning's currently doing something to his eyes.
Tightening his spikes.
Doing something to his shoes. Hampshire 487 for 9 against Durham at Southampton. Nottinghamshire 110 for 4 against Lancashire, who made 3-3-1 all out at Trent Bridge. Surrey 117 for 1 against Warwickshire at the Oval.
Leaning round the wicket to hold up. Full toss driven along the ground to long on for a single. Just mention a couple of messages I've had. G. Smith from Sligo, Gary Smith, says listening in from Sligo in Northern Ireland. Great to hear Worcestershire going well, but I was talking about the Aurora this morning and he sent me a couple of pictures, amazing pictures of the Aurora in Northern Ireland last night. Lost count of the number of nights I've tried to capture these pictures, he said. So yeah, it was a special night.
Something about
I missed it.
Solar storm I heard on
caused
that.
It or something. Yeah, he was leaning again round the wicket, bowls, Waite drives up to deep long on and brings up with that single a record partnership for Worcestershire against Kent for the 8th wicket, beating Jack Shantry and Tom Fell's effort here 11 years ago. Thanks to John Curtis for the details. I wouldn't have known that off the top of my head, as this one is pushed through quicker and Holder plays back up the pitch. And also had a message from Annie Chave, who commentates on Somerset on BBC and is a great champion of county cricket and editor of County Cricket Matters magazine and so on. And she says, really enjoying it, probably enjoying listening more than the Kent bowlers are enjoying this, and particularly, she says, enjoying this wonderful Jason Holder innings. And this wonderful Jason Holder innings just got a little bit more wonderful because he came down the pitch and stroked, and I mean stroked, it was no more than that, a big 6 over long on. Initially when it went up in the air, Swanepoel fielding on the boundary at long on was interested, but he realised that it was clearing his head quite considerably. Holder has moved on to 89.
Don't think he middled it, but it went all the way still.
526 for 7. The response from Leaning is to fire that one quickly in down the leg side, and Holder just paddles it round the corner, but straight to Gilchrist at short fine leg, so no run this time. But Jason Holder 89 off 86. He was relatively circumspect before lunch. Since lunch it's been lovely to watch, and he's whipping this one away off his pads through mid-wicket to Compton, who's come off the boundary, and another single to Jason Holder. who moves on to 90 and keeps the strike because it was the last ball of the over. 527 for 7. Matthew Waite 43, Jason Holden 90, and Worcestershire's day continues to go very nicely indeed.
So Holder just 10 away then from Century. Something's bleeping in our commentary box. I don't quite. Is it?
Not guilty, I don't think.
My worry was that it was the kit. I don't know if it's your kit.
Could be. I'll go and check.
Give me a little check. Sometimes they do that when the batteries are running out or something. So Parkinson to Holder then. Turns it away on the onside and helps himself to a single. 528 for 7, and Holder to 91. Adam Hose was out for 90 earlier on in the day, so he moves past his teammates. Second top scorer in the Worcestershire innings.
They're all good. Bit of Q playing through my headphones next door. Could be that.
There's Parkinson now. He's defended back to him by Waite. Kent still got plenty of fielders out for Waite, but they do have a mid-on up in Zach Crawley. There's Parkinson bowls. Waite drives up to long off though for a single. Be half tempted if I was Kent to bring mid-on and mid-off both up for Waite, because you almost want to try and draw a mistake out of him at the moment. There's too many fielders back and he's able to just take singles, put Holder back on strike. He cuts the ball away into the offside for a single, which he casually jogs through. I'd imagine the heads of many of the Kent fielders are a bit scrambled, to be honest, having been out there for almost 150 overs. 148.4. Parkinson's bowled almost 40 of them now. In 2 balls time he'll complete this 40th over. 3 for 165. Yes, they are just tweaking the field slightly here for Waite. Deep covers coming in. Long off is still back, so they've got a... Well, the deep point's gone to deep cover, so there's a sweeper on the offside at mid-wicket and then at long off as it's fired in by Parkinson. It's tickled away out towards Leaning, who's just come in. That short fine leg. 5:30 for 7. Final ball of the over to come. Parkinson to Waite. Almost yorks him. It's jammed out up towards mid-on. End of another over. A couple of drinks being brought out for the batters, one would assume.
And a message, perhaps?
Yes.
Interesting, they've shared the strike, these two. They hold at 92 off 89, Waite 44 off 88. But actually, until about 20 minutes ago, fairly even scoring. Well, maybe half an hour ago, but Holder has really pressed the accelerator. And yet he's done it, hasn't he, with a... In response again, I suppose, to that message from Annie Chave about what a lovely innings it's been. He's accelerated, but you've almost not noticed. It's not been a violent innings, has it? It's been an innings of kind of admirable stroke play, but it's not. I wouldn't have called it violent. Even the big hits have been graceful, such as Jason Holder's method. And he waits now as Leaning is in round the wicket and firing this one in, and he tucks it away on the onside. They run the first one quickly, the intention clearly to get back for 2, but it wasn't happening. Joe Denley was racing in off the cover boundary, picked up cleanly, and Holder has to settle for 1. And the field now, as Ben was describing, changes completely. We've still got sweepers on either side, but those are the only men on the boundary, although long on is fairly close to the boundary, as Waite goes on the back foot and actually can easily help himself to a single here, because Leaning dragged that one down and he just steered it square on the offside. It was coming across him, having been delivered from round the wicket by Leaning. and Waite able to just play it away almost with the angle of attack and pick up a single, and Holder pits up another single here out to Compton at deep mid-wicket. So it's a runner ball at the moment. Holder now waving to the dressing room. He might want some tape. I think that was the gesture. He's on 94 now as leaning bowls, and Waite drives this one with a straight bat straight to the fielder at extra cover. 533 for 7. What might be a slight worry for Worcestershire is Jason Holder feeling his left hamstring at the moment as he waits at the non-striker's end, as Waite drives straight down the ground. He's got a big heavy bat, Matthew Waite, and he's got most of that. It's not gone all the way. Daniel Bell-Drummond chases it and shows really good commitment really for a captain at this time of the day and this time of the innings to chase that down and slide and pull it back in and save 2 runs. Good effort from him. Waite goes to 47. 535 for 7. Man now sent out to deep mid-wicket, so a single on offer if Waite wants it for the last ball of the over, and he does take it. Thank you very much. He says he nicks it away on the onside, and again they run the first one quickly with an intention of coming up for 2, but Joe Denley is having none of it. Quickly enough the boundary. It's just a single. Waite keeps the strike. End of the over. 536 for 7. Waite has 48 and Jason Holder has 94.
England's women were 11 for 2, 11 for 3, and then 11 for 4 after a run out. They've now
run out?
So they've now moved on to 21 for 4, yeah. But what a start to the international summer.
There's enough ways to get out without being run out when you're 11 for 3 already, aren't
Crikey.
there? Me.
Yeah, that's Heather Knight, the captain's still there. Amy Jones has come to join her. But that's quite the situation for England to find themselves in with still 15 overs to go in their innings. This one is clipped away by Waite. Parkinson bowling to him. Into the onside. Holder back on strike then. The Kent field spreads out. He's 6 runs away from 100. He plays this off the back foot out towards deep cover. Might come back for 2. No, they're just going to run 1 here. Holder has, I think, perhaps put the big shots back in the locker for now, and is quite happy to just take all the singles that are being offered up to him by Kent as Parkinson is in. Low full toss. Waite drives up towards mid-on, where Zach Crawley does the fielding. Frank's going to pop next door to go and update BBC Hereford and Worcester. Hopefully he might even time it for the Holder century, possibly, for listeners in that part of the world, as Waite gets a single up towards long off, and he has his half century. So well batted to Matthew Waite. Just a couple of boundaries, 95 balls he's been out there for, but he's provided the perfect companionship for Jason Holder and has really helped Worcestershire continue the momentum in this innings and stop Kent skittling them out cheaply, in inverted commas, or quickly today, at least on day 2, as Holder drives and it's deflected away by Joe Denley at cover. He was trying to stop it and moved away to his right. Ended up pushing it around the corner almost, and Holder was quite happy to take 1, maybe even could have scrambled for another, but Holder now on 96, Waite on 50, Worcestershire on 540 for 7. This has really been a dominant session for them so far as we come up to 3 o'clock here in the UK. Here comes some reinforcements, or certainly more sub-fielders, bringing out instructions and drinks. Might even be a physio, actually, for Worcestershire. I wonder if Holder's after some strapping of some sort. Just taking his gloves off, and the Subfield, I think, has just given him an energy drink or something, or the physio. He definitely brought his little red medical bag. Chatleany's just wandering over to go chat to Matthew Waite, possibly to say well batted. Hampshire 503 all out at Southampton. That one's between innings. So good start from the home side against Durham. Nottinghamshire are 1, 2, 3 for 4 against Lancashire at Trent Bridge. 208 runs behind. Surrey 127 for 1. They've lost a wicket against Warwickshire at the Oval. Warwickshire were 3, 4, 3 all out. An update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment. Holder's now almost ready to take strike. Just having a look who got out for Surrey. It was Burns for 40. Sibley still there. Turned away into the onside by Holder. They run the first one hard. They might think about a second. They will, in the end, just take one. So he'll move to 97. Division 2, Glamorgan 220 for 4. Trailing by 58 runs, 278 all out. Sussex, so partnership between Colin Ingram, who's got 100, and Kieran Carlson on 82. Important there in Cardiff. In Northampton, the home side 107 for 4, having seen Gloucestershire score 409, as this one's off the back foot from Waite up towards mid-on for a single. Seeing if I can get that Kent women's score in the Women's London Championship. 50 over competition against Surrey at Beckenham. Kent in the end made 266 for 6 from their 50 overs. Surrey 53 for 1 in reply as leaning bowls, and it's smashed away by Holder into the offside out towards deep point. They will come through for a single. The 150 partnership is up between these two. It's come off 182 balls, the swiftest partnership you feel strike rate wise of the innings. 101 minutes, so it's come up in good time, and it's really certainly buried any Kent hopes of rolling out Worcestershire cheaply and getting on with their batting as Waite off the back foot cuts out towards backward point. Yeah, Worcestershire are very much dominating this game now. 150 the partnership between Matthew Waite, who's got 51, and Jason Holder, the West Indian superstar, who's on 98. The all-rounder has got that from 95 deliveries, and he's put on a bit of a batting clinic in this one and has been aggressive as well. 5 4s, 5 6s. He's brought the game to life with some of his big hitting, and he's now just a couple of runs away from getting a century for Worcestershire, who have batted so well in this game, of course, very much with 20-year-old Josh Baker, their former teammate, who sadly passed away last week in their minds. And yesterday was an emotional day, but they've really kicked on from their overnight score and asserted their dominance in the game over Kent on a batting-friendly pitch here in the Canterbury sunshine. Yes, but they have really played well, and it's been a collective effort so far from the side who were promoted from Division 2 last season. Waite with 52 then of 100 balls. Holder now taking strike. Or in fact, Waite's just stolen the strike. He's pinched it for the next over, but Holder is just a couple of runs away from a century. Maybe even a declaration won't be too long around the corner, but Kent's fielders just lacking a little bit of energy, it seems, at the moment, and Worcestershire very much on top. 544 for 7.
Yeah, with Parkinson to continue from the Nackington Road end. Jason Holder 2 runs away from a first Worcestershire 100. Parkinson bowls to him to Waite, and Waite goes down on one knee and whacks that away on the leg side. He's quite capable, as I said, of playing in that fashion himself. He's deliberately played second fiddle in this partnership, but could be some fireworks to come from him now that he's reached 50. He goes to 56 with that boundary. 548 for 7, and a man is dispatched to the leg side fence, so 4 on the leg side boundary. Couple saving one on the offside, the rest are out on the boundary as Parkinson bowls a quicker, flatter ball, which deceived Waite. Might even have been a googly. He kept a little bit low, and Parkinson appealed. He's dismayed not to get a response from the umpire, but I think it might just have been sliding down the leg side, that one. 5:48 for 7. Food for thought for Matthew Waite, and poor old Matt Parkinson, 3 for 173 at the moment. Wheeling away, comes in again and bowls, and Waite drives him straight down the ground just for a single. He's in his 42nd over, the leg spinner. Waite goes to 57. Here we go. Jason Holder, 98. Will it be 100 for him and then a declaration, or will Worcestershire continue to press on as Parkinson bowls and Holder drives through the offside? He'll only get one though. It's gone up to fielder that long off. There's Agar, I think, picks up cleanly. 550 is up for Worcestershire. A ripple of applause. Waite on strike as Parkinson is in and bowls, and Waite is forward. Doesn't get the single that he wanted. So one ball left in the over. Will he keep the strike, take a single, or will he just let Holder have it for the next over? He's on 99, the big man, and he's played beautifully since lunch in particular. As Parkinson in again, bowls, and Waite does take the single that's on offer, just clipping this one off his pads. Down to Leaning, who picks the ball up, carries it in his hands, walking in because he's going to come in and bowl at the pavilion end with Jason Holder on 99, having lost the strike, and Waite has kept it. He's on 58. 5:51 for 7. You mentioned a lack of energy. They've been, to be fair, I think, Kent, as we said, throughout the first 4 sessions, certainly bowled with a fair amount of accuracy and a fair amount of resolve on a placid pitch, just under the Holder assault since lunch. Not ragged, but just a little bit, as you say, kind of the body language showing that they're just getting a bit fed up with it, I think, to be fair.
As Leaning is in and bowling to Waite. Full delivery, which he digs out. I think that's a pretty fair sum up, Frank. Just looking a little bit fed up out there. Maybe not quite the same intensity in the field. Seamers being rested now. It's very much just spin from both ends. Leaning with a bit of a drag down, and Waite chops this away behind square on the offside, down towards the new lime tree for a boundary. One of the spectators has just jumped over the advertising hoardings to lob the ball to Nathan Gilchrist. I think the moment we're all waiting for now is the Jason Holder century possibility. But 555 for 7 on the board, and Matthew Waite has been the perfect partner for the big West Indian. Oh, he's deciding he wants to join in himself now. Slog sweep into the onside, and that's gone for 4 out towards deep square leg. Nicely struck, and away to the boundary. 66-99, the 2 batter scores. 559 for 7 on the board for Worcestershire. And
they've beaten that Surrey score, haven't they, from the other day.
It'll be fair to say that as Leaning is around the wicket, it's smashed through the covers. Worcestershire aren't going to lose this game. Kent are going to be out there batting for a draw for 2 innings.
Well, maybe one. I suppose they could go out and get 600 themselves, couldn't they?
It has happened on this pitch before.
Yeah.
There was a 4-day game between Kent and Warwickshire the other year where Bell Drummond got 160, Dom Sibley got 200 possibly, and yeah, they both just batted for 2 days basically, both teams in 1 innings.
So here we go, Holder on 99, drives Leaning, and he gets his 100, driven ball, Leaning looking to field it off his own bowling, but unable to do that, just took the pace off it. Holder removes his helmet, punches the hair, taps the Josh Baker badge on his shirt, and it's probably be his last innings for Worcestershire in this little spell, one assumes, and he brings up a really excellent 197 balls, and he has hit Just check. 5 4s and 5 6s. So well played, Jason Holder. Fantastic way to mark his last innings, probably his last innings for Worcestershire. 2 more runs for Waite here as he drives the ball off leaning back, and it crashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end and then deflects away on the offside. So Waite moves on to 69, 563 for 7.
Yeah, lovely touch from Jason Holder. As you say, tapping that number 33 that's beneath the Worcestershire crest on his shirt. I'd imagine he's been quite the character to have in the dressing room this season for the Worcestershire players, with his experience and quality. And yeah, what a way for him to potentially bow out and leave the club after this stint as an overseas with a fine century here at Canterbury. Obviously coming in a place down the order as well after Leach coming in. That's the night watcher last night, but no sign of any declaration just yet. As Parkinson is sent one bounce up towards long on. As Holder opens up the arms and flays it away.
Definitely feeling that left hamstring, you know, Holder, which will be a worry, unless it's just a bit of stiffness.
The physio did come out, didn't he, with that drink a moment ago, and he had his medical bag with him. Waite turns this away on the onside against Parkinson. Out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. So yeah, and he didn't actually end up treating Holder at all. But there must have been some sort of message that they possibly might need to treat something. Here's another delivery from Parkinson that is just nudged into the offside by Holder. When he went to 50, his next scoring shot was a big heave into the leg side. So now he's got to 100. Will he go back into full assault mode? Here's Parkinson. Down the pitch he comes, drives all along the ground up towards long off. Holder just walks through for a single.
You wouldn't mind a bat on this, Ben, would you?
Oh, I think even I might get a few. That's Parkinson, or inside edge from Waite into the onside for a single. Yeah, I think your description earlier of a featherbed was perhaps,
well, now particularly, I think
perhaps the
ball,
most apt description.
The ball a bit older and there's just no pace in it, is there?
Parkinson turned away by Holder. Out towards deep mid-wicket. I think at this stage you would say that the draw looks the favourite, but of course scoreboard pressure, this big score on the board for Worcestershire, the physical and mental drain, the concentration as well as the physical effort they've put in the field for Kent out in the sunshine the last couple of days, that can take you some wickets.
Yeah.
So Worcestershire will believe they can get 20 to win the game possibly this week.
Yeah, I think, well, you always say don't judge a pitch until you've seen both teams bowl on it, but on this occasion I think we can make a judgment, and I think the fact that Worcestershire haven't really got a front-line spinner either is going to be a factor. But as you say, you never know. Tiredness, a bit of lack of concentration can undermine an innings, and who knows? But you would look at the Kent batting lineup and you would think that there are 2 or 3 players perfectly capable. Not to mention Zach Crawley, who could just smash it. But 2 or 3 players perfectly capable of playing an anchor role in a really long innings, and Bell Drummond leaning, people like that, and just sort of becoming impossible to shift over the next couple of days. And it could, I hope it doesn't, but it could get a bit tedious. Leaning round the wicket to Holder, and he bowls a quick flat delivery into the batsman's toes, and he drives it up to long on.
Who will bowl some part-time spin for Worcestershire?
Well, Brett D'Oliveira will bowl a bit of leg spin. Jake Libby might bowl a bit of non-turning off spin, and Kashif is developing a bit of leg spin. So some possibilities there. long term, I'm not so sure what will happen in the spin department, as this one from leaning is driven by weight out to deep extra for a single. Weight goes to 72.
Have they got a replacement overseas for Holder? Is there a possibility that will be
that could be the
area.
The line they go down. They've got Osama Mir coming in for the T20s. Leaning, oh, that's wide, horribly wide. Angled right across the right-hander. Wide to a right-hander, delivered right arm round the wicket. So you can make your own mind up if you're listening and not watching how that one went from his hand.
Yeah,
but
Holder would have had 5 yards less to hit that to a short boundary if he'd have stretched for it.
It was a diving, sprawling stop in the end by Harry Finch. Bowls again, quick down the leg side, and Holder just fetches this with the arc really around to backward square leg for 4.
Yeah,
dare I say, for the first time, it is getting a tiny bit ragged.
Yeah, that's a bad delivery, especially when you've got the fine leg in short and not on the fence.
575 for 7. Holder goes to 108. And we were talking about 500 being a dream, but it's looking more like 6 now, isn't it?
Yeah, leaning none for 84 from his 15.5 overs.
And he bowled pretty tightly early on, didn't he? Round the wicket again to Holder. Goes big. Jason Holder down the ground. Hasn't got all of it, and it's landed safely in front of Parkinson running in from extra cover. So even that didn't go the way of leaning, and Holder gets a single. Goes to 109. 576 for 7.
Bayer Swanepoel had his hands on his head or on his floppy hat that didn't carry to a fielder out there in the deep.
Leaning to Weight. Weight drives up to mid-on, long on for a single. Just happy to take one and keep the strike. And, well, it's not the end of the over, is it? Because there was a wide. So 577 for 7.
T not far away, 4 overs away after this ball.
Here comes leaning again to Holder, and he goes big down the ground again this time. And has it gone all the way? One bounce, I think, just inside the rope, down in front of us. 4 off the last ball of the over. Holder goes to 113. 581 for 7. And as you say, T 4 overs away. Might be a tea time declaration.
Yeah, it could be. If they
that was in the conversation last night, I think, at one stage. A sort of 500 T, get some wickets, but looking more like 600 T now.
Yeah, absolutely. If they go big in the next couple of overs, they could get 600.
600 at T and declare would probably fit the bill, I think.
Jack Leaning was looking a little bit fed up. 16 overs, none for 90 now, as he took his cap off the umpire and walked off to his fielding position.
He's had better days, but he'll enjoy it more when he's got a bat in his hand out there. I watched him this morning. I think I was saying this morning. I watched him in the nets this morning. He looked in very, very good nick to me. Playing only throwdowns, and obviously not too testing, but just when somebody just timing the ball really nicely and hitting it right in the middle so sweetly, looked very, very good. 581 for 7 then in the sunshine. Not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful day for cricket, especially if you're Jason Holder. 113 not out. Waits at the non-striker's end as Matthew Waite pushes this one out on the leg side. He's hardly got anything on it, and again they think about 2, but Gilchrist is quickly in off the boundary, and they settle for a single, which brings Holder on to strike. Now, will he take Parkinson on again? He's hit him straight down the ground a couple of times. And, well, Joe Denley's going back to a very, very straight long off. And we've got a long on and a sort of longish, a wide long. We've got 2 long offs, haven't we? We've got a very straight one and a wideish one. He's saying, hit me down the ground if you want, but you've got to get past these guys or over them. And Holder says, OK. And he slaps it away, but on the leg side, and actually picks out one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fielders on the boundary. Straight to him. It's hard to get it through a gap. You've got to hit it really well. He goes to 114. 583 for 7. Weight not being paid so much respect. Only 7 fielders on the boundary for him. And he just tucks this one away through mid-wicket in the same direction as Holder's shot, but a far different method of getting the ball there with a straight bat, and he goes to 75. You know, in the history books or in the averages or in the stats, when your career's over and you look back, people say, how many first-class runs did you get? Parkinson bowls and Holder goes down the ground and again tries to find a gap but can't, just gets a single. And it doesn't say what the circumstances were, and
yeah, indeed.
there won't be many hours at the crease where Matthew Waite in particular has had runs as easy to pick up as this. You do get days like that, I suppose, and you've got to make the most of them. There's enough tough ones around. He goes big on the leg side, Waite, and he has managed to clear that rope. Big strong man down on one knee, cleared the front leg and whacked it over deep mid-wicket, over the boundary boards into the gardens of those rather nice apartments out there. I had to walk around this morning, some people already sitting out on the balcony this morning with their coffees at about 9:30, and I thought, yeah, that's not a bad way to spend the day.
Yeah, that's more the vibe than Rita's party flat, party apartment analogy earlier on.
Yeah. And somewhere along there's a cricket ball at the moment on the ground floor, and they can't find it. There's 2 or 3 men in whites with spikes on, trampling around the garden. Actually, it's pretty much a patio, so they're not doing any damage. They're trying to find the ball. Matthew Waite's gone on to 81. I think they're going to give Waite the chance to get a ton here, you know. He hasn't got one for Worcestershire, and I think they're going to give him the opportunity to do so here. He's on 81. It's 591 for 7.
Yeah, I wonder if he's been told he's got to get it by a tee.
Yeah, I wonder if he's been told. Yeah, he might have done. 3 overs left after this. That'd be good, wouldn't it? That would be just about the perfect scenario, I think, for Worcestershire. Just in case you're joining us and you're wondering what's gone on today, Worcestershire resumed on their overnight 308 for 5 this morning. Adam Hose was on 50. Rob Jones was not off the mark, and they took their partnership for the 6th wicket on to 74. Hose reached his highest Worcestershire score, but he was out 10 runs short of 100. LBW to Joey Everson. That was 381 for 6, and the other man out this morning was Rob Jones, 393 for 7, when he was caught at slip by Daniel Bell Drummond off Matt Parkinson, the persevering Matt Parkinson, for 37. At lunch it was 424 for 7, with Waite on 8 and Holder on a fairly circumspect 25. But since the lunch interval, they have made hay, these two, and they've already created a record partnership for the 8th wicket for Worcestershire against Kent. They've taken Worcestershire past 500 on this ground for the first time, and they've rattled along now. They really have. They've added almost 200 now, 198 they've added so far for this 8th wicket. Jason Holder leading the way on 115, but not far behind him, Matthew Waite, who's just whacked that one over mid-wicket for 6. He is on 81, and Matt Parkinson has figures of 3 for 191. So if he took one for the team against Surrey earlier this year, he's had to do it again, the leg spinner. And it's pretty thankless bowling out there on this pitch at the moment. And well, another thing I suppose is that they will have another new ball due in a few overs if anybody will put their hand up to take it.
That's a good point.
I think I might be just rubbing a swollen ankle if I was an opening bowler.
Yeah, I must admit, I did expect maybe a couple more would have gone up in the air and been caught on mark. Matt Parkinson might have 5 for almost 200, but
we've got another ball. They haven't found that one. It's incredible. It didn't go that far away. Matthew Waite smashes another one out in that direction, and this time he only gets a single. It's a good bit of fielding by Nathan Gilchrist. I thought he'd missed it at first, but he managed to keep hold of it. Waite keeps the strike, which will fit with the plan if it's being interpreted correctly by us. 592 for 7. Waite has 82 now. Holder has 115, and a weary Kent side are visibly wilting, I would say, and that is not being unkind. They were very, very good, I think, for 4 sessions, but not surprisingly since lunch, and they're trying it on with the ball. I think we don't like this one that you've just given us. Couldn't you have found a better one in the box? Joe Denley's going to have another bowl, I think, which is good, isn't it? He's putting his hand up and saying, well, I don't mind.
Yeah, did
my career figures aren't ever going to look great anyway, so I might take in a little bit more.
Yeah, Jack Leaning did look a bit dejected as he walked off after the previous over, so perhaps no change. That Denley is going to replace him to try and spoil the party and stop Matthew Wade getting a century. The leg spinner. So 5-9, 2 for 7.
I'm going to have to nip off, I'm afraid.
No worries. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester for Frank Watson. As Denley bowls a loopy delivery, and it's a low full toss, which Matthew Wade has gone for the reverse to, and hit it down towards third man, and slightly clothed it for just a couple. In hindsight, slightly premeditated shot, which he probably would have preferred to just stand up and try and hit in a more orthodox fashion if he'd have known it was going to be such a loopy full toss from Denley. And bowls again, and Wade this time drills the ball hard along the ground out towards wide, long off. For a single. .595 for 7 as Denley bowls. Holder in the air, chipped away offside. It drops short of Parkinson, who's at deep cover. So another single, 2-1-1 in the over. 596 for 7 on the board, 600 within striking distance now. Denley's giving the umpire the ball and saying, this one you've brought out doesn't look round. Here he comes again, Denley. Wade down the pitch and thumps this down the ground for 6. Brilliant shot, Matthew Wade, to move into the 90s and to take Worcestershire past 600 in the game here at Canterbury. It's been a batting clinic from these two in this afternoon session on day 2. They've upped the ante in a big way and really just burst the balloon of Kent's morale, having been very patient with their bowling for 4 sessions, as Frank was describing, as this one's chopped away by Wade, cut shot out towards deep point for a single. Perhaps haven't quite had the rewards they would have hoped for or liked, and maybe even deserved. But these two now put on a monster partnership for the 9th wicket, or the 8th wicket rather. As Denley bowls, Holder down the ground. Bell Drummond's just posted himself at very straight mid-off, but it's over his head. And it's 6 more runs down the ground from Holder, who moves to 122. Worcestershire to 609 for 7. And that was just eased down the ground away for a 6 by Holder. Just so effortlessly played. Frank doing his update. Wonder if he'll be able to come back in time for Matthew Wade to take strike here against Matt Parkinson as he eyes up that century. I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. And then before too long, it'll be tea time. Myself, Ben Watts, Frank Watson and Rita Green will be taking a 20-minute break. Maybe it'll be an innings break. As Parkinson bowls, back goes Wade, off the back foot, out towards extra cover. No run.
I'm indebted to John Curtis yet again for reminding me that Matthew Wade made 100 last year in the first game at Derby, actually. And I remember it, of course, but I had forgotten. So he has got 100 for Worcestershire before, but not since.
Looking to get there again then, as he drives up towards mid-on here. Parkinson going pretty full with that delivery. Is that Crawley doing the fielding? Update for BBC Radio Kent on the way. Jason Holder on strike as Parkinson is on the way. A very straight fielder, almost a not a backstop for the bowler. It's like a fine long off that Kent are employing at the moment for Holder, as they just pack fielders on the rope in the hope that eventually Holder will sky one up in the air and get caught. He skied a couple short of fielders deep on the offside. Parkinson to wait. Oh, he heaves this away over the head of long on. That'll be 6 to move to 99. Matthew Waite clubbing Parkinson away over the head of Joe Denley at long on. In fact, is that Crawley out there in the deep? Might take some finding that ball, actually. We might have a brief delay while they search for this. But on the stroke of tea then, Worcestershire 617 for 7. Well, not great for Kent, to be honest. For the listeners in the county who are hoping for good news, it's not coming, because Worcestershire have dominated this afternoon session. They've fully taken control of the game. And Matt Parkinson just hit for 6 there by Matthew Waite, who's on strike and just chipping this one down the ground for his century. He moves to 100 from 126 balls with 5 fours and 3 sixes. Raises his bat. Jason Holder up the other end has blasted his way to 123. It's a whopping partnership for the 8th wicket by this Worcestershire pair, which has certainly turned this game in their favour. And Worcestershire 618 for 7, the score on the board. 100 exactly for Waite, 123 for Holder. 3 wickets for Parkinson and for Everson. They took one apiece today. Looks like the declaration has been signalled ahead of tea then on this second day. Worcestershire have declared on 618 for 7, so Kent will be batting again after tea, and they will have this mammoth first innings score to try and compete with. At the moment, there's only 2 results possible in this game. That's going to be either a Worcestershire win or a draw. They've been batted out of a Kent victory, the home side, by the visitors in this game. And brilliantly done by the pairs, the Division 2 promotion winning side last season. They've come back to Canterbury and they've made the most of winning the toss and choosing to bat first on this wicket. The 2 Centurions both leave the field in tandem. We'll be back with commentary online in around about 20 minutes time. We'll update you again just after 4 o'clock, but it'll be Kent batting at that stage. Worcestershire have declared here 618 for 7. Hello, welcome back to Canterbury. The second innings of the match about to get underway after the declaration from Worcestershire ahead of tea. And now the men in the green caps are in the field. And in contrast to the field at the end of the first innings when Kent had every single man on the boundary, Worcestershire have got 4 slips tucked in nice and close to one another for Leach, who's around the wicket and bowling to Compton, who actually is chasing that delivery. It was a bit short and wide and probably could have been fetched for runs, but instead Compton somewhat chopped it into the ground and missed out on a potential scoring opportunity. So Compton and Crawley, Ben Compton sat Crawley out there to open the Kent innings. Joe Leach from around the wicket at the Nackington Road end has the new ball in his right hand as he's in and bowling on the stumps. That's much better in terms of where he wants to pitch the ball. And so that session of this second day, Rita Green alongside me, feels like it has really changed the tone around Canterbury, certainly for the home supporters. And in terms of the match, Worcestershire can now go out there with a confidence, knowing that they've got a massive score on the board and go in search of wickets. As Leach bowls to Compton, he lets it go outside the off stump, albeit having batted on that pitch. They know that it might be difficult to take wickets, but they've got the advantage of scoreboard pressure and the fact that their bowlers will be fresh, and Kent's batters, their minds might be a bit scrambled from 5 sessions in the field.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, want to bat only once is exactly what they wanted to do, and that's what they got. 618 for 7 declared, Worcestershire. A mammoth total.
Leach with those 4 slips. Where's the ball gone? He's he's gone through his action. Did he drop the ball behind him? Is it still?
I think he's still holding it. I think it's a case of his foot just fell into the foothold a little bit too much. It was quite. I hope he's all right, because actually you can hurt a bit. It was slightly comical indeed. But as you say, you know, the Kent fielders were out there for 1 3/4 days. That's a long time to be out there in the warmth.
Yeah, 150 odd overs. They almost got to a third new ball, didn't they? As that's left alone outside the off stump by Compton. Almost got to 160 overs in the field. So yeah, that's a long time to be out there for. There is a bit of a breeze. It's certainly cooler out there than it is in our commentary box, which just takes in heat in the first session of the day and tends to retain it pretty well, which is good on certain occasions, less so when the summer gets a little bit warmer. So it's pleasant enough out there in the field. Edge, is that a catch? Is it dropped short? I think they might have held it. Jones is celebrating, Leach is celebrating, and Compton has nicked one and is walking off. And that scoreboard pressure does tell. And Compton, having been out in the field for over 150 overs, waiting for his turn to bat, has edged his 5th delivery to Jones at slip. Leach gets the breakthrough and Kent a 0 for 1.
The worst possible start for Kent. It seemed like it might have been a bit of a juggle. I think we're going to see the replay and probably confirm that. But that scoreboard pressure was enormous. Leach just put in the right spot. Yeah, it was a bit of a juggle, and I think even the ball was sort of taken above the right leg of the catcher. Goodness
to be
me!
honest, it originally looked like he'd pouched it pretty safely, but then must have juggled it as maybe his elbow hit the ground as he kind of leaned to his right. Just seeing the replay now, and Compton has just fended at it a bit hard, and the slip cord, and credit to Worcestershire, they've seen a couple drop short of Kent's first slip in this game, and those 4 slips are really quite close behind the batter, and Yeah, it was a low take as well at third slip by Jones. So Compton might have, in many occasions, expected that to fall short of the slip cord. And so credit to Worcestershire, to their leadership group, and having the slip cord, for having the bravery to be quite that close in. And Leach, well, he's a Darren Stevens-esque sort of bowler, a little bit quicker than Stevens, and clearly he used to take a lot of wickets on this ground. So yeah, Leach with the freshness and the enthusiasm that Worcestershire have, the momentum in their favour, has cashed in with a nice early wicket. Now got a short leg in play. Bell Drummond getting right forward out of his crease. The number 3 for Kent plays it into the offside. A wicket maiden to start for Joe Leach. Kent 0 for 1 with 33 overs remaining on this second day. 2 right-handers now at the crease. And Compton, I mentioned this earlier, felt like Compton was the perfect man for this pitch for Kent, because it would require a mistake, you know, to get the batters out. And actually Compton generally is so much within his own little bubble that he doesn't tend to make too many errors. And he's been in decent nick so far this season. Ben Compton, if I just check my notes, got a new first-class high score against Essex. He's had a few starts without necessarily going on and getting the big scores he is capable of. So that'll be a disappointment that he's missed out on a potential knock on this featherbed pitch, as Frank described it. Certainly a slow pitch. What can Nathan Smith, the overseas, then do for Worcestershire here?
Smith in from the pavilion end and down leg side and through to the keeper. No run. I mean, the worst possible start for Kent. They've yet to get a run on the board and a wicket down already. Like you say, Ben, Ben Compton would have been the man you want on the in your team sheet for a day like today. I'm sure he'd be deeply disappointed. He just pushed a little bit at the full ball from Leach, and it should have been actually a pretty conventional slip catch. Here comes the next ball in, a shorter delivery. This one's to Crawley, who's been absolutely, I'm sure, dying to get out there on and take strike for just shy of 2 days. But yeah, I just looked at the replay as well, Ben. I mean, talk about juggling. In fact, Rob Jones was joking around with some of his slip fielder mates as well about taking the ball basically between his legs. So he took it down low, the ball sort of, and he fell down onto the ground. The ball sort of somehow came up in the air. It was all legs and arms, and somehow behind his right leg he took the ball. It doesn't matter, it's just a catch in the scorebook. Next one, a bit shorter delivery, nice line and length. And this one's through to the keeper, no run. Good pace here from
yeah, it looks sharp.
Yeah, from the Kiwi Nathan Smith.
First I've seen of him this season, or for, you know, everyone in this commentary box other than. And did you see? No, it was Nicky Chowdhury who was up at Kidderminster with Frank for the very cold one they had up there. But yeah, he's been taking wickets. So certainly many Kent supporter and neutral, if you will, inside the ground will be looking forward to seeing him bowl here.
Crawley on strike. This one's let alone, and there's no run. Yeah, I get the impression, even just from seeing 4 balls so far, that he's been chomping at the bit to get out there. I think he's a very energetic cricketer from what Frank was saying, and yeah, he's been getting the wickets.
Bustling character. Just looking at his stats for this season, 13 wickets at 19. That's very good indeed. Start for the Kiwi. Yeah, and I'm sure Jason Holder will be looking forward to bowling as well. He got 3 for 72 against Somerset. Here's Nathan Smith in. This one's shorter down the leg side. Nicely taken by the keeper. Those ones was tricky to pick up. And there's no run. Yeah, obviously off the back of scoring a ton. Yeah. That's bound to fill you with a bit of confidence when you get the ball in hand. On this pitch, possibly as well, Holder will offer something that we haven't seen from the Kent bowlers, whether he can get a bit of extra bounce out of the wicket, or even variable bounce. Some might keep low and some might, with his height, jump up a bit. Nathan Smith in, slightly short of a length and tucked into the onside. And in fact, so fine that it's 3 for 4. Didn't quite get his line right there, Smith. He'll be disappointed with that after a
Pretty decent over in the main, and 4 more to the total. In fact, let's start off with 4 for Kent, who are finally off the mark, 4 for 1. No need to panic, of course, Ben. And, you know, plenty of time to go. We know what this wicket can do, but end of the second over of the Kent innings, 4 for 1.
Yeah, long time to bat. Zach Crawley, whose season is only really just getting underway, had a couple of weeks off at the start of the campaign, didn't play in either of the Kookaburra games, might be regretting that with the amount of runs that were scored against it. 5 and 4 against Surrey, got a 41 first innings against Lancashire, but then was dismissed cheaply in the second innings at Old Trafford. So he'll feel like he wants a score to really get going this season. Beau Drummond, by contrast, has been in excellent form and is facing Leach here. Straight delivery, which he defends up towards mid-on. Beau Drummond scored hundreds in both the Kookaburra Ball games at the start of the season, and then has got 2 70s, 1 not out. Mentioned how well he batted at Old Trafford last week, earlier on in the day on the commentary. So he's the man on strike, captain. Tapping his bat, waiting for Leach here. This new ball is in and bowling, and Beau Drummond just coming right forward, getting outside the line of off stump and down the pitch, and he's clipping this one away through mid-wicket, and they will come back for 3 runs. So neatly played by Beau Drummond, strong area for him. Well, we've had the tea break, and then Kent have gone out there to bat themselves, and certainly not looking any better. They've lost a wicket as well early on in their innings. 0 for 1. Ben Compton edging a delivery from Joe Leach to the third slip. Rob Jones, who eventually managed to hold on to the ball, having juggled it slightly. So an early loss of a wicket for Kent. That scoreboard pressure telling that 5 sessions in the field in the sunshine watching the Worcestershire players bat has taken a toll on the concentration as well. Zach Crawley is up and running with a boundary, the England opener. He's moved on to 5 with a little flick there into the leg side. Daniel Beau Drummond has had a good season so far. The captain is on 3, but Ben Compton out for 0. So his relatively little struggles. He hasn't got a big score for the last couple of games, and yeah, he's not got one in this innings either, failing to score at all. A first duck of the season for Compton. So yes, Kent are 8 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's massive 618 for 7 declared. Centuries for Matthew Waite and for Jason Holder today in a stand of 225, a record for the 8th wicket for Worcestershire. And a splendid knock, certainly by the West Indian all-rounder, and Waite was a perfect partner up the other end for him. They really cashed in on what is a good track to bat on. Kent now have got the task of trying to replicate that, because they're probably going to have to bat in this game for a draw at most. They're certainly not going to score more than Worcestershire and bowl them out and win it. So it's going to be a case of either the visitors winning it or Kent trying to draw it now. So they've got a long time to bat in this game. And commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. 30 overs to go in day 2. And Kent are 8 for 1 and 610 runs behind. That is an awful lot.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, not great news from a Kent perspective, but do not despair. Still a couple of days to go and some shilling, but the pressure's definitely on. The Worcestershire bowling continues, and we're into the 3rd over of the day, and Leach is on the money at the end of the over. And 8 for 1 is the scoreline in response to 618 for 7, an absolute mammoth total from Worcestershire. 3 Centurions in the side, Gareth Roderick, as well as Jason Holder, the West Indian international, and also Matthew Waite as well, a century, a really nice century as well, just to top it off. But Zach Crawley, the England batter, is facing the first ball of the next over, and it's fair to say that it's backs against the wall stuff here. Plenty of time in the game, but Kent will know they just need to get their head down on this very benign pitch and get some runs back. Here comes the first delivery of the next over. Oh, and this is pushed into the onside to the square leg area, and they go through for a single. That wasn't even convincing, but Zach Crawley won't care a bit. 9 for 1 is the scoreline, and skipper Belle Drummond, who's been quite entertaining already so far in this innings, is on strike. Hello, Frank. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thanks. It's been a good day for Worcestershire so far. Can't help but say that. But I think even now they know they've still got to work incredibly hard to get the rest of the Kent wickets on this pitch.
Smith from the pavilion end. This one's short of a length and tucked into the offside. A really nice single taken. Yeah, you're right. It's not exactly going to be a case of just turn up and get the wickets. They're going to have to work seriously hard at Worcestershire.
I think, you know, I've said it several times. There was a plan, and expectations have been exceeded, shall we say. But I think the plan, as it stood, roughly. I mean, it wasn't. You know, it's not set in stone, but the idea was 500 plus and 4 wickets tonight. Well, that's still very possible, but they'd still have to work hard to get 16 in 2 days, I think.
Crawley just tickles this one down leg side and goes all the way to the boundary rope. In fact, it's 4 leg byes. So not quite getting his line right here, Nathan Smith, but he's certainly pacey, isn't he? 10 for 1 is the scoreline.
He is pacey, he's aggressive, he's at the batsman, he's that kind of bowler, and he bowls like that all the time, it seems to me. And what I've seen is this is his 4th appearance, and he came off the back of a very successful Plunket Shield season with Wellington. He was top wicket taker in that. They won the competition, and he made a really busy start with Worcestershire with bat and ball. He's a really, really impressive cricketer.
Smith in, and this one's driven to mid-on, and there's no running. So he's coming off plenty of confidence, and whatever format of the game you play, if you come with runs and wickets, it means so much. You can't put a price on that.
No, he's a smashing lad as well. Really settled in well, made a really good start. Brilliant in the field. A couple of run-outs he's been responsible for as well from the deep already, and. We're just hoping he doesn't get international selection.
Well,
although in a way, of course, in a way you hope he does, but for him. But he's available all season.
Zach Crawley on strike. This one's defending. There's no run. Exactly. That was one of my questions here. You know, he's New Zealand under-19s player, and he's been.
He's caught the eye. There's no doubt. Yeah.
And if he does a wonderful job for you, well, actually, if he does a wonderful job for Worcestershire, you know that he's doing well for yourselves, but also.
Yeah.
Good on him, quite frankly. But that's probably why he's come out here as well. He wants to put himself in the shop window. Yeah, I would have thought.
I don't know. I think it's his first stint in county cricket, and there's been a lot of people saying, who picked him up? Who's had the spot really? And do you know what? For once, no one person is claiming it really.
Tall Zach Crawley on strike. Short of a length and down a leg side, but straight to mid-wicket, diving stop, and there's no run. I do enjoy watching Zach Crawley when he's in full flow.
You've got to, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, he's elegance personified when he's in full flow and full motion. I have been here a few times this season already, and he's not unfortunately been at his game. You know, as I'm a neutral here, you know that, Frank.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I genuinely, I am not a neutral, but I love watching good players. So I don't really, you know, I can appreciate good quality performances against the team that I favour, definitely, and have done on many occasions. Good cricket is good cricket, isn't it? Here's Joe Leach from the Nackington Road end. Down the hill, bowls to Belle Drummond, taken on the pad. Might have been a bit of bat in it. Goes away down the slope. They go through for a single. Yeah, bit of no signal for the umpire. Bit of an edge on it. Joe Leach strangling the appeal, but a threat with the new ball. Joe Leach not quite back to his absolute best. Knee op in January, very late. Wasn't even going to play in the first 2 games, and then there were a couple of injuries and he had to. So he's a bit behind schedule really in terms of rhythm and development, but it's coming. Always a threat with the new ball. He's in and he bowls, and Crawley is forward, steers this out on the offside. Good bit of fielding by Libby at backward point, sliding to his left, and there's no run. 15 for 1 Worcestershire earlier today, their highest score since 2006 in red ball cricket, and their highest ever on this ground, their highest ever 8th wicket partnership against anybody by some considerable margin, that 225 between Holder and Waite. So it's been a day of records for the pairs, but the job is by no means done. A lot of hard work lies ahead for the bowlers. Joe Leach in bowls, and Crawley is forward, pushing up to mid-on, where Matthew Waite is the fielder, fresh from his second 100 for Worcestershire, having got one at Derby last year, and he played second fiddle to Jason Holder until he got to about 70, and then I think they got T in mind in the declaration, and he went for it and played a couple of tremendous, brutal slog sweeps over mid-wicket on the way to 3 figures himself. 15 for 1, Leach in, 3 slips waiting. He bowls down the leg side, and Crawley is strangled down the leg side. He's caught down the leg side by Gareth Roderick. Of all the ways to get out on a pitch like this, you go and find that one. A strangle. He's got a ball down the leg side from Leach, gone to flick it away, and Gareth Roderick has dived away to his left, taken it, and it was it must have been quite a big nick, because it was a big, confident appeal, and the umpire had no hesitation. Zach Crawley can't believe it. That's just the sort of thing that happens when you've been fielding for 2 days. Great for Worcestershire, horrible for Kent. And I really feel personally for Zach Crawley, what an awful way to get out at the best of times. But when you've been out there for 2 days fielding and you're just looking really to bat through for the rest of the day, you go and get out like that. A real bonus for Joe Leach, a second wicket for him. A disaster for Kent, really, and they're 15 for 2.
Well, Gareth Roderick, take a bow. That was very well taken down the leg side, and you're a man, Frank, that knows all about taking the gloves. But the line and the length, well, the line wasn't quite where Joe Leach wanted it to be, but great take down the leg side there. And I can't help thinking Zach Crawley will be absolutely gutted that he's missed out here on batting on this wicket on this day in front of this crowd. And I'm sure he'll be eyeing up the next innings quickly. He's the sort of person, I'm sure, to move on and keep positive, but 15 for 2 is the scoreline. And credit where Leach has bowled pretty well, hasn't he, so far? He's a man that means business. Yeah,
I mean, Joe Leach with the new ball, he always gets the new ball. If they take a new ball later, he'll get it. He's not the quickest, but over the years he's carried this seam attack, and he bowls that wobble seam. He threatens both edges, and he's a threat. He's a constant threat, and that's why, in a way, that's a real bonus, because he's not really a threat with a ball that drifts down the leg side. But Zach Crawley's just been very unlucky there. I mean, it happens to batters. It's happened to 2 or 3 Worcestershire players this season. You hope. I mean, a bit of a thicker edge, and he gets forward, isn't he? It's just, it's just one of those things. Good catch, as you say, and when the force is with you, sort of thing that happens. Leach in again, now bowls to the new man leaning, who's off the mark, pushes that out on the offside. Good bit of fielding by Libby. Worcestershire fielders right up for it. They know they've only got 1 session to field before they can get a break, and they're on their toes, and they've had a great start. Leaning off the mark though, first ball, 16 for 2. And Bell Drummond, who's been in great nick actually this season, the Kent skipper, but quite a bit of responsibility on his shoulders now, seeing those 2 men go at the other end. Joe Leach has done his job, both openers back in the shack, and he comes in now to bowl to Bell Drummond. 16 for 2, he's in, he bowls down the leg side again. Bell Drummond walks across, and I get the impression from Joe Leach's response that didn't miss leg stump by much, but I haven't got the replay, so I don't know. But anyway, it's the end of the over, 16 for 2. Leach has 2 for 6 in 3 overs. Worcestershire are absolutely on their game at the moment, 618 for 7. And they've made a really good start at the start of this Kent response.
Worcestershire very much in control. 16 for 2, the scoreline. Both the openers back in the hutch, Crawley as well as Compton. So for Kent fans, if you're just dialing in right now and listening to us, it's not the news that you would have wanted. And I've got to say that Leaning and Bell Drummond have started their innings in in such a positive manner of taking a couple of steps down the wicket, out the crease, and even trying to make things happen. This is unusual behaviour for a side that's 16 for 2, but you know what, they're wanting to keep positive, so let's see how this pans out on this bright sunny day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Nathan Smith to bowl from the pavilion end. This is pushed into the offside nicely timed there, that stroke, and they go through for a single, leaning on to 2. Drummond on 5. It's just a classic case, isn't it, of so many runs on the board for Worcestershire, and I've been out here for goodness knows how long, and my body now is so... Yeah. I mean, they're professional sportsmen, they're professional cricketers, I know that. Yeah. But you find it very difficult to remove from your mind this mammoth task that they have. But here comes Nathan Smith. He'll be looking for a wicket of his own, I'm sure, in and bowls. And this one's left alone, and there's no run.
You're right. You have to. I mean, they're professional sportsmen, and you can say what you like about professional sportsmen and footballers. You know, the pitches these days tend to be the same in the Premier League, certainly wherever you play. Obviously, weather can change, but it's the home and away thing that puzzles people, isn't it? Why is one team so good at home and yet not so good away when everything else is the same? There's that. But generally, things tend to be the same. Golfers obviously play different courses in different weather conditions.
Pass on by Debenham is Smith, and this one's just pushed to square leg, and they go through for an easy single. And this is the way to build up this innings.
But there's no other game like cricket, is there, where you're an opening batsman and the circumstances in which you play can be completely different. Not just the weather, the pitch, the opposition, but the situation in the game like this. So instead of going out on the first morning fresh as a daisy, having not played for a week and had 3 nets, you're going out after 10 hours in the field in hot sunshine, and you're tired and your eyes are sore, and, you know, it's just a real challenge, I think.
This is why we love it, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
The weather, the conditions, the ball all makes a difference. Ball comes in from Smith, and there's no run on this one. I always think that the game of cricket is bonkers in the sense that you sit there with your pads on for ages and ages until one of your mates gets out, and then you go out there. So you see a negative type of moment to get out there. And I don't know, it's not many sports in the world that you are involved in this kind of way, but that's why we love it, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? And
as somebody said, you know, I can't remember whose quote it is, it's a famous old one. Cricket embodies the Englishman's sense of fair play, 11 against 1.
Yes. Smith in, just slightly short of a length and defended by Leaning, and there's no run. A lot on the shoulders here of Jack Leaning and Daniel Drummond, the skipper. I think I'm fair saying Leaning's the vice-captain as well, isn't it? Yes, you've got vice-captain and captain out there at the moment. Real leadership roles to play on the in the field, but also with the bat today as well. No, it's a brilliant game, and anyone that doesn't love this game, we find it nuts, don't we? Like, how can you not love this game? But
well, if you're listening to this, you probably do.
You're in safe company. Smith in. This one's tucked into the offside, really nicely fielded from point, but spurted out to the right-hand side, so they go through for a single. I was looking at Nathan Smith, where he's from, in Dunedin. Have you been down to New Zealand?
I haven't been to the South Island. I spent a season in the North Island in New Plymouth, which Worcestershire listeners are bored of hearing about, but didn't get to the South Island. But there are connections between Nathan Smith and some of his coaches and some people who've played their cricket in Worcester and Worcestershire in the past. Notably Derek Walker, who played for Otago and then is a first-class umpire in New Zealand. Played quite a bit for Worcestershire Seconds and Worcester City in the Birmingham League. Didn't play for Worcestershire first team. But there's been quite a lot of Kiwis through New Road over the years, obviously, including Glenn Turner, most famously. And Nathan Smith is the latest in quite a long line of them. We've had some very, very good ones. You won't find many Worcestershire supporters, coaches, etc., who don't think Kiwis are pretty good value as overseas players generally. Here's Joe Leach from the Nackington Road end, over the wicket, bowls to Leaning, who is forward, pushing into the covers, and there's no run.
Decent recruitment with Jason Holder and Nathan Smith in your ranks.
Well,
done pretty well there.
Yeah, and that after an injury to a player that Worcestershire were hoping to sign, which prompted a rearrangement, really. Jason Holder was a very fortunate late pick-up, really, again through just through word of mouth and connections in the game, I think. But going back to the Smith one, and I said nobody's actually kind of claimed it. There is a group on the coaching staff. Gareth Roderick's going to stand up to the wicket now to Joe Leach. Quite early for him to do that, but he often does. There is a group that follow players around the world. You know, I think they call themselves the real cricket badgers. They're always looking at the scores in other countries and so on, and tracking players. And he's done well, and he's done well. As Leach comes in again and bowls and leaning his forward, just steering this one behind square on the leg side, where Nathan Smith, the man who we're talking about, does the fielding and sends in a wild return, which Roderick gathers really nicely, diving to his right on the half volley. Single taken, 20 for 2, and apparently this group have, they've had their eye on Smith for some time, and obviously he's just had a very, very good season. They were signed before the end of the season, just after fairly early on in the new year, I think. But there's not one person who's actually saying I spotted him first. It's just somebody that they'd become aware of, really. As Leach comes in again now and bowls, and forward is Bell Drummond playing up to mid-on. That's
where the cricket network is so.
Yeah, you hear about there's huge recruitment departments in football clubs now, aren't there? Who spend their entire time tracking players and looking at stats and so on. Not quite that level at New Road, but yeah, you've got to do it, haven't you? Really. Anyway, it's been a really good one, and people have been saying, "Well, where did you get him from?" Because he's kind of come under the radar a little bit. Leach in to Bell Drummond, who's forward, pushes out on the onside, and there's no run as Ben Gibbon does the fielding at mid-wicket. It now, after that first 2 overs, it's kind of settled down again, hasn't it, into attritional stuff again, like we saw yesterday. Batsmen are not going to give it away. No. Ball is still hard, might just do a little bit, not going to do a great deal. If it does, it won't be quickly. Just keep at it if you're bowling, keep focused if you're batting. Leach in, bowls, Bell Drummond whips this one away on the leg side, and Gibbon again is the man at mid-wicket. Left arm seamer tumbling to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run. Bell Drummond has 6, Leaning has 4. It's 20 for 2, both the openers out. Compton caught by a juggling Rob Jones at third slip off the bowling of Joe Leach, and Zach Crawley strangled down the leg side, and anybody who knows the cricket knows exactly what that means. Ball angled down, went to flick it off his pads, got a little nick, and Gareth Roderick took a good diving catch. Leach in, bowls, Fuller, and Bell Drummond capitalises. Nice shot, over pitch, leg stump half volley really, and he's clipped it through mid-wicket. He'll only get 2 actually. Thought he would get 4, but Gibbon is a fit young man, chased it back from mid-wicket, pulled it up inside the rope. It's not the biggest boundary on the ground, and the batsman settled for 2. So the end of Joe Leach's 4th over, 2 for 9, his impressive figures. And Kent are 22 for 2. This is in response, if you're just joining us, to Worcestershire's 618 for 7 declared.
You're listening to BBC Kent, the BBC Hereford and Worcester, and also on the BBC Sport website and app. It's rather good, by the way, that app, but I may be slightly biased, but it's not bad. It's pretty good, pretty good. And I'm Rita Green alongside Frank Watson.
I'm on it all the time.
It is good, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Seriously. We're users as well, aren't we? We love it.
All the time.
Smith continues from filling in. He's pacey, isn't he? This one's defended and there's no run. Let me give you a quick update, by the way, from Edgbaston. The Women's International T20 match. England women against Pakistan women. England got off to an absolute shocker. At one point, they were 11 for 4. I repeat, 11 for 4, and somehow dragged it back to 163 for 6 off their allotted 20 overs. In response to that, in reply, Pakistan's 16 without loss. So, real captain's innings from Heather Knight, who was out for 49, didn't quite get to half century. See how they get on later. Smith in. Oh, and this one's defended quite well. The meat of the bat there by Jack Leaning, and there's no run. But also to mention, while we're here, come on, we're at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and later on this summer, on the 11th of July, England women are going to be against New Zealand at this very ground. So looking forward to that one as well. And it's great to get games around the county grounds.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm not going to influence this for sure, but you know, getting it around the grounds is so good, isn't it? Leicestershire, I know, is another club that gets some internationals too. This one's in, jabbed in, and there's no run on this
and
one.
Worcester, I think we've got. I think
Yeah,
we've
what
got
up at
England
Worcester?
women at New Road this summer. In fact, I can probably check that without even.
And while you're doing that, let me talk about New Road quickly.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, I feel like this is a public service broadcast. They're looking for volunteers, aren't they, to clean up New Road, to get the ground ready later on this month. We all know about the
flood. I
flood.
think they've got quite a few volunteers, and I think it's going to be okay. They
Is
are
it?
going to
15th
play.
of May, if not,
they are going to
turn up.
play against Notts.
Smith in, and this one's driven, and between
Next ball
cover and mid off, and there's a chase on down the hill. Who's going to win? It's the ball. That's unlucky for the fielder actually, but the ball was just racing away from him. A nicely timed shot, and 4 more to the total, 26 for 2.
Yeah, but not next round when Worcestershire are at the Oval, but the following week, Notts at home. They are going to play cricket at New Road. It won't be perfect. It will be on the far side of the square, probably on the cathedral side, but there will be cricket at New Road, so get ready for it, folks.
Looking forward to it, and what a tail that is. Smith in, oh, and down leg side, you hear the oohs and ahs there, and just a tickle round the corner and go through for a single. There's Jack leaning, and he'll say, you know what, I timed that perfectly, no need to worry about that whatsoever. And the Kiwi goes back to his mark. Yes, amazing effort at New Road to turn around what was pretty terrible conditions, but it'd be great to get cricket back on there. But I think it's thanks to Kidderminster as well for being great hosts too. Right then, what's the scene here at Canterbury? Kent 27 for 2. Worcestershire, they declared on 618 for 7. And the next one is defended, and there is no run. And the end of the over, and Kent 27 for 2 here in Canterbury, and the deficit is 591. A mammoth task remains for Kent to try and be on par with Worcestershire's first innings of 618 for 7. If you're just joining us, there were 3 Centurions in that innings. Broderick, also Jason Holder and Waite with the centuries. This over starts from Leach. And dot ball to start the over. Hello, Ben. How are you?
I thought you were doing my update for me then.
I was nearly. Oh, it didn't sound like I was preparing for it.
It sounded like you were literally doing my update. I thought, oh, they've come to you early.
No, don't worry. I'm not stealing your thunder.
You're very welcome to. You were doing a fine job.
Oh, too kind. No, I think I was just giving everyone that update as well. I'm sure your update's going to come. Shall I do one more ball and then I'll back to you? Leach in, who's bowled beautifully so far. Dot ball there. Into his 5th over is Leach. These numbers are looking pretty good. 2 wickets for 9.
I think it might be the travel news, so you can carry on. Actually.
I'll go for a little bit longer. So yeah, Leach, Joe Leach. I mean, he would have dreamt of this start really to this innings. I would have thought, the 33-year-old, who's the former Worcestershire captain. I'll have to ask Frank about that a little bit later on. Leach in, leaning on strike. This one's driven back, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Leaning has this really unusual sort of almost baseball-like stance where he puts his bat all the way up. Actually, Deeps as well. Deeps. Sound like I'm his best mate here. Bell Drummond. Isn't it Deeps?
That is his nickname, yeah.
I can't feel like I'm in his you know, group, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Anyway, Leaning has this sort of very upright action, and at the last minute just brings his bat down. Nice action. What's next ball coming in from Leach from the Nackington Road end, down the hill, in and bowls, and driven, and there's no run.
Yeah, I like the keeper standing up to the stumps. Good tactic from Worcestershire. And yeah, leaning is Cashew Valley-esque, big backlift.
Worcestershire doing really well down here at Canterbury, 687.
Yeah, I can't really complain, Erica, but certainly the Kent supporters, it's not an ideal scenario. This happens sometimes in cricket, that a team will put a big score on the board, having set the platform. Gareth Roderick with his century, 300 runs overnight. They ended up declaring on 618 for 7. And quite frankly, just as a cricket fan, Jason Holder's innings was really good fun to watch, with the 5 boundaries and 5 sixes that he hit. The West Indian all-rounder Matthew Waite also scored a century, and the pressure just eased at the back end of the Kent innings. Those players had been out there for 5 sessions. A lot of spin was being bowled. It wasn't really doing anything out there on the pitch for them. Of course, in contrast to that Worcestershire start to the Kent innings, and of course with the momentum behind them, you just sense that they might have their tails up, and they managed to get the wicket of Ben Compton early on. Kent were 0 for 1 when he edged it to third slip, and unfortunately the bad luck has continued for Kent, because Zach Crawley, the England opener, it's well known in cricketing terms that if the delivery is down the leg side, and rather than tickling it away to fine leg for 4 runs and you nudge it to the keeper, that is deemed to be a bit of a leg side strangle. And unfortunately Zach Crawley fell foul to that, Joe Leach taking both of the wickets. So Worcestershire, credit to them for the way that they have started with the ball and put Kent under pressure. They're about to make a bowling change as well and get the talented young left armer Gibbon into the attack, and they've also got Holder to use as well. So good bowling attack, Worcestershire, to try and take these wickets with having done the job with the bat. Kent 27 for 2, Jack leaning there on 9, the vice-captain, Skipper Bell Drummond there on 8, but Kent have got a long way to go to try and save this match here at Canterbury. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. We've got 24 more overs in the day's play. So then, going to see a bit of left arm seam. Worcestershire changing the bowling from this pavilion end, and it's cut away by Bell Drummond down towards third man for 4. So a bit of a loosener first up from Ben Gibbon, with a bit of width on offer for Bell Drummond, and he's cashed in and knocked it down towards third man for a boundary.
Bit of a loosener, we'll call it that, shall we?
Just a little one.
But once again, some pace on display here from Gibbon. Yeah, really, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Going up the slope, and this other slope, you sort of go up the slope, don't you, from the pavilion end, but also there's a slope the other way as well to contend with, if you know what I mean.
Heard good things about this young man, so looking forward to seeing him in action with the ball. Bell Drummond again playing this one behind square on the offside. It was a good half stop from Jake Libby diving away to his left. So they come back and take 2. But that was some fine work at backward point, because it could well have been 4 more runs otherwise.
It was nicely controlled, isn't it? Soft hands and just placed into the right place. The one before was less convincing from Bell Drummond.
Comes Gibbon again. 2 slips in a gully, the field for Bell Drummond. And that is again a little bit of width, but Bell Drummond misses out, thumps the ball into the ground as it goes out towards cover. Yeah, just as I was doing that update, I was going through my head thinking, right, obviously Leach has opened the bowling. Nathan Smith looks sharp. Ben Gibbon, oh yeah, talented young left arm seamer. Crikey, they haven't even bowled Jason Holder yet.
Yeah.
And Matthew Waite's in the team as an all-rounder. All of a sudden thinking, crikey, this Worcestershire team's got a bit of talent in it, and they really are doing their old mate Josh Baker proud with their performance so far this week here at Canterbury. And just 1 wicket away from an early bowling bonus point. Kent only got 1 as Bell Drummond defends this one away into the offside. Kent's 6th and 7th wickets came just after the cut-off point, just double checking that. Yeah, 116th over rather than the 122nd. So Kent ended up with just the 1 bowling bonus point. And they look miles away from a batting bonus point at the moment. That's going to be well out of their minds. They'll be thinking about these final 23 and a bit overs just to get through to stumps as Gibbon bowls to Bell Drummond. Forward he comes to defend into the covers.
Yeah, they just want to get through the day, won't they? And no more wickets from a Kent perspective. But if I was Worcestershire, you do smell the wickets, don't you? Of, you know, want a couple more. And if two more, one, maybe even two more go down, Kent are in serious trouble on a benign wicket, really not doing a huge amount.
But still with 2 whole days to potentially bat out for a draw.
Sunny days in the main.
Here comes Gibbon. Bell Drummond playing and missing at that one outside the off stump. There wasn't a lot of foot movement. Yeah, sunny days, but certainly no rain to come and save them or anything like that.
Not like last weekend.
Gonna have to bat some time. So 33 for 2. Yeah, must admit, actually, we did pretty well weather-wise in Manchester. It was pretty gloomy.
Sorry, you were very lucky. You were in the nice part of the world.
It was pretty gloomy for 2 days.
Yeah.
But
I was moaning how it's such a small island that we live on, you know, in comparison to other parts of the world, and how can there be such a mismatch in weather? And I think everyone was rolling their eyes at me. But, you know, you just want to watch cricket, don't you? Well, I do. And I'm sure everyone listening probably does as well.
Absolutely. For those that,
we're in good company.
You say, were at Lords for days 1 and 4 and didn't really get much to enjoy.
Oh, anywhere, like even in village cricket, quite frankly. And actually, I'm playing tomorrow. Hopefully the conditions will be good. Anyway, back to today, which is far more interesting. Leach in. And this one's defended nicely by Jack Leaning. And there's no run. Jack Leaning, Sheffield United fan. Sees how they're getting on. Guess what? Not great.
Yeah, perhaps don't tell him.
Yeah.
Perhaps don't tell him about
it's been a season to forget from a Sheffield United fan. What other amazing facts can I come up with? Oh, but his favourite band. Have I talked to you about this before? No, I'm not sure if it is yourself. Oasis, favourite band. So
yeah, I think maybe you did mention it. I think that's a strong option.
It sounds familiar from Rita. Leach in. This one's down leg side, and Leaning is playing pretty well. Right, we've got a short leg. There's a bit of pressure on here, to say the least. We've got the keeper up to the stumps, which I think is a brilliant idea.
Yeah, same.
And certainly from Roderick. Yeah, don't you think, you know, that pressure? And you know what? When you're out there as well, if you're not being out there and you haven't played the game that much, it's amazing how the game of cricket is not just about the game of cricket, but what's said to each other, the body language, the speed, the atmosphere, everything. It just plays its part. And it's amazing how many people have got themselves out from a bit of chitter-chatter,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
to speak, out there.
And the Kent players, they would much prefer to be batting kind of out their crease, on-off stump. These two like to try and negate LBW, so by having the keeper up to the stumps, you drag them back into their crease, you bring LBW back into the game. They can't get on the front foot and go to the ball on this slow pitch as they would like to.
True.
Yeah, it's a good tactic.
The Leaning's taken a couple of steps now and again. Leach in, full delivery, and this one's defended. Yeah, I think it was his first or even second delivery. Leaning just took a couple of steps forward, you know, that creep forward before the ball was bowled, and that prompted short leg to be in place there. And quite frankly, why not? If I had, what's the deficit now? 585 as your gap between yourselves and the opposition. You've got runs galore to play with, and what you want is wickets. Now, another interesting fielding position here. Roderick's really rolling the dice, and quite frankly, I would too. Sort of short mid-on, Leach in. Again, this is just pushed nicely into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, in terms of international cricket later on this season, Ben, nice to see the England women will be here in July, so let's hope that's a nice sunny day.
They had a bit of a recovery in the end, didn't they?
They did. They put a decent score on the board, 163. Actually, Pakistan now 50 for 2. Who's been in the wickets? Bell and who's got all the wickets?
Charlie Dean, yeah.
And who's
Charlie Dean, Lauren Bell.
And Lauren Bell as well. Brilliant. From an England perspective, in this one's defended, and there's no one. Maybe I just showed my allegiance then, you know, so probably who I might support.
Yeah, Danny Gibson managed to get 41 off 21 balls at the back end of the innings, and Heather Knight, the captain, got 49. Obviously was at the crease when it was all going wrong at the start, and they were 11 for 4.
That's right, yeah. I mean, England are second in the world T20 wise against 8th in the world, you would have thought it would be far more one-sided than that. Anyway, it's not over. It's not over.
You want good competitive cricket though. I think it's a good sign to see the standard being raised generally.
Leach in again. It's just defended, and this is going to be a maiden over from Joe Leach, who's bowled beautifully so far. 6 overs, 3 maidens in there, 2 for 9. Do you know what? I think you and I will probably take that, wouldn't we? In terms of where you are, you probably want 3 more wickets at least. But what I mean is the economy rate's not bad. A couple of wickets as well.
Yeah, it's well poised, isn't it?
Really nicely done. And they're just going to take a new set of gloves and a bit of a drink here, Worcestershire.
Just got an email in from Keith on kentcricket@gmail.com. He's listening in from Norwich. He's a Kent fan, as you might be able to tell from the tone of this email. He says, I love watching the stream, big supporter of county cricket in general. However, Rob Key can bang on about the Kookaburra ball and the game being a better one when pace is involved, and I agree, but until counties produce wickets with pace and bounce, then the Dukes versus Kookaburra ball thing is not totally relevant. Wes Agart and Nathan Gilchrist enjoyed Old Trafford last week because there was a bit more pace and bounce as Gibbon comes around the wicket, the left arm bowler, plus other factors with the overhead conditions and lights, admittedly, as he is correct in identifying. Surely in the year 2024, money can be spent to re-soil technology to get more pace and bounce into the pitches at Canterbury. Even I do not want to see 600 plays, 550 drawn games too often, although I think many Kent fans might disagree and would take a 550 first innings score and a draw with the start that they've had, having been 15 for 2. They're 33 for 2 at the moment, as Bell Drummond is facing up to Ben Gibbon, the left armer coming around the wicket to Bell Drummond, who defends this back up the pitch. But Keith makes a very valid point, you know, a draw in that sense. Certainly the Warwickshire one that we had here at Canterbury a few years ago, where both teams batted for 2 days solidly, wasn't much of a spectacle to watch. So he says 4-day cricket has to be a good contest between bat and ball whenever possible. He says spectators want a meaningful game as Gibbon comes around the wicket to bowl to Daniel Bell Drummond, turned away into the onside. One thing I would say is that I don't think Kent deliberately produce slow pitches. I think they produce decent wickets to bat on because they want runs to be scored and they want to bring Matt Parkinson into the game. I think ideally they would want a bit more pace in the wicket than we've got this week.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think is it deliberate? Probably not. But thank you for getting in touch. I think that's some interesting talking points there
absolutely.
About. I think competitive is what we all want, really.
Full delivery, which is clipped away into the onside behind, square on the leg side by Leaning, as it was speared in by the left arm seamer. Yeah, I think that definitely is point number one, isn't it? You know, for cricket is interesting when there's a contest between bat and ball. I think maybe the IPL this year has gone too far one way. There's been a lot of runs and bowling has been a bit of a thankless task. Yeah, but I don't know, maybe in T20 cricket you do want to see 260 plays, 260 that. And sixes flying everywhere, I don't know. But in 4-day cricket, you definitely want to see a contest between bat and ball. And I guess we've got one at the moment because of the scoreboard pressure and Gibbon around the wicket to Bell Drummond. Jason Holder just warming up. I don't think anyone will bemoan the situation at the moment with Worcestershire taking those couple of early wickets and now putting Kent under pressure.
Well, you could argue actually that Worcestershire had an absolute blinder out there and played the conditions really well. Yes, they got the first go at the wicket, but Kent struggling here, definitely.
Full delivery, Bell Drummond drives up towards mid-off. I think you'd struggle to, you'd pretty much struggle to script it any better for Worcestershire. If you'd have said to them, you know, a bunch of scenarios, they would have absolutely...
Oh, this is it.
You know...
They'll be skipping to dinner this evening.
Taken 3 Centurions, a massive record stand, and having been, what, 393 for 7 to end up getting 618. They were thinking last night, you know, get 400, 450 first innings score. And considering they've only ended up with 3 batting bonus points, because they only got to 350 before the 110th over, you know, that partnership And that second session that we had today has just changed this game completely. At the start of play, it really could have gone either way. And at 3-9-3 for 7, if Kent had got Worcestershire out for as close to 400 as possible and then batted once themselves in the game, they might have been going into the final day with a chance to win it. Instead, they've got to bat for the entirety of the game to get a draw now.
Yes, indeed. And then to make sure they don't follow on, actually. I mean, that's one of the objectives, but you're quite right. An uphill task.
Just stumps will be the aim first, you would assume.
Oh, yeah, of course, but in the context of the entire game. And hey, guess what? Jason Holder, here he is from the Nackington Road end, in and down leg side. Oh, Kent don't want another wicket down, a strangle down leg side again. I'm sure they didn't want the first one. And it's a dot ball. So Jason Holder, I know we just seen him with the bat, 6'7". I mean, if you're facing a 6'7" bowler of that experience, you know that you're in for a little bit of a battle. And coming down the slope as well here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. But yeah, I mean, this is the script, isn't it, that Worcestershire wanted. But the game of cricket can turn very quickly. In Holder, and this one's with soft hands pushed to the vacant third man area. There's a chase on. They go through for 1. They take a second. 2 more to the total. And these two just building up a little bit of a partnership after those early wickets. And if you're just joining us, 2 early wickets for Kent, which is exactly what they didn't really want after being in the field for 1 3/4 days. Both Compton, who was out for a duck, and Crawley out for 6. So Compton and Crawley back in the pavilion. Holder in. It's a very full delivery, nicely defended by Leaning, and there is no run. I think though, was it 4 rounds we've had already, Ben? I get the impression, feeling as well that, well, not feeling, it's truthful. We've had so many drawn matches, whether it be due to the weather or gigantic scorelines, etc. You're going to look back on some of those games and go, well, if it had been bright sunny days like today, maybe, you know, what would have happened? And also, did we not really go for those wins? And I know it's difference this season, actually, with the points for draw versus last year. Pushed into the onside, this one, and down towards the boundary rope, indeed. Nicely tickled down the leg side. I'm sure Jack Leaning will be fully aware as to how Zach Crawley got out, and he won't want to do the same, but nicely played down there. 4 more to the total, 41 for 2. And I think that can't be underestimated, isn't it? So this season, for a tie, for a draw, you get 5 points, don't you? And I think last season it wasn't it more than that? No, less than that, rather. Have I got the all model up? Anyway, it is definitely more to. Last season there was a real push by the England world, actually, to try and get the wins on the board. Holder in. This one's down leg side as well. He hasn't got his line right here, Jason Holder. And this was nicely pushed towards the boundary rope, and the ball's going to win this one. Or is it? Oh, nicely dragged back. I take it all back. Nicely dragged back by Leach, who's on a roll here. Bowling beautifully, but also fielded pretty well there as well. So saved 1 to the total, 44 for 2. Beldrummer now on strike on 15 and Leaning on 19. And these two know each other very well, don't they? They've batted together, I'm sure, many times. And they will know full well, Ben, the partnership is key.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just got to guts this out for the time being. Almost take the scoreboard out of the equation and just bat, stay in.
Holder in. This one's driven, but to a diving cover fielder, and you heard the no. And actually, Beldron was pretty much halfway down the wicket, but was sent back by Jack Leaning quite rightly, and it's a dot ball after all. So that was quite an interesting Holder over. Didn't get his line right there, but I'm sure he'll be working on that for the next over from the Nackington Road end. End of the over, 44 for 2 is the score line. What's coming up for you, Ben? So you've got Surrey away.
Somerset
away
next.
Somerset away. And got my S's muddled up there. Somerset away, and then Essex. Ooh, the Battle of the Bridge. Don't we call it that?
Yeah, we do.
When I say we.
Don't really like, well, certainly the Kent media team love to. Don't really
the
like
Jordan Cox over the bridge. Niggle game, no?
The Jordan Cox derby.
No, good on him. You know, he's made a good start, hasn't he, in his Essex career?
Yeah, he has. Maybe not so much the first bit of that sentence, but yeah, Here comes Nathan Smith. Little bit of ill feeling. Sorry, Ben Gibbon around the wicket about the manner of the Jordan Cox departure.
I may have filled the fire there a little bit,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen.
you may have poked.
I know, poke the bear. That's the one. Oh, by the way, Pakistan 60. Changing the subject quickly. 67 for 3 now. So they're in a little bit of bother. 97 needed off 12 overs. So plenty of overs to go, but wickets are tumbling.
Yeah, slightly sore topic for Kent supporters, that one.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
As Ben Gibbon comes around the wicket to Jack Leaning, defended away into the offside. And no run. Who's that extra cover with the bright green cap? Everyone else, it's a duller green shade on their caps. So I wonder if it's a...
It's a substitute
Is it a
fielder.
sub-fielder?
Yeah, let's figure out who that is in a second.
Around the wicket comes the left-handed Gibbon. Leaning turns this one away up towards mid-on and goes through for a single.
If he's got the right number on his back, I think it's Ed Pollock. I think.
Well, I thought it might have been...
Has he got 7 on his back?
I think it's 77 on
Oh,
his
is
back.
it? Okay, okay.
So I think it might be...
Ethan Brooks.
Ethan Brooks, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that
Well
would make
spotted.
more sense.
I saw 1 7, but not the other. Oh, yes, there's another 7.
Because
There
he
you go.
was here having a net the other day.
You're right, he's got a bright green
I
cap.
what's with the bright green? As around the wicket comes Gibbon. Good stop. Good tumbling take by Roderick away to his left. It almost looks like it's a sort of cap that you could buy in the club shop that he probably wears for T20 cricket rather than 4-day cricket.
Yeah, you're right. It does stick out like a sore thumb a
does
little bit. But
somewhat.
it's nice to have a bit of colour. I know we're not supposed to, but... By the way, before we go, we need to talk Eurovision. Well, not for long, don't worry. I want the
Okay.
listeners to... are you a Eurovision fan in any way, shape or form? Watch
No.
any of the semis? No?
No, I don't watch any of the performances. I just watch the voting.
Oh, you like the... Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You like the voting.
Yeah, literally.
The
That's
drama. You like the drama.
Yeah, I'm just here for the politics, and which is ironic because I don't really pay any attention to politics in general. Very much a sport over a news sort of general news sort of journalist. So, but yeah, maybe it's the geography of Europe and what's going on and the voting. Because sometimes plenty of people will sit there watching the voting, going right. And guessing
you
and
can
thinking,
guess,
right, this
yeah.
country is going to give their 12 points to whoever.
They're neighbours. Oh, what a shock.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed, the Netherlands, by the way, got disqualified.
I did hear something about that. Here comes around the wicket, Ben Gibbon again. Bell Drummond fending this one off. It is interesting that Gibbon has opted to come around the wicket here, the left arm seamer. So often the left armer's strength is the fact that they have that different angle from over the wicket to the right-handed batters. But he was a little bit wide of the off stump from that angle in the early stages, and Bell Drummond managed to get a few runs off him. So he's instead decided to come around the wicket and from wide on the crease be able to bowl that bit straighter.
He's got a lovely action, isn't he? Very smooth action, and then
Yeah,
just
like the look of
fires it
it.
in. And it's great to see that type of pace. I was, talking about the James Anderson retirement later on this summer, and part of the reasoning behind that is the thought process is to get real pace into the England lineup for the years to come. Controversial, maybe some people say, in terms of experience there of Anderson. Here comes Holder in. This one's left alone, and there's no run. But there's case in point here of how of freeing up that position in the England lineup, ready for the Ashes, to have a bit of pace. That's the thought process. A lot of people can argue it either way.
Yeah, I very much see that point of view. I think that makes sense in terms of now this summer feels like possibly a good time to move on from Anderson. For me, maybe has lost a yard of pace and that nip, because he can still, he's so skillful, swings it both ways, doesn't he? What he does with the ball is amazing.
Holder, right arm over, in. This one's defended. There's lots of screamings of oohs and ahs. But actually, right in the meat of the bat, that one was defended nicely, and there's no run.
And you don't have to be express pace, and for a while now he's not been as quick as he was when he was a youngster in the early 2000s or whatever coming into the one-day team, but yeah, I just think he's maybe lost that little bit of nip, which sometimes is, having that and swinging the ball gets the edges.
Holder in and defended once again. There's no run. I mean, he's the king of the wobble seam as well. And he's
Him and Brody, to be fair.
Oh, the
Stuart
two
Broad.
of them, yeah, absolutely. And losing both of them in the space of, a season, a year, is quite a big hole to fill for England going further forward.
I think it was probably going to happen at some point, and it was possibly quite likely they'd bow out at a similar time. I think I'm surprised, to be honest, that Broad went before Anderson, really.
Yes, a lot of people were saying that, weren't they? But I think Broad wanted to do it sort of almost within his time.
Yeah, on his own terms, yeah.
Oh, Holder liked that one, but yeah, I think he's getting some movement here, Jason Holder, from the Nackington Road end. And though leaning is up to it, that's for sure.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Who's
who's in contention then to take over from Broad and Anderson? What a massive boost to Phil there.
Sam Cook's got to play for England this summer, I think. Yeah, six-seamer. He's so skillful. I think a lot of seamers struggled with the Kookaburra ball. Sam Cook wasn't one of them, made an impact in those early couple of rounds.
Holder down leg side and nicely taken by Roderick. There's no run. What about Gus Atkinson? Bit of express pace as well.
Yeah, he's quick, isn't he? I'd like to see a bit more than just a
Potts,
pace.
Durham.
Potts, Potts runs in hard, doesn't he? And is skillful. Got Cass up there too. Certainly a lot of the ex-Worcestershire boys like Tongue and Pennington.
Yes, Josh Tongue as well.
Josh Tongue did well, didn't he, on those appearances he made for England. Craig Overton's been doing it at county level for a while.
Holder in. Down leg side again. He's not getting his line right, Jason Holder. He did this in the last over. Indeed, it is the end of the over for the tall West Indian, but it's a maiden over nonetheless. Just 9 runs from his 2. Well, I say just 9 runs from his 2 overs. 4.5 is the economy rate. So you can tell where all his runs came from. He's had 2 overs. One of them's a maiden, and he gave away 9 runs. What happened in the first over? I'm Rita Green, by the way, and Ben Watts alongside me. And in a moment, Frank Watson's going to rejoin. Let's go through some correspondence and email addresses, whatever. KentCricket@gmail.com. I'm Rita Green UK on X. Frank Watson 58. Hopefully I got that right.
Yeah,
and
correct.
Ben Watts Sport. There we go. There's no excuse not to get in touch now, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Get in touch with your thoughts. I think I'm surprised Gus Atkinson's not in the T20 World Cup squad, to be honest. As around the wicket comes Gibbon. It's cut away by Daniel Bower-Drummond. It'd be interesting to know what Worcestershire fans think is the reason behind the fact that they keep producing good seam bowlers, because Kent would love to know the secret. It just hasn't happened for them in recent times. Matt Coles is probably the only one that they've kind of produced through their own system who's made an impact at county level for a number of years, really. So he comes.
What's the magic?
What are they doing?
What
are they doing in the pathways to really bring on these young quick bowlers like Gibbon and then Pennington and Tongue, who are now at Notts, and Pat Brown, of course, in T20 cricket. They've got Finch here as well, haven't they? Adam Finch. And yeah, so Worcestershire are clearly doing something right in that regard.
Yeah, definitely.
That's Gibbon the left armer around the wicket to Bower-Drummond, who's on 15, leaning on 20. Kent 45 for 2. Played away out towards extra cover. So it's 17 and a half overs to go. It's 5 o'clock here in the UK. So few full times filtering in from finally one of the last weekends of the Premier League season. Honestly, it goes on forever. We're 6 weeks into the cricket season here.
Doesn't look like it's good news for Luton Town.
That's a good point. Round the wicket comes Gibbon, left alone outside the off stump. I did see a few football shirts on display. Spectators that are here today. Somebody was wearing their Gillingham top. Somebody was wearing a Maidstone United top as well. So I think the
nice.
Two of them walked past one another and had an awkward exchange.
Love it. Love a bit of a local
Yeah.
Local derby rivalry, love it.
One of the Kent fans sat away to our left is an avid Mansfield Town fan. They had a good season.
Yeah.
There's Gibbon bowls wide of the off stump.
Did they get to the playoffs?
They won. They won. Well, not won the league, but got promoted automatically from League Two. Yeah. So.
Is that who's that? One of the owners is. I'll come back to that in a moment.
I'm with you. Her name's on the tip of my tongue. Carol.
Well, I was thinking of a certain different individual, but there we go. We'll come back to that in a
No,
moment.
that's Macclesfield, not
Oh,
Mansfield.
sorry, Mansfield. You said, oh, hang on. I was thinking.
This was different.
Oh,
not Robbie
no wonder.
Savage. I'm not thinking of that. Not thinking of that kind of blonde hair.
Oh, different blonde hair.
Who's the owner of Mansfield?
I'll check it out. Check it out.
It was a maiden over by Gibbon, by the way. We're getting distracted in the
yeah, we
commentary
are.
box here.
No,
We're going
Rita's not going to look at Mansfield Town at all.
We're going very off topic.
But back to the cricket here. It does feel like we're back desperately trying to bring it back to cricket. Look, it is that time of year, isn't it? Where we've got the cricket, rugby and football overlap. I talked about hockey earlier on. We talked about the Olympics briefly. It is that overlapping time of year.
There's the Olympics, there's the World Cup.
Can't
Not
wait.
just T20, but...
Just down the road in Paris? Right.
Oh, so it's the Euros, isn't it? So I'm getting...
Oh, in the Euros as well. Right, down the legs.
Not the World Cup, the Euros.
It's the Euros. Yes, indeed. Yes, you've got the Euros before the Olympics. First one from Holder.
Yeah, sorry, let's get back to
Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably testament to the fact that the game is just lulled a little bit. 45 for 2 is a scoreline for Kent.
Which is what Kent want at the moment, to be honest.
Absolutely.
As unexciting as possible, really, from the game situation point of view for the home supporters, having conceded 600 runs and been two down early on.
30 is the partnership and nicely pushed towards mid-wicket, and there's a nice fielding action there, but there's no run from a Kent perspective. 2 dot balls so far. I'll keep going. Shall I go for one more ball? Should we run the risk?
Yeah,
a little bit for an update
okay.
coming up for BBC Kent. By the way, you're listening to BBC Hereford and Worcester, and also BBC Sport website and app, which is rather good. I always say that, but I believe it may be true.
Oh, I think I've got an update coming. Yeah, we're going to have to bat in. As Holder's in and bowling. 4 comes leaning in defence, up towards mid-off. Erica North, the presenter of the show. Yeah, a slightly quieter period of the game since you were last with us, which from Kent's point of view is probably good news, because largely there hasn't been much of that so far on day 2 for them. Certainly in the second session of the day, Worcestershire took the game away from Kent with a 225 run partnership, a record stand for Worcestershire for the 8th wicket between Jason Holder, who's bowling at the moment, the West Indian all-rounder, who thumped 100 and was joined by Matthew Waite in that big stand. He got 3 figures as well before the declaration came on 618 for 7, 3 wickets for Parkinson, 3 for Everson. Joey Everson definitely the pick of the Kent bowlers, and Kent now 45 for 2 in reply. That was 15 for 2, so it represents a mini recovery with Bell Drummond on 15 and Jack Leaning on 20. They're the captain and the vice-captain, but they lost the 2 openers early on. Compton out when the score was on 0, edging behind to third slip as that is driven beautifully through mid-on for 4 by Leaning. Zach Crawley was out with a little flick down the leg side, went through to the wicket-keeper for just 6. So the Kent score, as Leaning moves on to 24, 49 for 2, but they're still a whopping 569 runs behind. Commentary continues online. We've probably got another hour of cricket left on the second day here at Canterbury. 16 overs to go. And as I say, commentary of every ball online. I'm trying to stay positive. As Erica North saying there, as Holder is in. Last ball of the over, defended away by Leaning.
And I'm back. Sorry to have been
That's
so long,
okay.
having to do these updates every half an hour. One more to go. Feel like Rita's had to do a massive stint there, but anyway.
Nice
I
that
also
you've been able to pass on the good news.
Yeah. Had a little wander around outside while I was out. Always looks a bit different, doesn't it, when you get out there? You can
I can believe how close you feel to the game on the one side of the ground, actually. when I walked around earlier.
But it's a fairly calm crowd. They've seen some fireworks this afternoon. They've now seen these two settle down after losing those 2 early wickets, and it's become attritional again. Gibbon round the wicket from the pavilion end, left arm, bowls to Bell Drummond. Big shout for LBW as Bell Drummond looks to lift this one away on the leg side. I think it was going down the leg side. He's delivered it from very wide as well on the crease, so if he hits the batsman in line from that angle, chances are, unless he's right back on his stumps, the ball's going to be running on down the leg side, and umpire Ben Debenham didn't really give it much of a look. But that's what you've got to bowl for. Just keep bowling straight, hope for an error, hope for an LBW, hope for a play and a miss, just hope for something to happen on this pitch as Gibbon is in, bowls, and Bell Drummond just works this one away on the leg side. Times it really nicely, actually. I say works it away, he's got 4. Man out there on the boundary. Made ground to his right, Kashif Ali, but dived, couldn't cut it off. And 4 to Bell Drummond. The 50 is up for Kent in the 18th over.
God, just seeing the replay again, that was closer
was
than I thought.
Was it closer than you thought? But it's that line, isn't it? It's
yeah,
angle
he really was wide on the crease, as you described.
Yeah.
It would be a kind of umpire's call.
If it's hit him in line, you'd think it's probably going on to miss, unless he's sitting right back, I think. Anyway, comes in again, Gibbon. Again wide on the crease, bowls, full, half volley, driven by Bell Drummond. Successive boundaries for the Kent skipper. That was a really pleasant looking off drive, cover drive, but it was in the slot, to be fair, from Gibbon. He was struggled a little bit. He's in his 5th over, no wicket for 19 so far, so I suppose up to this point he'd been fairly tidy, but 8 off the last 2 deliveries. Jason Holder, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. The wicket taker, Joe Leach, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 9, and we had just 4 overs from Nathan Smith. He cost 14 runs. Gibbon round the wicket, down the leg side, and Bell Drummond is looking to turn this one off his pads, gets a bit of bat on it, bit of pad on it, and it just runs away for a single behind square, and he goes to 24 where he joins Jack Leaning, and they've both faced almost the same number of balls, 41 and 45. They've shared things in this partnership, and they've rebuilt a little bit after that. It's a bit of a shock start for Kent, really, having lost those 2 early wickets. Kind of half expected, in the sense that when you've been out there for so long you fear the worst, but normal service has been resumed. Gibbon in bowl, down the leg side again. He's really struggling with his line at the moment, Ben Gibbon. That's the 3rd ball in the over that's been angled down the leg side. One of the others was a half volley on off stump. One of them was a no ball. He's not got any rhythm at the moment, the young left armer. It's only his 2nd appearance of the season. Yeah,
clearly just trying to adjust to the slope here at Canterbury. He started off over the wicket, now coming around.
Yeah. He's in again now. Quite a straight approach, bowls, and that's better, but it's full again, and it's in the slot again, and actually, I say it's better line, but not better length, and Jack Leaning picks up a boundary, just leaning into that and driving it through extra cover. So batting looking pretty straightforward again now after that initial period of difficulty for the Kent batsmen, and they move on to 64 for 2 earlier today. Worcestershire 308 for 5 overnight, went on to 618, so they scored 310 runs for the loss of 2 wickets today. 618 for 7 declared before this innings began, as Gibbon bowls probably the best ball of the over, and it's pushed out into the offside by Leaning, and that's the end of the over. 64 for 2, and in that innings wicket takers mainly Everson, whose figures do stand out, 3 for 58 off 26. Poor old Matt Parkinson, 3 for a double hundred, 201 off 44.5 overs. Jason Holder and Matthew Waite being particularly severe on him in that post-lunch period. Holder finishing 123 not out, Waite 100 not out. What have we got? 18 overs left in the day. No, 15 overs left in the day. And Worcestershire will be hoping they can pick up another couple.
So holder 2, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Turned away into the onside, out towards deep square leg. It's just cut off by Gibbon. 51 runs the partnership now, as that one is 2 to Bell-Drummond, who's contributed 21, 28 to Jack Leaning. You'll have to speak to Santoki tomorrow, who's our third voice from the Caribbean Cricket podcast, about a hypothetical scenario where I'm sure he would have loved to have seen Daniel Bell-Drummond and Jason Holder playing for the West Indies together. Because Bell-Drummond would qualify, but I suspect the fact that he's been handed the captaincy, and I don't think it was ever really something that's necessarily on his radar, but I know those two guys that do the Caribbean Cricket podcast have floated it before, as Bell-Drummond drives up towards mid-off, and certainly would have loved to have seen it happen. Former England under-19 player Daniel Bell-Drummond, but having a good start to the season on 26, and that boundary that Jack Leaning hit in the previous over, adding to what you said about having a watch of him in the nets, Frank Watson, that he the balance was lovely as he timed that away through the covers for 4. Holder 2, Bell-Drummond. 2 slips, a couple of close catches on the leg side as Bell-Drummond defends this one away out towards mid-wicket. 66 for 2, Kent, in reply to 618 for 7 declared Worcestershire. I was looking back at the lunchtime, was it the lunchtime score? Just it was
424 for 7.
Yeah, you look at that, and Kent are probably thinking, right, if we can quickly nip these 3 out and then get batting, you know, all results are still on. But the way that Waite and Holder have changed the course of this game with their partnership, this one's defended away into the offside, and the way they dominated that session, and just, I think the phrase I used earlier on was just kind of burst the balloon, and the Kent morale just dissipated as that partnership went on and on and on and dominated proceedings this afternoon. And yeah, massive credit to them, because yes, it's a good pitch to bat on, but they really made the most of the platform that, for example, Gareth Roderick's century had given them, and Adam Hose's knock as well. Let's not forget that, his 90, as it's turned away on the onside by Bell-Drummond, all along the ground out towards deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, you've just, I say it again, I said it at the beginning of the innings, you know, in these two particularly, I think, but also obviously Compton, Crawley, it goes without saying, Finch, Denley, you've got batters who are perfectly capable on this surface, if they apply themselves, of batting for a day without any trouble at all. I think it's just a case of whether they make a mistake, whether you get a bit of luck like the Crawley strangle.
Nicely played away square of the wicket by Jack Leaning up the slope. It's going to get at least 2 here. We'll get 2 as the throw comes in. Yeah, I thought Compton would be the ideal man for this scenario, and for the wicket. So that was an important one for Leach early doors.
Early on, yeah. But you know, 69 for 2 at the end of the over. It's not as if it's. I don't think it's going to break up. I don't think Worcestershire haven't got much in the way of spin. It hasn't shown much sign of going up and down. It might start to stay a bit low on the 4th day, but it's going to be a really, really tough spell for both sides in a way, in that Kent have just got to bat and bat and bat and bat and bat to save the game, and Worcestershire have got to nag and nag and nag, be patient, get a bit of luck, bring the LBWs into play by bowling at the stumps. Not going to get much lateral movement, might just get a play and a miss, you know, and take any chances that come along.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's potentially a tough 2 days ahead for Worcestershire, depending on how long it takes them for the wickets.
Gibbon round the wicket, bowls, and again he's whipped away on the leg side by Bell-Drummond. Coming round the wicket, he has either generally been too full on the offside and got driven, or if he has pulled his length back a little bit, well, it's kind of been a bit full as well on the leg side. He's struggled with his line. He's been hit away too many times on the leg side. Not looking as though he's going to produce an error outside the off stump. Comes in again now and bowls, and this one is better. It's a good line and a good length, and leaning is in behind it and just pushing it into the covers, and that's much more like it. Nathan Smith, the fielder, he even polishes the ball with aggression. Nathan Smith picks it up and really wants to work on it and make something happen. Matthew Waite loosening up at mid-on, might well see his medium pace, and he might just be, you know, in the Everson role that we saw earlier. Swings it a little bit away from the right-hander's weight. Whether that will happen in these atmospheric conditions, I'm not sure. As Gibbon bowls, leg stump again, worked up towards mid-on, Wakefield. But he does get that ball to shape away from the right-handers generally, and that might just be what the doctor ordered as far as Worcestershire are concerned. But at the moment, these two are looking as comfortable as did the various partnerships in the Worcestershire innings, and there were 4 of real significance: 3 over 100, 2 over 100, 1 over 200. Gibbon in, bowls, and leaning is pushing up to weight at mid-on again, and there's no run. And in that Worcestershire innings, just in case you are just joining us, and I suppose there will be people tuning in who aren't aware of what happened on day 1. Libby was out for 19 on the first morning. Worcestershire then lost 2 wickets in the afternoon. Kashif Ali for 72 and Brett D'Oliveira for 18. They lost 2 in the evening session. Gareth Roderick for 117 and Joe Leach for 1. Overnight, 308 for 5. Lost 2 wickets this morning. I'll just break off as Gibbon comes in again and bowls, and leaning is pushing defensively into the offside. Better from Gibbon. 2 wickets in the afternoon. Roderick 117 and Leach. 2 wickets in the afternoon today. In the morning, I've lost my plot now. It was 308 for 5 overnight. Hose out for 90 and Jones for 37 this morning. At lunch, 424 for 7. And as Ben said, still not certain which way it was going to go. Kent might have hoped they could still get Worcestershire out for under 450 or about that, as Gibbon bowls and leaning is forward again, and there's no run. But it completely changed in that afternoon session as Jason Holder and Matthew Waite put on a record partnership for the 8th wicket for Worcestershire against any county, 225 unbeaten, and both got hundreds, both not out, and Worcestershire eventually 618 for 7 declared. And in response, Kent losing 2 early wickets, 15 for 2 in the 5th over, but comfortably recovering with Bell Drummond on 28 and leaning on 30. They're 70 for 2 now. 20 overs gone in the innings and 13 left in the day.
Thanks to those of you that have been getting in touch on kingcricket@gmail.com. Yeah, Nathan Smith changing ends. Enjoyed his first spell. Lively start without taking a wicket. 4 overs, none for 14. But now he's going to try it down the slope. Oh, a full delivery.
Clever little bit of bowling, that wasn't it? Like a slow Yorker, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like he
his fingers across it.
Came out the hand, interestingly. Defended away by Bell Drummond.
That's the sort of imagination that I think we're going to need.
Yeah, just some shock tactics, some surprise tactics.
Thing, yeah, you've just got to try everything, haven't you?
I like the field with the 2 slips and then the 2 close catches on the leg side for Bell Drummond. Nobody at point or gully. So they're trying to bowl really straight to him. He goes back and drives wide of mid-off here. Daniel Bell Drummond for a single. Let's move on to 29. Leaning's on 30. Pretty similar strike rate for these two at the crease together. Looking to build a partnership after the loss of both openers. 71 for 2, Kent having been 15 for 2. Same field for leaning. No cover point or back a point gully, just 2 slips. Drives back to the bowler, collected well on his follow through. So those 2 slips and 2 close catches on the onside, then mid on and mid off, and a cover and then deep square and a long leg. Just double checking I haven't missed anyone.
No.
So yeah, trying to encourage Brett D'Oliveri's bowlers to bowl nice and straight. Brings the stumps and LBWs into play. Play for those errors. Try and draw them out from the batters as Smith running in. Back of length, defended away by Jack Leaning. Soundly in behind this one. Just looking at the scores elsewhere. Oh, somebody's just messaged me saying it's a bit tasty at Beckenham, which is where the Kent women's side are playing in the women's 50 over London Championship against Surrey. Surrey 254 for 4, just stalling a little bit as they look to try and get over the line. They had a big partnership earlier on in their run chase, as this one is defended away by Jack Leaning after Kent put 266 for 6 on the board. Kent have just removed the Centurion, Blinkhorn Jones and Stubbs, who made 80, so 2 or 3 quick wickets for Kent. It looks like Surrey still the favourites in that one, and then in the other county championship matches, Pakistan faltering in their run chase in the women's T20 international, as they're 88 for 7 in the 15th over. Of course, England were in that spot of bother earlier on 11 for 4, end of the over. 71 for 2 here, Kent. 11 for 4, but they recovered to make 163 for 6, and then Pakistan, after a positive start, lost a number of wickets now. So Durham 102 for 2, trailing by 401 after Hampshire were 503 all out in Southampton. Nottinghamshire 221 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 331 all out at Trent Bridge. Surrey 237 for 3 against Warwickshire now at the Oval. 3-4-3 Warwickshire made, so they're 105 behind. Sibley out for 64, Pope for 44, Burns for 40. And then in Division 2, Glamorgan leading by 78 runs over Sussex, just 4 down in their first innings. Ingram and Carlson both 150 not out.
And it is Matthew Waite into the attack from the pavilion end. His first ball is just back of a length and played out on the offside.
And just to finish off,
Drummond.
Division 2, 171 all out Northampton, their first innings. Gloucestershire chose not to follow on, despite their 240 run lead.
Interesting. Matthew Waite then, 100 today. Now with the ball in hand, right arm over the wicket, up the hill. Number 6 on his back, he's in, he bowls, and on the back foot, Bell Drummond drives through extra cover for 4. That was a beautiful cricket shot. Short of a length, no great pace, and he had lots of time. Bell Drummond just got on the back foot and sweetly drove it past the diving Nathan Smith at extra cover. Lovely, lovely cricket shot. And Bell Drummond, who's been in really good nick this season, moves on to 33, and it's 75 for 2. Just trying to find the Birmingham League latest scores. I'm not having a great deal of joy with the league website as Waite bowls, and this one is clipped away on the leg side. Good diving stop at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I was getting texts from my team when they were batting earlier on, so I know what they scored, but now they've all gone out to field. The communication has somewhat stopped because nobody's tweeting or texting scores.
Birmingham League usually has a good live score updates, and it's ball by ball. But at the moment, I'm struggling a bit to find the link. As Waite bowls again to Bell Drummond, and he's forward to this and playing it back up the pitch. Matthew Waite does his own fielding. Just be hoping, as I say, that he can get that little bit of movement away from the right-handers. Waite, which he generally tends to do in his action. No great pace, but hits the deck quite hard.
That's the good thing with club cricket these days, often being scored on a laptop.
Yeah.
The scores go straight onto the website, don't they?
Absolutely. But not available at the moment for me. Anyway, here's Waite again. Bowls to Bell Drummond. A little bit slower and wider. And Bell Drummond says thank you, basically. And square drives it for 4. Second boundary of the over. Kent going along very nicely. And again, this is what I was trying to say earlier. I think when now these two will be in there thinking, well, you know what? There's no reason whatsoever why we shouldn't fill our boots here on this pitch. The new ball is now 20 overs old. It's not really doing a great deal. Just bat. No heroics, just bat. Wait in, bowls, takes the pace off that one. Little off cutter maybe. Bell Drummond just waits for it, pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. End of the over, 79 for 2. Bell Drummond 37, leaning 30. The 2 men out, both falling to Joe Leach. Compton without scoring, and Crawley for 6. We've got 11 overs left in the day. Just got to nip off and do one update, and then I will be back.
No worries, Frank. It'll be interesting to see if we see any part-time spin from Worcestershire before the day is out. As Nathan Smith prepares to bowl once again from the Nackington Road end, even if just for an over. And maybe that lack of a frontline spinner might be something that Worcestershire rule as the game goes on, but at the moment they've still got a big advantage and plenty of bowlers to rotate in tandem and try to look to get breakthroughs. Here comes Smith, bangs it in short. And leaning sways out the way. Here it goes to Roderick. Couple of slips then for Smith. Ball's here to leaning, defends this one. To the onside, has 30 Jack leaning so far this season. He's got a 32, a 30, this 30 not out, 24, 16, and then other than that a few scores below 10. So he's got some starts without going on to make a big score. So an ideal situation for him would be to keep on batting here. There's a shout, half a shout for LBW. Might have been a little bit of inside edge onto the pad. Therefore leaning. But yeah, this is a match situation where Kent needs some of their players to go out and bat time. With Worcestershire posting that massive 618 for 7 on the board declared. And Smith bowls, leaning off the back foot, drives this pleasantly up the slope. A chase on here for the fielder at extra cover. And they will come back for the third. Bell Drummond has to get a slight wriggle on. But they make it in the end to move the score on to 82 for 2. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Frank Watson is currently updating BBC Hereford and Worcestershire as Bell Drummond steers this one behind square on the onside for a single. To move on to 38, 33 for leaning. And after this ball, there will be 10 overs to go in the day. At one point when Kent were bowling a lot of spin, Wondered if we might finish on time or if we might bowl extra overs. But perhaps due to the time lost looking for balls that were deposited by Jason Holder and the change around in innings, etc., will likely be near a 6:15 sort of finish, as Leaning drives pleasantly up towards wide mid-off, moving away to his left, Brett D'Oliveira. He does the fielding. Leaning comes through for a single. He has 34, 38 for Bell Drummond. End of another over, so 10 to go in the day. Update coming after the travel news on BBC Radio Kent, and then Rita Green will join Frank Watson. But Matthew Waite, one of the Worcestershire Centurions, to continue from the pavilion end. Jack Leaning just remarking out his guard as he prepares to face his former Yorkshire teammate. Saw Matt Parkinson get Rob Jones out, the former Lancashire boys.
Waite to the right-handed Leaning. As you say, former teammates. I bet they played a lot of second-team cricket together. I'm not sure of that. Here is Waite, who's any bowls, and Leaning is... It's all the time in the world to play that. Just leaning forward. Here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent.
It's been a tough day for Kent. They are trying to battle back with the bat at the moment, and certainly bat has dominated ball in this game so far today. Jack Leaning gets a single into the offside. He's on 35. Daniel Bell Drummond on 38. Kent have recovered to 85 for 2, having at one stage been 15 for 2. So this is a decent partnership developing for Kent on a pitch that, as we have seen from the way that Worcestershire played, is good for batting on. Centurions in Gareth Roderick, Jason Holder and Matthew Waite, who's currently bowling. Waite and Holder in particular putting on a partnership of 225, which took the game away from Kent really at the point when they joined one another at the crease. You thought all three results might be possible, but in the end, as this one's cut away by Bell Drummond for 4 more runs, and he moves to 42 and Kent to 89 for 2. When those two came to the crease together and really took hold of the afternoon session with their batting, it certainly put Worcestershire in the dominant position in the game. 618 for 7 declared in the end, the visitors. Kent now have to bat for a long time over the next couple of days to get a draw from this one. So 89 for 2, Bell Drummond 42, 35 for Jack Leaning. Commentary online.
4 more for Bell Drummond, cutting that short wide one from Matthew Waite away on the offside. Lets this next one go outside the offside. No ball called by umpire Ben Debenham. So 2 more on to the total. 91 for 2. And no really difficult moments yet for these two. Couple of shouts for LBW, but not many playing misses, if any really. Waite in, bowls on the leg stump to Bell Drummond, who shovels it away through mid-wicket with bottom hand. Picks up another couple. He's looked fairly untroubled, and as I say, he's been in the runs already this season. The Kent skipper, very productive season for him so far. Just looking for my little notes. Tell me what he's done. He got 135 against Essex, and he got 70 against Surrey in the first innings. Waite bowls to Leaning this time, and he noticed Bell Drummond again, and he plays it out on the offside. And he got 100 as well in the first game against Somerset. So yeah, really in good nick, the Kent skipper, and he's looked it today. 44 not out. Leaning has looked pretty tidy as well, to be fair. He's on 35. And you've just got to keep going if you're bowling in these circumstances. Nag away, as we saw Joey Everson do, particularly in the Worcestershire innings. As Waite bowls and Kashif Ali fields at mid-wicket. There's no run end of the over, 93 for 2. Bell Drummond 44, leaning 35. And Waite now 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. And yeah, I suppose really, you know, unless you've played cricket at this level, and I certainly haven't. I mean, I didn't play many 2 and 3 day games in my time, but unless you have, you can't really understand the mindset of players in this sort of circumstance, can you? Because the bowlers have just got to basically, they know they're not going to be going past the bat, etc. You've just got to nag and nag and nag and be patient. And the batters have just got to set themselves little small goals, I suppose.
Start of a fresh new over. And indeed, line and length, keep plugging away
and batters,
and be
you know,
patient.
10 overs at a time or half an hour at a time or something, just because it is just about playing for a draw now, really, as far as Kent are concerned. And from Worcester's point of view, it's just about making sure that if they do give you a little opportunity by making an error,
you
or
grab it,
you
right?
don't miss it. Yeah.
Indeed, and this is why we love the game as well, isn't it? We talked about why we love the game. There's so many reasons, but also it's a game of chess out there sometimes. Down the leg side slightly, but off the back foot is leaning. Played that nicely to mid-wicket, but no run. And yeah, it's a mindset, isn't it, Frank, in terms of just take the next few overs as it comes, your spell, and don't get too far ahead of yourselves. I think the Kent batters have done really well here to just bed in. Don't do anything too drastic, ridiculous. Don't panic in any way, and let this ball wear down. As we all know, you know, how old's the ball now? Nearly 25 overs old. So the shine has come off now. This one's slightly down leg, and to one of the very many mid-wicket fielders in these creative fielding positions that we often see here in not just Div 1 but actually Div 2 as well. We've got 2 slips. Mid on, mid off, cover, 2 mid wickets. They've got 2 in the deep as well on the leg side. Quite unusual. We haven't got anyone at point, no one at third man. We may have someone at fine leg, but out of our view, Frank. But that's life. But exactly that. I like the way you put it. You got it from a play perspective. You got a bit. Dig in. Next ball is dot ball, and that's the brilliance of a cricketer, isn't it? Can you last over multiple days, keeping your concentration in different settings?
I mean, just if you're Gareth Roderick, we batted all day yesterday. You're keeping wicket now, and the chances are you're going to have to keep all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know,
after getting a ton.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's tough, isn't it? You might even have to keep for the rest of the game.
Oh. Yeah, ice baths all round. Actually, ice baths apparently on the way out. It's more like warm baths are just as good apparently in other news. Short ball though, we haven't seen too many of those actually. Really short ball that flying over the head of leaning.
Good news for me, that is. I
Don't
love a warm bath, but oh no, goodness no. Not for me, ice baths, not at all. It's funny how things change, isn't it? There was a time, wasn't there, where all stretches were stationary, and then it became dynamic stretching, and you don't do stationary stretches, and now I understand that stationary stretches are back in again, so it's just whatever trend is going at the time.
Bit like fashion. If you wait long enough, it'll come back into fashion. Not that I know much about that. Driven towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I think my wife had a fridge magnet once that said, "Hang on to your husband, he might come back into fashion." So I was very encouraged every time I went to get the milk out.
Oh, I've never met your wife before, but she sounds brilliant. End of a maiden over there from Nathan Smith. But yes, coming towards the end of the day then, Frank. I mean, all in all, though, this is well and truly Worcestershire's day.
Yeah, it's a day that Jason Holder will remember, isn't it? Despite all the cricket that he's played, his last game for Worcestershire, his last innings probably, and he got 100. Put his name in the record books there. It'll be there for a while, one would imagine, as Waite bowls first ball of a new over, and Bell Drummond cuts, but straight to fielder at backward point. And Yeah, he's written his name into the record books with Matthew Waite with that record 8th-wicket partnership. It's Worcestershire's highest score on this ground. Various things that have gone particularly well. In the context of the game as a whole, this particular game, not the game of cricket, this particular game, it's put Worcestershire into a position where they shouldn't, under any circumstances, lose, but they've still got a heck of a lot of work to do if they're going to win as Waite bowls. And it's worked away on the onside by Bell Drummond. He gets just one as Joe Leach comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Total goes on to 94 for 2, Bell Drummond to 45. And it's probably fair to say, and I'm not having to go at anybody in particular with this remark, but you know, the pitch, we need a little bit more in it for the bowler to make the cricket much more interesting, really. And that's partly why Worcestershire got the runs they got and broke the record and everything else. But it isn't as enjoyable to watch as it would be if there was no, you don't want too much in it. You don't want it too much in the bowler's favour, but a little bit more perhaps than it is. As Waite is in and bowls, and this one's whipped away on the onside by Leaning. He gets a run as Gibbon moves to his right at mid-on. Adam Hoser's come out from second slip, or gone into short mid-wicket on the drive. We saw this tactic employed throughout the Worcestershire innings by Bell Drummond himself as a captain. Often had 2 or 3 fielders in front of the wicket catching. None of them took a catch. So, can understand why he did it, but it didn't produce... But it can, on a slow pitch, produce a slightly lifted drive on one side of the wicket or the other. That's what they're hoping for. As Waite is in and bowls, and this one is again cut away behind square. Jake Libby is the fielder there at backward point, and there's no run. 95 for 2. Jake Libby will be, I'm sure, reflecting on his dismissal in the first innings and thinking that he missed out, because he's the man that really plays the very, very long innings for Worcestershire, and he will feel he missed out on this one. Brett D'Oliveira probably the same, but Libby in particular, I would imagine. As Waite bowls, and that's driven on the offside. Tumbling effort at short extra by Nathan Smith. He missed it, but D'Oliveira went round behind him and fielded and made sure they couldn't get a run.
Yeah, when you've got 3 colleagues that have hit a ton after you, then you may feel like you've missed out a little bit.
It won't bother him. He's pretty phlegmatic about it, but he's he's the man that occupies the crease more than anybody else in the Worcestershire batting lineup. And on this pitch, you can easily imagine that he would have, had he got stuck in, he would have batted for a long time. Waite bowls, Bell Drummond cuts again, and the man we're talking about, Libby, is unable to gather cleanly at backward point. It was hit quite hard into the ground. It rebounds off him, runs away into the covers, and they take a single. End of the over. Bell Drummond keeps the strike. He's 46. Leaning is 36, and Kent moving steadily along now after losing those early 2 wickets. 7 overs left in the day. They're 96 for 2.
Indeed. I was just thinking, Libby's dismissal, he almost walked, didn't he?
He did.
On that one. And
I
mean, that's honesty personified. But I've never done that.
No,
I've never done that in my life, and I don't think I ever will. But he was obviously convinced, quite frankly.
We were talking about this last night, and we watched the replay. Ben and I both thought, we're not that sure that it was as plumb as he thought. He got into a horrible pickle with his feet.
Nathan Smith in from the Nackington Road end, and this is a shorter delivery. Try to get this round towards the mid-wicket boundary area, but came off a glove probably. But they go through for a single.
He got into a pickle with his feet, and he kind of fell over it. It hit him, and they all went up. And he did. He walked. He turned away before the umpire raised his finger. Now, whether he turned away kind of in disgust or whether he did actually turn away to walk, I don't know. But I imagine, I've been thinking about this, I imagine that he might have turned away thinking, I've made a mess of that, it could be close. And then heard the celebration and assumed, quite rightly, that he'd been given out, not realising that by turning away, he kind of influenced the umpire. I don't know. Smith
in again, defended, and there's no run. Exactly that, though. You've got to as a batter, though. I mean, look, certainly
you've got to wait for the
coach.
umpire.
Well, not just that. You got to that moment after after there's indecision of any type or decision to be made. you want to try and make it as convincing as possible to
Get
the
yourself
umpire.
outside the line and pretend. Yeah, it was a really weird
Look, it's
one.
easy for me to
But
say.
he did. He
from
almost
here.
he did appear to walk. Didn't
Yeah,
he?
interesting. But anyway, I mean, as you
But
say,
when we were discussing last night, we there were a few of the players and whatever. He appeared to walk, and actually, when you look at the replay again,
this one's interleaning into his hip area, defending. There's no run. There's 2 mid-wickets in play.
it's not as stone dead as you might think, and certainly not as stone dead as Joe Leach was later in the day, which that was as dead as
Yeah, that one was
as a dodo
that
can
one.
be,
That one was a walkable kind of LBW
Yeah.
more than the other
Yeah.
one. But maybe you're right. Maybe he thought. Who knows what he thought?
I don't know.
But then again, what is fantastic to see is that from a Worcestershire perspective, runs galore down the board, and actually, you know, you've got fresh guys out here that haven't been out there at all. Here comes talking of which, Nathan Smith in the air. There's a big shout out there, but dropped short in front of the fielder. That's Ben Gibbon out in the deep. Oh, that was close. And Ben Gibbon is a tall chap.
That would have been a good bit of bowling, wouldn't it? Because that's the second bouncer of the over, and he's actually bowled for that. And the fact that there were hands on heads out there suggesting that it was a bit of a ploy. Well,
you've got 2 men in the deep. He's planting the seed of thought here.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it in short. Do you want to hit me over those fielders, yes or no? And in the end, he got lucky, Bell Drummond, and it fell a little bit short. He's on 47. And indeed, there's a change in the field.
Leg gully going in there from slip, leg gully. So 2 men catching on the drive, leg gully, and 2 men out. Modern leg theory.
Short delivery is what he's planting the seed of thought here. Is it? Oh, it's just defiance of line and length. Mind games galore, and why not? What's going on here in terms of Rob Jones?
Don't know.
He just started sprinting back towards the boundary rope and then decided to come back again to slip.
I think he might have thought it was
Dunno.
over, whether he's going to get a helmet or something like that. I don't know.
It looked like he ran with purpose there. Rob Jones taking the most unconventional catch earlier on, but good on him. Juggled it in the slip cauldron, and Compton was on his way. This one is pushed into the offside. Nice back foot drive, and there's a chase on. They take 1, they take 2. Nicely timed there by Beldrum, and that's a testament to the way these two are playing, that they've got 100 up, 100 partnership for Kent, and that's absolutely what the doctor ordered for the home side here at the Spitfire Ground. St Lawrence, indeed. Yeah, there was purpose there, and the helmet's coming on. In fact, Rob Jones is deciding not to be any part of that because the substitute fielders come on, chuck the helmet on. That was a nice little stroke to finish off the over from a Kent perspective. 100 for 2. Beldrum now up to 49, leaning on 37.
Yeah, they've been fairly untroubled, as we were saying. We've been speculating, you've probably heard us in the last few minutes, about the mindset of the players out there at the moment, and the fact that, you know, most of us, to be fair, most people that watch the game and listen and whatever, haven't ever played in 3-4 day cricket, or at least not very much. And it's a very different mindset from your average 50 over cricket.
Definitely.
Your average, even timed cricket that some people still play. Very, very different. Physically, mentally, and the challenges. And, you know, they're professionals and everything else, but they still get tired. Brett D'Oliveira is the new bowler, replacing Matthew Waite with his occasional leg spin. He bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside. There's no run. Doesn't bowl enough, in my opinion, Brett D'Oliveira. And I knew when he became captain that would be the case. I think a lot of us expected it, and he's a better bowler than people give him credit for. This one's a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, punched away on the onside by Leaning, fielded at mid-wicket. Not a great spinner of the ball, but quite accurate. Quite good in white ball cricket, where he delivers a quick, flat sort of trajectory. That one is tossed up outside the off stump, not quite as slowly and as high as Matt Parkinson was doing in the Worcestershire innings, but full of length and driven by Leaning out through the covers for a single, which takes him on to 38. D'Oliveira with 1 slip, backward point, man on the drive at short extra, conventional extra, sweeper on the offside, and a mid-off, and then mid-on mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. not quite on the boundary. It's a long way out there. And Oliveira is in. Just a little 3 or 4 pace run up. Bowls nicely in the slot, driven by Bell Drummond straight to mid-off.
It's a good idea, isn't it, Frank, to have a bit of variation?
Yeah. I mean, obviously,
Nothing to
Worcestershire
lose.
spin bowling resources are they're limited now, particularly. As Oliveira bowls again, nicely bowled. Bell Drummond works up to mid-on, takes a single. Good bit of fielding by Gibbon, who throws the stumps down. But Bell Drummond set off as soon as he hit it, and he was well in, even though the stumps were hit. 50 for him, 71 balls, 114 minutes, 6 fours, and a very, very sound performance from the Kent skipper, building on his excellent start to the season. And he's been untroubled, I would say, really, for most of the time. We've got 5 overs left after this, and Worcestershire, well, it was all going perfectly to plan, the plan being 4 wickets before the end of the day. That was my plan anyway, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen as Oliveira throws this one up and Leaning drives to wait at mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. 5 left in the day. We're going to have a fairly prompt finish tonight, I would imagine. I think I've got one more update just before 6 o'clock. In fact, it's due, so I better nip off. And I'll come back in unless Ben wants to come in and do those last few overs. But I'm conscious that I've not done my fair share today in this afternoon. But
Well, I think we'll do a bit of a juggling
I'll go
act,
and do
Frank.
what I can.
Yeah, awesome. And it's certainly been Worcestershire's day, and Ben's going to rejoin us here in the commentary box. And Frank will be back pretty shortly. By the way, I can tell you that the England women did eventually get that victory against Pakistan. And in the end, it was awfully comfortable, and they win by 53 runs. It was on BBC TV with my mate, some may say my looky-likey, Isha Guha.
Your doppelganger.
Oh, she'll be gutted. I mean, when people used to mistake us in the field because we both have long dark hair, I mean, that's where some of the comparisons end. Anyway, we start with a fresh new over, and shall I take this one for now? How about that? Smith in for the from the Nathan end. I just named his end. That's not true. The Nackington Road end. Gosh,
he's only bowled about 3 overs.
I know.
You've already named it.
I was getting all over. I was just thinking what my mate Isha would actually think about this situation. That
okay. What would Isha do?
Do you know what I checked? And we are 8 years apart. Okay, which is 8 years. Okay, but anyway, she's awesome, and she's on the telly later, and she was on earlier. So if you ever meet her, she's awesome.
Oh, Frank's been rejected. They don't want him for an update.
Well, I'll just do this. I'll do this over, and then I'll leave you both to it. Here comes Smith, and I love the way that Smith has got energy and drive coming down the hill. He's the sort of guy that you bowl him for about 1,000 overs, and he'll give you the same energy.
That's what you want from your overseas player, to see that commitment
Absolutely.
coming into the team and giving his all for the side.
Indeed, I'm going to leave you two to it for the rest of the day. How about that? Because I think that, quite frankly, it's a Worcestershire's day.
It won't take long, in fairness. We got 4 overs after this one.
No, true.
I think we got it covered.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think we can just about handle it.
And it's definitely going to finish on time, because no chance of any rain whatsoever. Got a very unusual field, by the way. That one was pulled around the corner. I'm going to stand up because we've got so many fielders in the deep on the leg side. There's no way I can see everyone. And we've got this sort of short, square leg fielder. That is quite an unusual field there. And then we've got a more conventional deep mid-wicket. We've got a fine leg as well. So talk about leg side fielders. You've got 2 mid-wickets. You've got mid-on as well. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down the leg side. And we've got 1 slip in play, cover and mid-on as well, just to finish the lot. Unusual. Leaning on strike. This one's defended. I tell you what, I've been pretty impressed with Leaning, actually, and Bell Drummond for sure. I think Bell Drummond will take the headlines from a Kent perspective for this innings. But Leaning, touch wood, from a Kent perspective so far, has looked rock solid and come in and really sort of pulled his sleeves up, isn't he? And he's that type of player, the 30-year-old. Born in Bristol, that kind of surprised me, but definitely Yorkshire guy.
Yeah, his dad was playing football down there at the time.
Oh, yeah, of course, right.
So that's what the Bristol The connection is.
Leaning into this one.
Yeah,
Short one.
He's definitely a Yorkshireman.
Yeah.
For sure.
I can't see that. I can't hear the Bristolian accent that's coming through. Personally, yeah, Sheffield United fan. And by the way, it was Jason Holder. You probably know this. You know everything, Ben. You're a superstar Spurs fan, apparently.
Is he?
Yeah. Spurs won today, but put Burnley down as a consequence of that. Luton Town looking precarious. Don't worry, you haven't missed any of the cricket. We're coming up to the last overs of the day. 4 overs remaining today. And Nathan Smith, the overseas player, last ball of the over. There's a change in the field. So that sort of halfway house of square leg position has gone back to a more conventional square leg. Nathan Smith in. This one's pushed into the leg side where Jason Holder picks up and throws in to say hello to me as I was walking round.
Oh, that's very nice.
I think you probably thought I was Isha. What are you doing, Eric? He didn't say that, I promise you. End of the over, and I'm going to make way for Frank. And over to you, Ben.
Finally, it took us all day long, but we found someone at Canterbury to mistake you for Isha Guha in Jason Holder. What a guy. I must admit, I had a Kent fan disagreeing with me on social media earlier when I reposted the highlights from Jason Holder's knock, and I said it was a fun innings to watch, and a Kent fan said he'd agreed to disagree. Sometimes you just got to say good cricket is good cricket, and Jason Holder was good to watch earlier on as he scored a century. So the spin of D'Oliveira continues. Leaning goes back and drives into the offside, and actually that single was a little bit tighter than I think he might have anticipated there. As the throw came into the bowler's end, he moves to 40, Bell Drummond to 51. So Bell Drummond has now scored at least a half century in every single game this season. The Kent captain. Had a chat to him the other day, and he was saying in terms of his own personal form, as he pats D'Oliveira back up the pitch, that when with the ups and downs in cricket, when you get in a good moment, when you feel like you're in form, you want to cash in on it. As D'Oliveira bowls to him, they're trying to see things through to stumps, this pair, as it's clipped away to mid-wicket. Full toss from the leggy. There was a slightly dramatic conclusion to the Kent women against Surrey London Championship game at Beckenham. In the end, as D'Oliveira bowls and it's driven away, one bounce into the covers, Surrey won it by 1 wicket. They needed 30 runs to win, and they were 2 down, and there was an absolute cluster of wickets, and they almost, I think they lost a wicket when the scores were level, and it was very dramatic conclusion. The Kent media boys were sending me all the updates as it's driven off the back foot by Bell Drummond up towards mid-on. Shame there was no live stream, really, because it was, I think they'd have had a few people just frantically jumping on to watch the conclusion. But Surrey did get home as D'Oliveira tosses this one up outside the off stump. Bell Drummond happy to let it go. So 3 more overs to go in the day's play. We're going to finish pretty swiftly on time,
yeah,
aren't we?
Pretty much on time. And it's been a great day for Worcestershire, but it would be enhanced by another wicket, no doubt about that. And the effort to get it, they're bringing back the talisman Joe Leach to bowl the last couple of overs from the Nackington Road end.
Smart idea.
Got the 2 wickets that have fallen. We'll make the batsman play. We'll have the keeper standing up, and we'll bowl at the stumps. And we'll ask some questions, one would imagine. 1 slip, the only close fielder, keeper standing up, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Deepish mid-on, and those 2 men on the drive, on the leg side, in front of the wicket, and then a man out on the square leg boundary and a man on the long leg boundary, and here comes Leach down the hill towards us. He bowls, and Leaning is immediately made to play, which is key in this last part of the game. Forward and steers it behind square on the offside to Libby. Joe Leach, who took his 450th first-class wicket for Worcestershire the other day. A deserving testimonial granted to him this year. Do go online and have a look at Joe Leach's testimonial. website to see how you can get involved. In he comes again now, bowls, and again leaning is made to play forward, pushing out into the offside. And Kashif Ali is the fielder. And
Yes.
you've got to think that the more bowlers like Leach and Everson in this game that make the batsman play, just keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. The more of those you have, the more chance you've got.
Yeah, I mean, there's a danger that bowlers like Joe
making
Leach
things
will go
happen.
out of fashion.
Yeah, yeah.
I kind of put him in the Darren Stevens bracket in terms of the skill level.
Maybe he needs a fridge magnet to stop him going out of fashion. And he comes and bowls, and again he's right on the money. And Everson, not Everson, leaning is forward, pushing up to mid-on. Hang on to your fourth seamer. Hang on to your new ball bowler. He'll come back into fashion. Hang on to your nagging seamer.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what we're talking about, isn't it?
Rob Key's days as director of cricket will come and go. We'll go back to what we do best. Forget trying to produce fast bowlers.
Yeah.
Let's just
Let's
produce
just
the next
hit,
Jimmy
let's just hit
Anderson.
the seam. Here comes Leach looking to do exactly that down the hill, bustling in as he always does. Bowls and leaning drives at a slightly wider delivery. Hits it straight to Kashif at extra cover. 105 for 2 then. A couple of overs left after this. Probably one of them from D'Oliveira and another from Leach. One imagines. Been a lovely day, hardly a breath of wind. Beautiful sunny day. It's just getting a bit chilly now as it did last night. And it's been enjoyed by a healthy crowd here at Canterbury. And they've seen some good cricket. It's been a bit one-sided in the sense, not one team or the other, but the bat rather than the ball. As Leach is in again and bowls, and again leaning is made to play. And it's good this from Leach because, you know, if he misses one of those, there's going to be a big shout.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's making the batsman concentrate right to the end of the day. And not giving him the freedom to get his arms away. I say that, you know what's going to happen, don't you? This one's going to be wide. And he'll be hit through the covers.
Like you say, he has made the batter play at this stage of a
Yeah,
day's
5
play.
times in this over.
That's exactly what you want.
Yeah. Jack Leaning just takes his helmet off and squeezes a little bit of perspiration from that little pad across the front of the forehead. And Leach comes in again and bowls to him. And he does get a run through the gap on the offside. It'll only be, well, no, it'll be 2. Scampers back for 2. Good bit of fielding from Jake Libby. Wasn't any more than a push, but he had to play at every ball in that over. It was a good effort from Joe Leach. 107 for 2. And we have 2 overs left in the day.
So Ken 107 for 2, as Frank says, as we come towards stumps on day 2 here at Canterbury. And it's been an eventful day's cricket. Matt Cole will be back tomorrow with Frank Watson from BBC Radio Kent and BBC Hereford and Worcester, and our BBC Sport Online colleague will be Santoki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. So thanks to Rita Green for her efforts and joining us today. And thank you to you for tuning in. You've been out and about and doing whatever on a Saturday afternoon, largely, as this one's driven by Bell Drummond back towards the bowler, D'Oliveira. Briefly, as he goes to try and pick it up, flicks the ball onto the stumps and one of the bails falls off. They've got red bails these days. They're not necessarily easy to pick out with the green grass, as Bell Drummond drives forcefully out towards deep cover and will get a single. D'Oliveira had already broken the stumps at the bowler's end. Must have trodden on them. So 108 for 2. Bell Drummond does 52. Leaning 42. And just marking out his guard and tapping his bat. Lifting it up high, waiting for D'Oliveira and turning this one away into the onside. The noises from the Worcestershire players as if it kept a bit low. Here comes the visiting skipper again, tossing this one up the leg spin bowler. D'Oliveira leaning, tapping it back up the pitch. Shadows lengthening at Canterbury. Few spectators just beginning to eke out of the ground as this one's back of length and leaning getting deep in his crease to drive it away out towards deep cover for a single. Still a fair few spectators that are poised, watching these final few deliveries of the second day of action. And the game has moved on apace, particularly the afternoon session, the second session of the day. That massive partnership between Jason Holder and Matthew Waite, putting Worcestershire in the driving seat as back goes Bell Drummond and cuts this out towards deep point for a single. 1 over to go. Kent are 110 for 2. Bell Drummond has 53 and Leaning has 43. And actually this partnership is 5 away from a century stand. Kent at one stage were 15 for 2 with Joe Leach taking those 2 wickets with a new ball, removing both Compton and Crawley.
It would be the 4th century partnership in the game, which tells you everything, really. I think about the balance between bat and ball, as does this field, which Joe Leach is bowling to. Semicircle of 4 men catching on the leg side, from Jake Libby at straightish silly mid-on to a kind of ordinary silly mid-on, short mid-wicket, another one in a row. 4 men gathered in a semicircle on the leg side as Leach bowls and Bell Drummond drives out on the offside. Just 2 men in front of the wicket on the offside. One of them, Kashif Ali, does the fielding. There's a slip as well. So it's a funky field, as they call it these days, and that is a sign that conventional methods are not proving successful. So you've got to think a little bit outside the box, and that's what we've got here. As Leach, with 5 balls left in the day, comes in down the hill towards us, bowls right arm over the wicket. Bell Drummond is studiously forward, playing the ball to the straightest of those 4 fielders. That's Jake Libby, and there's no run. Quick resume of the day as we go through the rest of the over. Worcestershire began on their overnight score of 308 for 5. They lost 2 wickets in the morning session. Hose for 90 and Jones for 37, a wicket each for Parkinson and Evison. And then after going into lunch at 424 for 7, Jason Holder and Matthew Waite, as Leach bowls, Bell Drummond defends again, no run. Set a new record partnership for Worcestershire for the 8th wicket of 225 unbeaten. Both finished unbeaten on 3 figures. Holder 123 not out, Waite 100 not out. Joey Evison probably the pick of the Kent bowlers with his 3 for 58. Worcestershire declared on 618 for 7. And in reply, Worcestershire picked up a couple of early wickets. Joe Leach had Nick Compton caught by the juggling Rob Jones at 3rd slip in the first over. That was 0 for 1. He's in again now. Leach bowls. Bell Drummond gets a run here, just tickling this one away off his pads out to Gibbon at deep backward square leg. Takes the score on to 111 for 2. And that 0 for 1 became 15 for 2 in the 5th over when Zach Crawley was strangled down the leg side by Leach. Ball drifting down the leg side. Crawley going for the shot off his pads, got a little edge on it, and Gareth Roderick took a good low catch diving to his left. 15 for 2 at that point, and 96 added since then. 111 for 2 now with Joe Leach. Just 2 balls left in the day, and he's bowling to Jack Leaning. He comes in now and bowls, and Leaning is forward, pushing into the covers. Kashif Ali will field, and there's no run. So the day has been Worcestershire's, but at the end of it we reflect that the most likely outcome in this game is a draw. But that said, Worcestershire will feel that they've got 2 days to get 18 wickets.
Yeah, loads of time, loads of runs on the board.
They've just got to work hard at it. Kent just know that on a good flat pitch, it's about batting and batting and batting. Here's Leach then, last ball of the day, 111 for 2 bowls, and Leaning is forward, plays defensively out on the onside. There is no run, that is the end of the over. Job done for Jack Leaning and Daniel Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond 54 not out, Leaning, I beg your pardon, 43 not out. Leach 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 12. And Kent at the end of day 2 on this game are 111 for 2, and that means they still trail by, wait for it, 507 runs.
Thanks very much, Frank Watson. He'll be back tomorrow for BBC Hereford and Worcester with Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, and as I say, Sam Toki from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast to take you through all the action on day 3. And the 2 Kent batters just making their way off the field. The ground staff are poised to come and tidy up and do their various bits and pieces. As the 2 batters just briefly punch gloves, knowing that they've done what they set out to do after those 2 early wickets. And a decent hand from the spectators as they're applauded off, and we would like to think there'll be a decent hand for the visiting team, who have been fantastic today as they make their way off the field here at Canterbury. Frank summed it all up perfectly. He'll be back with the guys tomorrow morning at 11.